Chapter 3380. Yu Meng's Heart Seal secret technique was undoubtedly very powerful, and those who had not been subjected to this secret technique would not be able to understand the helplessness of being manipulated. At that moment, the person he had slapped was not Yu Meng, but Su Yin or Xianxia. Resisting the urge to investigate her situation, Yang Kai turned around and continued to use his divine sense and space principles to investigate the situation inside the funnel. A rustling sound came from behind, and Yang Kai did not need to look to know that it was Yu Meng who had stood up again. Although his slap was fierce, he did not mean to kill her. He only wanted to injure her so that she could not interfere with him. "I just didn't want to see you hurt." Yu Meng's weak voice sounded in his ears. Before Yang Kai could react to what she was saying, though, his expression suddenly changed as he stared at the funnel with bulging eyes, quickly withdrawing his divine sense from it. But it was still a little too late, and the divine sense he had sent out was cut off in an instant, causing him to let out a muffled groan as his face suddenly turned pale. His divine sense was damaged, and such an injury could be described as extremely serious. Unless he had some kind of peerless pills, he would need to spend a lot of time slowly recuperating. Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus, so he was not worried about this. Under the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus, such an injury could be quickly healed. What shocked Yang Kai the most was that there was someone guarding this funnel, and it was an existence he had to look up to. It was this person who had noticed Yang Kai's divine sense and had acted to cut it off. Not only that, but a wisp of murderous intent also spread out. How could Yang Kai dare to stay in place? His figure retreated quickly as he grabbed Yu Meng's waist, and under the fluctuations of his space principles, he disappeared. Only now did he understand what Yu Meng meant. She obviously knew that this would happen. Quickly retreating, he quickly left the demonic cheese range and rushed towards the Star Soul Palace's group. Looking down, Yu Meng's face was pale, and the veil covering her face was dark red. Although her life was not in danger, she looked dispirited. It was unknown whether she was injured by Yang Kai's palm or her heart was hurt. The latter was more likely. At this moment, her head was tilted and she was motionless, like a puppet. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he couldn't say anything. He could only flip his hand and take out a few pills. He handed them to her and said, "Eat them." Yu Meng remained indifferent, as if she hadn't heard anything. Yang Kai could only reach out to pull off her veil, pinch open her mouth, and stuff the pills inside. "Bah!" Yu Meng turned her head and spat out the pill. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched, and he said hatefully, "Forget it if you don't want to eat." Hee. Yu Meng squinted at him and let out a strange laugh. Then, she turned her head to the side. Hurrying over to Shui Mao and the others, everyone greeted him and asked about the situation. Yang Kai handed Yu Meng over to Lan Sun and shook his head. "There's someone guarding inside, and it seems to be the great Emperor's Ying." He had just noticed a trace of the great Emperor's Yi Ying's aura. "What?" Shui Mao and the others' eyes widened. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yuyang asked, "Are the great Emperor's Yi Ying colluding with the demon territory?" "I don't know about that." Yang Kai shrugged. "It's possible," Shui Mao said thoughtfully. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai looked at him curiously. Shui Mao hesitated for a moment before saying, "Yang Kai, do you still remember the whole story of the Orthodoxy Temple incident a few years ago?" "Naturally, I remember." This incident was more or less related to the demon race. But what did it have to do with the great Emperor's Ying? When the demon thought broke out, someone lured you out of the Orthodoxy Temple and then waited for an opportunity to assassinate you. At that time, that person acted without leaving a trace and almost killed you, right? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. He had told many people about this matter later and wanted to ask them who the person who had attacked him was, but no one gave him an answer. Even now, he still felt some lingering fear. The person who had attacked him in the dark was so silent that if it weren't for his special constitution, he might have really been killed. However, that person who had attacked him had immediately fled after failing to kill him, making it impossible for him to find out the identity of the enemy. Startled, Yang Kai asked, "Someone from the Shadow Kill Hall?" Mao nodded. If that person's actions were really as you described, then only the Shadow Kill Hall would be able to nurture someone like that. However, although we had our guesses at the time, this matter involved the great emperors, so we didn't dare to jump to conclusions. But now, it seems that the great emperors Yi Ying and the Shadow Kill Hall have really colluded with the demon territory. The shadow of the Shadow Kill Hall's assassin was present in the demon thought in the Southern Territory, and the great emperors Yi Ying had personally taken action in the Western Territory. This was enough to explain a lot of things. But why me? Yang Kai could not understand. Why did they have to lure him out to be assassinated? Mao said, if the demon territory really intends to invade the astral plane, then there will definitely be a great war in the near future. When that time comes, you, who are proficient in the law of space and can set up spatial arrays across territory, will be of great use. That's why they want to get rid of you. Great use. These words sounded familiar. Yang Kai thoughtfully looked at Yu Meng, who was sitting cross-legged not far away. For example, right now, you can set up a spatial array and bring the powerhouses from the other 3 territory here as quickly as possible. Yang Kai nodded. All his doubts were cleared up at this moment. Mao sighed. Of course, these are just guesses. No one knows if this is the truth. Yang Kai nodded. He collected his thoughts and said, there's no time to lose. I'll send a message and gather everyone here first. The Void Corridor had the great Emperor's Yi Ying, so it was no longer a problem that he could solve by himself. Now that the Great Emperor's Bright Moon and Iron Blood Great Emperor were nowhere to be seen, if he wanted to suppress the Night Shadow, he would have to invite the other Great Emperors. Spirit Beast Island. Fortunately, he had exchanged the Space Spirit Bead with Li Wui before, otherwise, he might not have been able to do anything at this time. There was no need to set up a new spatial array. There was already a spatial array in the deserted oasis 3 days away. What's more, he had other ways to get here. After spending some time, Yang Kai made a new space spirit bead and made it into a bracelet. He called Lin Yun over and handed the space spirit bead to her, solemnly saying, wear this on your wrist. Don't put it in your spatial ring. I know. Lin Yun nodded and put on the bracelet. Yang Kai glanced at Yu Meng, who was healing her wounds, and then urged the space principles to activate the space spirit bead given to him by Li Wui. After the ripples passed, Yang Kai disappeared. After a cup of tea's time, on Spirit Beast Island, Yang Kai met the martial beast Mo Huang under Li Wui's lead. Mo Huang asked with a strange expression, boy, why are you here again? It had only been a few years, yet this brat had come to Spirit Beast Island again. Mo Huang was really worried. He didn't know how long his precious daughter could stay. Master, something happened. Li Wui's expression was solemn. What happened? Mo Huang frowned. The last time Li Wui told him this, it was when Yao Lin was captured. This time, the situation was obviously more serious because Li Wui's expression was much more serious. Li Wui turned his head and looked at Yang Kai, motioning for him to answer. Kai Yang didn't beat around the bush and simply recounted the events that had transpired. Mo Huang was shocked and quickly asked, Night Shadow actually colluded with the demon territory? Yang Kai said, it's just a guess, and there's no way to confirm it. However, this boy is certain that there's a great emperor overseeing the Void Corridor. His aura is similar to the great Emperor Night Shadow's, and he has severed this boy's divine sense. Now that the Bright Moon Master and the Iron Blood Master are missing, and the demonic chi in the Western Territory has broken out, this boy has no choice but to come here and ask the Master to take action. This matter should not be delayed, so I asked the Master to act quickly. If you're late, I'm afraid the situation in the Western Territory will worsen. Mo Huang stood up and said, if things are as you say, then this is indeed not a matter of the Western Territory alone. This king naturally can't stand idly by. After pondering for a moment, he looked at Li Wui and said, go to the Serene Soul Palace and bring Serene Soul here. His daughter is also there, so he can't stay out of this. There's no need to worry about him not coming. Yes. Li Wui received the order and immediately left. He must have left the space spirit bead in the Serene Soul Palace. Using this method, He could freely travel between Spirit Beast Island and the Serene Soul Palace. It wouldn't take long for him to go there and bring the great emperors of Serene Soul back. Xianxia was a little surprised by this result. He originally came to Spirit Beast Island to ask Mo Huang for help, but he didn't expect that the great emperors of Serene Soul would also be pulled in by him. This made him feel a lot more at ease. He didn't need to mobilize any other people. If these two great emperors couldn't solve the problem, then it would be useless no matter how many people he had. While waiting, Mo Huang carefully asked about the situation on the other side. Xianxia naturally told him everything he knew. After listening, Mo Huang's face turned gloomy. It seems that the demonic territory is really going to invade the star boundary. But why would Yi Ying collude with the demonic territory? What benefits can the demonic territory give him? Xianxia looked at him and said, "Master, you can't guess the reason?" Mo Huang slowly shook his head. "Among the 10 of us, Yi Ying is the most mysterious. He doesn't have much contact with others. Speaking of which, I've only met him a few times, and we haven't spoken more than 10 words. This king doesn't know anything about his temperament, so naturally, I can't guess." Xianxia had a strange expression. There are rumors in the world, such as Master and the others. I wonder if the great emperors of Ying are male or female. Is this true? Mo Huang laughed. Of course Ying is male. How can there be such a ridiculous rumor in the world? As he laughed, he suddenly frowned. It's hard to say. Actually, this king has never seen his true appearance. Hearing this, Kaiyan was dumbfounded. So the rumors were true. Mo Huang and the others really didn't know if the great emperors of Ying were male or female. However, no matter what his gender was, Yi Ying was still a great emperor and stood at the peak of this world. Just as Mo Huang said, what could the demonic territory give him? He actually colluded with the demonic territory. Chapter 3381. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Li Wui returned. Naturally, the great emperors of Serene Soul also returned with him. This was the first time Xianxia had seen the great emperors of Serene Soul in person. At first glance, he might have thought that they were just ordinary old men, but when he used his divine sense, he found that the place where the Serene Soul was located was empty, and he could not detect any aura at all. Each of the 10 great emperors had their own unique skills. For example, Mo Huang was proficient in beast taming. The great emperors of Wondrous Pill were proficient in alchemy, and the Serene Soul great emperors were the most proficient in soul magic in the world. Of course, there was also Tian Yin in this world. However, ever since Tian Yin reconstructed his body, he had gone out to travel, and no one knew where he was now. It was precisely because the great emperors of Serene Soul were proficient in soul magic that the Red Dust great emperors of Serene Soul went to him immediately after coming out of the Shattered Star Sea, hoping that he could help solve the problem of his and Wukong's souls sharing the same body. Unfortunately, in that situation, even the great emperors of Serene Soul were helpless. Xianxia remembered that Mo Huang had mentioned that the great emperors of Serene Soul's real name was Yao Jun. As soon as the two sides met, Yao Jun looked at Xianxia and asked, "Boy, is what you said true?" He had obviously heard about the situation in the Western Territory from Li Wui on the way here, so he also noticed the seriousness of the problem, and his expression was very serious. "Master, go take a look for yourself, and you'll know if what this boy said is true or not," Xianxia replied in a deep voice. Yao Jun nodded slightly and raised his eyes to look at Mo Huang. Mo Huang said, "There's no time to lose. Let's set off now. This king wants to see what Yi Ying is up to." Xianxia immediately activated the law of space to envelop them. Then he communicated with the space spirit bead that he had given to Lin Yaner. Ripples spread out, and the 4 of them disappeared. When they reappeared in the barren land of the Western Territory, Xianxia discovered that everyone had changed their location. The place where they were now was obviously not where they were before. Greetings to the 2 master. When the people of Star Soul Palace saw that Xianxia had pulled the 2 great emperors over so quickly, all of them were overjoyed and cupped their fists in salute, their worried hearts finally calming down. In the previous situation, They were simply helpless. Now that they had such strong support from the two great emperors, they naturally had a backbone. And Mo Huang and Yao Jun gently nodded and opened their eyes to look ahead. Both of them frowned. They found that the situation in front of them was even worse than what Xianxia had told them. The area covered by the demonic qi had more than doubled in size. It was precisely because the demonic qi had spread too quickly that everyone kept retreating instead of waiting in place. Yao Lin, on the other hand, burst into tears the moment she saw her father. She threw herself into Yao Jun's arms and poured out her grievances, as if she wanted to vent all the fear and grievances she had suffered. Yao Jun kept comforting her. It was obvious that he also doted on his daughter. Master, the center of the demonic qi is the sand funnel that this kid mentioned to you before. There's a void corridor there, and the demonic qi is pouring out of that corridor. If we can destroy that corridor, I estimate that we can stop the current crisis. Xianxia pointed to the front and said, "Did you escape from that tunnel as well? That funnel was previously connected to an independent small world?" Mo Huang asked. "That's right." Xianxia nodded, and Mo Huang understood. After a moment of silence, he looked at Yao Jun and said, "Shall we go and see?" Yao Jun nodded and said to Yao Lin, "Be a good girl and wait. Daddy and your Uncle Mo have something to do." "I don't want to." Yao Lin pouted. "Daddy, I want to go back to the Eastern Territory. I want to go back to the Serene Soul Palace. Take me back quickly. I won't run around alone anymore." In the past, she would always be taught a lesson by Yao Jun when she ran around, but she refused to change. Whenever she found a chance, she would sneak out. After suffering a great loss this time, she finally remembered the good things about her home. She secretly made up her mind that she would never leave the Serene Soul Palace again. The outside world was simply too dangerous. "Don't make trouble. Daddy has something to do." Yao Jun's face became serious. Yao Lin still wanted to pester him, but Yao Jun suddenly pointed at Xianxia and said, "If you don't listen to me, I'll let him take care of you." Xianxia couldn't help but roll his eyes. "You father and daughter love each other so much. It's none of my business." But he was very cooperative and smiled at Yao Lin, revealing his white fangs. Yao Lin's face turned pale. She quickly waved her hand and said, No, I'll be obedient. Daddy, you go and come back early." Yao Jun nodded and exchanged a look with Mo Huang. The two of them immediately flew into the air and disappeared into the boundless demonic qi. Although the demonic qi was extremely corrosive and infectious, a cultivator could still resist it. And at the level of the great emperors, they could ignore the power of the demonic qi and enter and leave freely without any restrictions. With these two taking action, the others didn't need to do anything. They just needed to wait quietly. Xianxia looked around and slowly walked to Yuruming's side. She had been healing, and Lansun was taking care of her. However, she was seriously injured by Xianxia. Even now, her face was still pale, and the bright red blood on her lapel was very dazzling. "Is she okay?" Xianxia asked. Lansun slowly shook her head. "It's not a big deal. She will recover after a few days of rest." Was senior sister Li injured by the great emperors of Night Shadow? Previously, Yuruming and Xianxia went there together, and after returning, she became like this. Xianxia also brought back the information that the great emperors of Night Shadow were guarding the Void Corridor. Naturally, this led her to guess. Xianxia was embarrassed. He didn't know how to explain, so he could only be vague. He couldn't say that Yuruming was injured by him. There was no way he could justify it. Fortunately, Lansun didn't ask much. "Junior sister is also a little tired. Take a rest first. I will take care of this side." Xianxia looked at her with concern. Perhaps because of the bright moon great emperors, Lansun had been a little absent-minded. Coupled with the previous encounter, she really looked very tired at the moment. Lansun nodded and said, "Then I will trouble Brother Yang." After speaking, she walked to the side and sat down cross-legged. Xianxia looked around and found that everyone was adjusting their breathing. Those who were paying attention to demonic qi were paying attention to demonic qi. So he quietly sent a message to Yuruming. "How do you feel?" Yuruming opened her eyes, looked up at him, and then closed her eyes again without saying a word. Ahem. Xianxia looked embarrassed, and his tone was very soft. Are you angry? This was obvious. Yu Romeng was definitely angry, and if it were in her shoes, Xianxia estimated that he would also be angry. However, at that time, he had no other choice. He only wanted to destroy the Void Corridor as soon as possible. But at that critical moment, Yu Romeng had used her Heart Seal secret technique to interfere with him. In a moment of desperation, he had no choice but to resort to this method. You should have made it clear to me. Xianxia scratched his face. If you had made it clear in advance, I wouldn't have done it. If you're still angry, I will let you hit me once, no, 10 times. Don't be angry. It won't be good if people see through it. Speaking of which, how are you going to explain it to the great emperors of Flower Shadow? Li Shiqing is the disciple of the great emperors of Flower Shadow. It is impossible for her to ignore her disciple. She is the great emperor's and Li Shiqing's master. You can deceive others, but can you deceive her? What will you do if your identity is exposed? After rambling for a while, Yu Romeng completely ignored Xianxia and didn't say a word. Kaiyang was also a bit scared, talking to himself like a crazy person. But in the end, he was in the wrong, so he could only grit his teeth and swallow it down. Finally, he said in a low voice, "Then you heal yourself first. Call me if you need anything." After saying this, he walked forward. "Come back." Yu Romeng's voice suddenly came to his ears. Xianxia stopped and said, "Didn't you ignore me? Why are you going back?" "I told you to come back." Yu Romeng gnashed her teeth. Xianxia said, "Tell me what you want to do first. Are you coming back or not?" Xianxia was so angry that he laughed. "You are the one who ignored me, and now you are the one who told me to go back. What do you want? Why is this woman like a child?" He really had never met a woman with such a character. While it was a novelty, he also couldn't bear it. "You could do whatever you want, whether you're angry with me or ignore me. After this, you go your way, and I will go mine. We will have nothing to do with each other, and we won't contact each other even if we die." Xianxia made up his mind and said what he had always wanted to say. Suddenly, he was in a good mood and had a wonderful feeling of venting his anger. Yu Romeng was suddenly angry and trembled all over. "You actually said such things to me, you heartless, stinky man." Xianxia sneered. "I'm a stinky man. You and I just met by chance. It was you who used some kind of secret technique to force us together. How can feelings be forced, let alone that bullshit secret technique? You don't understand my character. This is my true face. If you can't stand it, you should remove the secret technique." Wishful thinking. Yu Romeng sneered. "Do as you like. After this, we will go our separate ways." "Okay, you said it. I will tell them now that I'm the fake Li Shiqing. The real Li Shiqing was killed by me long ago." Xianxia's eyes twitched, and he said stubbornly, "That is your own business. What does it have to do with me?" As soon as this was said, Yu Romeng fell silent. Kaiyang quietly turned his head to look back, only to see her quietly looking back at him with an expression that said, "There is no greater sorrow than death." He sneered in his heart. "Do you think I will be soft-hearted if you show such an expression? I will take this opportunity to cut off all ties with you." Thinking so, he involuntarily took a few steps back and stood next to Yu Romeng again, rubbing his chin and looking up at the sky. Yu Romeng smiled. "Sit next to me." "That's enough. Don't push your luck." Xianxia rolled his eyes. "Sit down." Xianxia signaled to the front. "It will be bad if they find out." Yu Romeng curled her lips and didn't insist. Chapter 3382. After interacting with her several times, Xianxia found that Yu Romeng was not difficult to get along with. It was just that she changed her attitude faster than flipping the pages of a book. Once there was a disagreement, it would immediately become like a completely different person. However, she was also very easy to coax. You just had to say some soft words and follow her wishes. Since there was nothing to do, Xianxia asked, "Did you really kill Li Shiqing?" Yu Romeng said, "I was just casually talking about it. I didn't kill her." Xianxia nodded, feeling a lot more relieved. If Li Shiqing was really killed, he would not be able to explain to the great emperors of Flower Shadow. Although the current situation was not easy to deal with, Li Shiqing was not dead. Even if the great emperors of Flower Shadow found out about Yu Rumeng's disguise, they would not do anything to Yu Rumeng. At most, they would use some means to interrogate her about Li Shiqing's whereabouts. Suddenly, Yu Rumeng asked, "Do you want to see my real appearance?" Since she was pretending to be Li Shiqing, naturally, she was using Li Shiqing's appearance. Her real appearance had been covered. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Whether you are beautiful or ugly, it makes no difference to me." These words were the truth. With the existence of the Heart Seal secret technique, no matter how Yu Rumeng looked, Yang Kai would not be affected unless the secret technique was removed. Yu Rumeng smiled sweetly. "Don't worry, it won't be worse than my current appearance. Don't be distracted. Heal your injuries first. If there is anything else, we can talk about it later." Yang Kai said again, and then fell into silence. He was thinking about whether he should take this opportunity to find the great emperors of Serene Soul, to check his condition, and see if there was an opportunity to find the Heart Seal's secret technique and remove it. Otherwise, with the existence of the secret technique, he would always be controlled by Yu Rumeng. There was no feeling of rejection in his heart. But after all, it was the effect of the secret technique. But as soon as this idea appeared, Kai Yang rejected it. It was not because Yu Rumeng said that even the great emperors could not break the secret technique. Yang Kai felt that she was obviously bragging. The Heart Seal's secret technique was indeed strange, but after all, it was still within the scope of Soul secret techniques. The great emperors of Serene Soul were proficient in this field. If they were to help, it might not be impossible to break it. Of course, if he asked the great emperors of Serene Soul, of the great emperors of Serene Soul, emperors, if they really let the wolf into the house, then there would be no way to clean up the mess. Perhaps he could ask Senior Tianyin for help. It was a pity that Yang Kai did not know where Tianyin was now. Everyone waited quietly as time slowly passed. The demonic qi continued to spread without slowing down. Over the next few days, everyone had been forced to retreat several times. If one were to look down from a bird's eye view, they would be able to see that the boundless sea of sand, with a radius of several tens of thousands of kilometers, had been covered in demonic qi, turning into a demonic land. And Mo Huang Yaojun, who had left a few days ago, still had not responded. This made the people of Star Soul Palace, who had been very confident in them, worry. If even these two great emperors were lost, then the star boundary would be finished. But what was there that could make several great emperors successively fall into it? In the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. The area covered by the demon qi had expanded to a radius of more than 100,000 kilometers. Everyone had a worried look on their faces. If they didn't think of a way to contain the situation, then the entire Western Territory and even the star boundary would be filled with demon qi. At that time, hundreds of millions of cultivators might become existences like demons. At this time, the people who had left to report to the Western Territory's great sects returned. Several of them had left, but only one had returned. Moreover, he was covered in wounds and was on the verge of death. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly treated his injuries. Yang Kai also took out the emperor pill he had refined and fed it to him. This person was a protector of Star Soul Palace. His surname was Chu, but Yang Kai did not know his name. He only heard everyone call him Protector Chu. After stabilizing his injuries with great difficulty, the first thing Protector Chu said when he opened his eyes made everyone's expression change. Thousands of people in the Pointed Star sect have all become the demon race. What? Shuizheng Mao was shocked. Protector Chu was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, one of the strongest in the entire star boundary. How could he be beaten black and blue just because he went to report the news? With the protection of Star Soul Palace, how could the sects of the Western Territory dare to act rashly? Now, after hearing what Protector Chu said, he suddenly understood. Thousands of people in the Pointed Star sect had all become the demon race. Xiao Yang said with a solemn expression, "Protector Chu, did you see it clearly? You can't speak carelessly about this kind of thing." Protector Chu smiled bitterly. "My injuries were given to me by the Pointed Star sect's sect master, Lian Zheng, and several elders. How could I be wrong?" Pointed Star Sect was one of the top sects in the Western Territory. Its sect master, Lin Zheng, was naturally a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. There were more than a dozen people in the sect in the Emperor Realm. If it were any other Second-Order Emperor Realm Master, they would definitely die if they fell into that kind of danger. Protector Chu was from Star Soul Palace and had the heritage of an overlord sect, so he was able to escape with his life. Hearing this, everyone's expression turned ugly. Thousands of people in the Pointed Star Sect had all become the demon race. This scene was somewhat familiar. It reminded everyone of the Orthodoxy Temple a few years ago. Several thousand people in the Orthodoxy Temple had also become the demon race. Even the temple master, Lei Gu, was no exception. Now, it seemed that those demon souls had not only set up traps in the Southern Territory, but also in the Western Territory. It was just that nothing had happened in the Western Territory until Protector Chu went to report the situation. Yang Kai's expression changed. Everyone, I suddenly remembered something. What? Xiao Yang looked at him. When I was chasing Lei Gu back then, he seemed to be running in the direction of the Western Territory. However, under my relentless pursuit, he could only escape to the southern swamp, where I killed him in the end. Shui Jingmao raised his brow. You mean Lei Gu wanted to join up with the other demon souls? Yang Kai said. Now it seems that he did have this idea. Not good. Xiao Yang's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head to the Star Soul Palace members in the Emperor Realm and said, Quickly contact the others and see if there is any reply. Hearing what he said, Shui Jingmao and the others obviously thought of something. The corners of their eyes twitched as they waited quietly. After a while, the group of Star Soul Palace members in the Emperor Realm slowly shook their heads, indicating that they could not get in touch with their fellow disciples who had gone out to report the situation. The Western Territory is finished. I'm afraid that the others are also doomed, Xiao Yang said with an ugly expression. Protector Chu had managed to escape with his life, but the others might not have had such good luck. Not being able to contact them was the biggest problem. A strange look flashed in Yang Kai's eyes as he asked in shock. Elder Xiao means to say that the Western Territory has already been ruled by the demon race? Xiao Yang smiled bitterly. Think carefully about the deployment of Orthodoxy Temple back then. If you had not turned the tide back then, what would the Southern Territory be like now? Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine as he said bitterly, the demon race wreaked havoc and plunged the people into misery and suffering. Xiao Yang said, Orthodoxy Temple's scheme was destroyed because of you, but how many people like you are in this world? In the Southern Territory, at the very least, my Star Soul Palace can still shoulder the burden. Even if Orthodoxy Temple's scheme had succeeded, we might not have been unable to fight back. However, in the Western Territory, even Shadow Kill Hall seems to have colluded with the demon race, so how can the other sects remain unaffected? Indeed, now that even great Emperor Ying had personally guarded the Void Corridor, and a top sect like Pointed Star Sect had all become the demon race, what was the situation with the other sects in the Western Territory? It was very likely that they had already fallen into the hands of the demon race. The situation in the Southern Territory and the Western Territory should have been similar, but Yang Kai had intervened and pulled in countless powerful reinforcements in a very short time, resolving that crisis. However, the Western Territory was not so lucky. At this moment, Yang Kai and Li Wuyi's expressions suddenly changed as they glanced at each other. Immediately after, the two of them flashed and disappeared from where they were standing. More than a dozen kilometers away, a figure was sneakily hiding under a sand dune, silently observing the gathering place in the Southern Territory. When he saw Yang Kai and Li Wuyi's figures mysteriously disappear, he knew that something was wrong and immediately leaped up and fled in a certain direction. However, he had only taken a few steps when he suddenly came to a halt. This was because there was a person standing in front of him, looking at him coldly. Li Wuyi. The person's expression changed as he shouted, recognizing Li Wuyi's identity at a glance. The person who was known as the strongest under the great emperors was indeed very intimidating. This person did not dare to face him head-on, so he hurriedly turned around and fled in another direction. You think you can escape? Yang Kai blocked his path as if he had foreseen this, his large hand reaching out and swatting at the person. Scram! The person shouted, his originally normal body suddenly erupting with rolling demonic chi as his aura soared. He threw out a punch, intending to kill Yang Kai with one blow. His cultivation was not weak, being at the second-order Emperor realm. Coupled with the eruption of demonic chi, even an ordinary third-order Emperor realm master would not be able to take his punch head-on. However, Yang Kai did not dodge and simply swatted down with his large hand. With a bang, the demonic chi collapsed. The person was dumbfounded, as if he did not expect that he would not be able to take a single blow from his opponent with the same cultivation. His eyes filled with disbelief, he directly smashed into the sand, suppressing the tumbling blood chi in his heart as he dove into the sand. He seemed to have cultivated some kind of secret technique and was like a fish in water in this sand. He dove down 1,000 meters and quickly fled into the distance. Li Wu stood in place without moving, but the space principles around him fluctuated. He slowly probed in the direction the person had fled and suddenly clenched his hand. 1,000 meters under the sand, a muffled groan sounded. "Get out here!" Li Wu shouted and raised his hand. As the sand and dust flew, a person was thrown out. Not giving him a chance to resist, Yang Kai had already stepped forward and pointed his finger like a sword at the person's chest, sealing his attempt to resist with space principles. Chapter 3383. It was only now that Yang Kai saw this person's face clearly. His face was sallow and emaciated, as if he was suffering from some kind of illness, but he was indeed a second-order Emperor Realm Master. However, the rolling demonic chi on his body showed that he was from another race, another demon's soul. Even though Yang Kai had sealed his body with space force, he didn't panic at all. He just stared coldly at Yang Kai before a look of determination flashed across his eyes. The demon race is immortal. As soon as he said this, Yang Kai knew that things weren't going well. He hurriedly raised his hand to grab him, wanting to completely imprison him, but it was too late. The sound of something shattering suddenly came from this person's body. Then, this person's vitality quickly faded and the light in his eyes dimmed. Yang Kai froze in place, his face twitching. Li Wu walked over, looked at him, then at the person. "Is he dead?" Yang Kai quickly said, "He severed his own heart." Li Wu was horrified, so decisive. As the saying goes, it's better to live than to die. So neither Yang Kai nor Li Wu expected that this guy would choose to kill himself immediately after being captured. Obviously, he didn't want to fall into the hands of the enemy and suffer unnecessary torture and pain. This was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, not some random cat or dog. This was the first time Li Wu had encountered such a thing, but it wasn't the first time Yang Kai had encountered such a thing. Back when they chased Lei Gu to the southern swamp and lured him into the encirclement of Fan Hua and the others, Lei Gu also said the same thing before he self-destructed. The demon race is immortal. What a similar scene. Yang Kai finally witnessed the ferocity of the demon race. Each one of them didn't take their lives seriously, casually blowing themselves up or severing their own life veins, as if they weren't courting death, but instead doing something glorious and noble. Since he was already dead, there was no way they could get anything out of him. The two of them carried the corpse all the way back and threw on the ground. Protector Chu glanced at it and said, "I remember this person. He was an elder of the Point Star sect. He attacked me before, but I didn't expect him to come after me." Xiao Yuyang gazed into the distance and said meaningfully, "I'm afraid he's not the only one chasing after us." Although he could not detect the presence of any aura, since an elder of the Pointing Star sect had appeared, the other members of the Pointing Star sect might be hiding nearby. Even the demons from the other sects in the Western Territory would come to take a look after hearing the news. Although the Western Territory was desolate, the martial arts were not weak. The Emperor Realm was similar to the other three territories in terms of both quantity and quality. If the previous guess was true, and the entire Western Territory had silently fallen, then the current situation was not good. This was equivalent to making an enemy out of all the experts in the Western Territory. Even if there was an existence like Li Wuyi here, it wouldn't give them much sense of security. After all, they had a fake emperor like Li Wuyi on their side, so who could guarantee that the other side wouldn't have the same? The ones who captured Yao Lin and Lin Yun before were all fake emperor-level masters, and they hadn't shown up yet. Now, everyone could only pray that the great emperors would return from the sand funnel as soon as possible. Only then would everyone have a backbone. While on guard, Xianxia suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise and stared at the area covered by the demonic qi. "You found it." Li Wuyi also looked forward. Xianxia frowned. "Since Senior said so, it seems that my perception is correct." Li Wuyi nodded. "The demonic qi's spread has slowed down." Xianxia's eyes lit up. It seems that the demonic qi gushing out of the tunnel is not endless. If this was the case, then the situation wasn't too critical. Previously, he had been worried about whether the Western Territory would be completely covered by the demonic qi. After all, if that were the case, the Western Territory would really be finished. However, judging from the current situation, it would be difficult for the demonic qi to cover the entire Western Territory. Although the area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers wasn't small, compared to the entire Western Territory, it was still a drop in the ocean. Xiao Yuyang, Shuizheng Mao, and the others undoubtedly also noticed this and couldn't help but look excited. After waiting for so many days, there was finally a piece of good news. And as everyone had observed, the speed of the demonic qi's spread had indeed slowed down a lot. This sign became more and more obvious as time passed. It wasn't until 3 days later that the demonic qi finally stopped spreading and stabilized, covering an area of almost 200,000 kilometers. At that moment, some strange movement vaguely came from the demon land. Everyone's expression became solemn as they listened attentively. After a while, Shuizheng Mao frowned and said, "Why does it feel like something is coming from that side?" Li Wuyi's expression became solemn. "It doesn't feel like it. It's really coming, and there are quite a few of them." Hearing what he said, everyone's expression became vigilant. But at the same time, they were also a little curious as to what it was that could travel so freely in such an environment. There was a rumbling sound, like muffled thunder rolling across the earth, and countless running footsteps, one after another. After waiting for a while, everyone suddenly saw one short figure after another in the demonic qi. Each figure was only about 2 to 3 meters tall and had a round body, like a big rolling watermelon. However, these strangely shaped creatures were clearly a type of life. It was just that every single one of them was incomparably ugly. The reason why their bodies were round was because every single one of them had a round belly. Their exposed skin was pitch black in color, as if they were the convergence of evil and chaos. Were these? Lan Sun's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at this group of strange creatures in amazement. This was the first time she had seen such an existence. She only felt that they were a little ugly, but they were also quite interesting to look at, especially when their numbers gathered to a certain extent. It was particularly funny to look at. Demon race. Xianxia's eyes shrank. The chubby and short figure charged forward without any regard for his life. The scene in front of him awakened very unpleasant memories. However, the demon race in his memories were either red or green, but the ones in front of him were black. Regardless of whether they were red or green, they were all called exploding devils in the devil domain because their attacking method was to explode their own bodies. Their own cultivation was not enough to reach the apex, but after exploding, they could produce unimaginable power. When a red devil exploded, it could cause a huge amount of damage, and when a green devil exploded, it could release a highly toxic devil qi. Even the devil race themselves were not willing to be contaminated by the poison of a green devil. Red demons and green demons could self-destruct. So what about these similar black demons? Even if he thought with his toes, Xianxia could guess what their attack method was. Is this also considered a demon race? Xiao Yuyang had a strange expression. If the demon race were all like this, he could flatten the entire demon territory with his sword alone. Xianxia quickly said there are hundreds of races in the demon territory, and each race has its own special, innate divine technique. These should be exploding demons, and they can self-destruct. Self-destruct? Shui Jingmao frowned. No one noticed, but Yu Rumeng suddenly glanced at Xianxia in surprise, but she quickly withdrew her gaze and sat quietly in place, meditating to heal her wounds. Xianxia slowly shook his head. Shui Changlao, don't underestimate these exploding demons. Since they can appear here, it means that the demon territory is really connected to the star boundary. That sand funnel may be the passage between the two worlds. They're just the vanguard. If they can't destroy that passage, then more demon race will come to the star boundary. Shui Jingmao's expression became solemn. It seems that we can only hope that the master will succeed and retreat. While they were talking, a series of rumbling noises suddenly came from below. The noises were endless and dense. Looking over, Xianxia's words had come true. Those rolling black demons really did explode one after another. The power was not too great, but after they exploded, a large amount of demonic qi spread out from their flesh and blood, dyeing the ground black. The situation that was originally under control suddenly worsened. Li Wui's expression changed. The demon territory can't be thinking of using this method to invade the star boundary, right? The place where the black demons exploded became the demon land. If there were enough black demons in the demon territory, they would not even need to send out any experts. They could just keep sending black demons out. In any case, this demon race had a low status in the demon territory. No one cared about their survival. They existed for the sake of the final explosion. However, this was obviously impossible. No matter how many black demons there were, they could not possibly explode across the entire star boundary territory. Xianxia secretly guessed that the demon territory wanted to seize a piece of land in the star boundary first and use it as a foundation to gradually encroach on the entire star boundary. The rumbling sounds continued, and no one knew how many black demons exploded. Everyone looked over and saw that the black demons continued to expand the demon land with their explosions. Xianxia took a deep breath and slowly said, "Everyone, although it should not have much effect, I think we should take action to stop them. At the very least, we should slow them down." Everyone gently nodded. Xianxia said, "Then everyone should be careful. Don't be corroded by the demonic qi. If you feel that something is wrong, retreat immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to rush over. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia had arrived at the edge of the demon land. He stretched out his hand and grasped at the void, summoning the myriad sword. With a shake of the sword and a surge of emperor qi, the sword swept forward. The huge sword qi cut into the crowd of black demons, and hundreds and thousands of black demons fell to the ground silently. However, even after these guys died, they exploded with a bang, releasing the demonic qi in their bodies. This situation was just as Xianxia had said before. Even if they took action to stop it, it would not have much effect because killing these black demons would not solve the problem of the demonic qi. At most, it would slow down the expansion of the demon land. But at this moment, this was the only thing Xianxia could do. Chapter 3384. The 100 races in the demon territory were also divided into different levels. Explosive demons were undoubtedly the lowest level of existence. They had low intelligence and were often the vassals of other demon race. However, it was precisely because of their low intelligence that they were so fearless and treated self-detonation as their mission. Even though Xianxia wielded the myriad sword and cut down countless explosive demons like cutting vegetables, he still couldn't make them hesitate in the slightest. They continued to emerge from the center of the demon land, and they didn't even look at Xianxia. They just kept charging forward and detonating their bodies at the right places. Everyone else was basically facing the same situation. Everyone present was basically from the Emperor realm, except for Yao Lin, so it was very easy to deal with these explosive demons. They would fall like straws with just a casual attack. 1,000, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. Xianxia didn't know how many explosive demons he had killed. He had already charged into the demon land and was closing in on the center. Everywhere he passed, the ground was littered with pieces of black demon corpses. What flowed out of them wasn't blood, but a pitch-black liquid. It was this liquid that turned the earth into the demon land. At this time, the difference in cultivation was quickly revealed. While First Order and Second Order Emperor Realm Masters could cut through the Gordian not quickly, being surrounded by the demonic Qi for a long time consumed a lot of energy. They had to be constantly on guard against the corrosion of the demonic Qi, not daring to be contaminated by the demonic Qi at all times. After 2 hours, the First Order Emperor Realm Masters had basically all retreated. Half a day later, the Second Order Emperor Realm Masters also retreated. After that, the Third Order Emperor Realm Masters also retreated. Only Xianxia and Li Wu Yi were left to wreak havoc in the demon land. It wasn't surprising that Li Wu Yi could hold on for so long. After all, he was a fake emperor and the strongest person under the great emperors. It was surprising that Xianxia could hold on for so long. What they didn't know was that Xianxia wasn't afraid of the demonic Qi's corrosion at all. He didn't even take any precautions and allowed himself to be exposed to the demonic Qi. Yu Rumeng followed closely beside Xianxia. Since the moment Xianxia rushed in, she had been following him closely. However, she had no intention of killing those black devils. Xianxia had only said a few words to her, and she had turned hostile. This made Xianxia so angry that he almost killed her with his sword. The black demons seemed to be inexhaustible. After a full day and night, Xianxia suddenly stopped swinging his sword. Looking around, there were broken corpses everywhere, and the air was filled with an unpleasant smell. At this moment, the entire world suddenly became extremely quiet. There were no more continuous sounds of explosions, nor were there any continuous sounds of running. It was so quiet that it made people feel a little uncomfortable. The explosions of the black demons finally stopped, and it could be said that there were no more black demons appearing. However, Xianxia's expression suddenly became dignified. Holding the myriad's sword at an angle, he turned his head and looked towards the center of the demon land. Aster's tada! Aster's strange sounds came from there. It seemed to be the sound of horse hooves, neither fast nor slow. There was also the sharp sound of sharp weapons scratching the sand on the ground. Be careful, Yu Rumeng suddenly warned. Xianxia didn't say a word, as if he was facing a great enemy. He could perceive that a powerful aura was slowly approaching him. A moment later, 2 dark red lights appeared in his field of vision. Immediately after, a huge figure entered his field of vision. The figure was about 10 meters tall and was hazy. Only the dark red light was filled with a ferocious aura. It wasn't until the other party was close enough that Xianxia was able to clearly see the appearance of this person. A burly man with bronze skin and bulging muscles was riding on the back of a ferocious-looking monster. This monster exuded a monstrous demonic Qi and was covered in barbs. At first glance, it looked somewhat similar to a horse, but whether it was its appearance or aura, it was clearly a powerful demonic beast. The burly man riding this demon beast was emitting a terrifying pressure that didn't belong to a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. Demon King. Xianxia raised his brow. Previously, when countless exploding demons appeared, it meant that the passage between the star boundary and the demon territory had been opened. Now, a Demon King had appeared, and one that was comparable to a third-layer Emperor Demon King at that. The situation was deteriorating too quickly. The appearance of a Demon King meant that more Demon Kings would appear, and even a Demon Saint level master would appear. That was an existence comparable to the great emperors. The Demon King held a halberd-like demonic artifact and dragged it across the ground. It was the friction between this demonic artifact and the sand that caused the ear-piercing sound. The Demon King, who had been moving forward, suddenly stopped 10 meters away from Xianxia. The demon beast beneath him snorted, and the light in its crimson eyes became even more ferocious. Staring at each other, Xianxia's expression became dignified while the Demon King grinned and pointed his halberd at Xianxia, laughing loudly. Ha, human! As if he had discovered something novel. The Demon King's eyes filled with interest. Yang Kai looked at him coldly and asked, "How should I address you?" "This king is Meng Se, a trivial ant. Why haven't you knelt before this king?" As soon as this remark came out, Yu Meng, who had been standing quietly beside Yang Kai, suddenly glared at Meng Se with cold eyes. Meng Se frowned and looked at Yu Meng thoughtfully, a trace of suspicion flashing across his face. After pondering for a moment, he raised his hand and said, "Forget it. This king was just joking with you." Yang Kai said lightly, "That's not funny at all." Meng Se grinned and said, "Looking at you, boy, your strength is not bad. Your status in the human race should not be low. This king is in a good mood today, so I will let you go for now. When you go back, tell your human race's leaders to bow down to my demon territory as soon as possible. Otherwise, my demon territory's army will flatten this world. When that time comes, it will be too late for regrets." "Sure." Yang Kai nodded gently. "Beat me first." Meng Se leaned forward slightly, giving off a sense of oppression as he asked with a strange expression, "Are you challenging this king? You think too highly of yourself." Yang Kai curled the corners of his mouth and suddenly reached out. "I'm going to cut you down." Meng Se was a little stunned, as if he had not expected Yang Kai to dare take the initiative to attack him. After all, in his perception, Yang Kai's cultivation was lower than his own. Was the human race so fierce? Before he could finish his thoughts, he suddenly felt that the space around him seemed to be imprisoned, as if an invisible force had locked him in place. Before he could react, a pitch-black crescent-shaped attack had already struck him. Meng Se's expression changed. He had thought that Yang Kai was just a hothead, but who would have thought that he would be strong as soon as he saw him attack? The crescent-shaped attack seemed to be tearing through the void. If he was caught off guard and hit, even he would not be able to withstand it. Unable to break free from the shackles of space, Meng Se roared angrily and thrust the halberd in his hand forward. At the tip of the halberd, a fist-sized black ball of light suddenly appeared to meet the crescent-shaped attack. With a loud bang, the crescent-shaped attack disappeared, and Meng Se's entire body shook. The demonic beast mount he was riding let out a cry and was forced to retreat a few steps. Taking advantage of the fact that Meng Se had not yet recovered, Yang Kai rushed forward with his sword, pushing his Emperor Qi as he slashed towards Meng Se's neck. Meng Se's eyes narrowed as a look of horror appeared on his face. When Yang Kai attacked just now, he had felt that this boy was not ordinary, but now he realized that he had once again underestimated his opponent. The strange space shackles made it impossible for Meng Se to effectively dodge, so he could only roar as his bronze skin glowed with a golden light. Asterisk dang. Asterisk with a loud bang. Sparks flew as Yang Kai's sword struck Meng Se's neck, but did not have the desired effect. Meng Se's neck was comparable to the toughest artifact in the world, so Yang Kai's sword only left a 3-inch mark on his neck. Stone Demon. Yang Kai raised his brow, finally recognizing which demon race this Meng Se belonged to. Stone Demon. No wonder he has such amazing defensive power. After this blow, Meng Se obviously did not sit still and swung his halberd, causing the wind to howl. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he disappeared. Meng Se's attack missed, but he also took the opportunity to break free from the space shackles and shook his head, so strong. "You're not bad yourself." Yang Kai's expression was cold, his killing intent rising. A demon king comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master should be a rare talent in the demon territory. If he could kill him here, it would be of some help to the future situation. If he had not jumped out, it would have been fine, but now that he had, how could he retreat so easily? While speaking, Yang Kai had already secretly communicated with the sealed world bead, preparing to summon his embodiment at the critical moment to give him a big surprise and kill this Meng Se as quickly as possible. Meng Se chuckled. "Boy, you'd better hurry up and report this. You can't kill me." "Then you'd better be careful," Yang Kai sneered, suddenly putting away his myriad sword and quickly forming a seal with his hands. Meng Se frowned, instinctively realizing that Yang Kai's move was not trivial, so he naturally did not want to be entangled with him. He had only come to deliver a message, There was no need to fight to the death with a human race master, so he nodded lightly to Xianxia and said, "This king will remember you. I hope to see you again in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, a vortex suddenly appeared below him. In the blink of an eye, Meng Se and his demonic beast mount were sucked into the vortex and disappeared. In Xianxia's perception, Meng Se fled into the distance at an incredible speed. Sand Demon. Xianxia furrowed his brow. Such a method was obviously the work of the Sand Demon. With the Sand Demon secretly assisting, Xianxia could not stop Meng Se, so he could only disperse the power he had gathered and look towards the depths of the demon land with a worried expression. "Do you know a lot about the demon race?" Yiru Meng suddenly asked. When she heard Xianxia mention the exploding demon, Yiru Meng felt a little strange. Now that Xianxia recognized Meng Se's race at a glance, and even mentioned the Sand Demon, Yiru Meng felt even more strange. If one didn't know a lot about the demon race, it would be impossible for them to know this. Chapter 3385. How could Xianxia not know about the demon race? In the Thousand Illusions dream world, he had personally participated in the war between the two races and had been there for several decades. It could be said that in the entire star boundary, no one understood the nature and characteristics of the demon race better than him. A sect like Star Soul Palace might have some records about the demon race, but how could such records compare to personal experience? "I know a little," Xianxia responded lightly. A strange look flashed across Yiru Meng's eyes, but she didn't ask any more questions. "Let's go back." The Demon King had appeared, and the demon race's army would arrive soon. He had to quickly inform Li Wu Yi and the others of this news. This matter was related to the survival of the entire star boundary and was not something he could intervene in at will. Not long after, Xianxia returned to the group. Li Wu Yi had also returned and nodded slightly when he saw Xianxia. Xianxia looked at him and said, "I encountered a demon king." "A demon king?" Li Wu Yi was shocked when he heard this, and Shuijing Mao and the others also paled. Lan Sun frowned. "I have read some records about the demon race in ancient books. The demon king in the demon territory is comparable to the emperor realm." Xianxia nodded. "That's right. That demon king had the strength of a third-layer emperor realm master, and he was also a demon king of the Stone Demon clan. His defense was incomparably tough. Although I wanted to kill him, I failed, and he managed to escape." Li Wu Yi said with a dignified expression. "First, there were countless black demons, and now even the Demon King has appeared. Could it be that the passage between the demon territory and the star boundary has really opened?" Xianxia said, "I'm afraid there is no doubt about this. The Demon King just said that the demon race's army will soon flatten the star boundary. If the passage hasn't opened, how could he be so confident? Moreover, the current situation proves what Brother Gao said earlier." He turned to look at Gao Zhan. "The great calamity is about to begin," Li Wuyi said solemnly. "If that's the case, then the situation here is no longer something we can handle. We need to inform the entire astral boundary and mobilize the cultivator in the other 3 territories to come here and stop the demon race." "I think so too. The war between the 2 races is no small matter. It concerns the entire star boundary. No one can stay out of it," Shuijing Mao said. "But the great emperors have yet to return. We don't know what's going on over there. If they can destroy the passage between the 2 worlds," Xianxia said, "that would be for the best. But so many days have passed, and there has been no news from the master. We can only prepare for the worst." Shuijing Mao nodded lightly, thinking that what he said was not without reason. "There's no time to lose." Before Li Wuyi could finish speaking, he suddenly sensed something and looked up towards the center of the demon land. In the boundless darkness, several extremely terrifying auras suddenly appeared and shot straight towards the crowd. In the blink of an eye, 3 auras approached. Everyone only saw a blur before 3 people appeared out of thin air. Li Wuyi and the others all looked overjoyed and cupped their fists together. "Master." The 3 people who appeared were the 3 great emperors, Serene Soul, Iron Blood, and Beast Warrior. Everyone was overjoyed. Just a moment ago, Everyone felt that they had no backbone, but now all three great emperors had appeared. However, there was no trace of the great emperors. Lan Xun glanced at the three people, and her face suddenly turned pale. Yankai's expression was also a little serious because the three great emperors were not in good condition at the moment. Their bodies were surrounded by demonic qi, and it was obvious that they had been somewhat eroded. Moreover, it could be seen that the three of them had experienced a great battle, and their auras were somewhat unstable. However, for existences like them, this demonic qi was nothing. They only needed to meditate and expel it, and it would soon be eliminated. What shocked Yankai was that there was a trace of dried blood at the corner of Marshal Beast's mouth. It was obvious that he had been injured, and Mo Huang was one of the great emperors. Who could hurt him? To be able to do this, one was undoubtedly a great emperor-level existence. Could it be the doing of the great emperors Ying? But it didn't make sense. The Night Shadow Emperor was only one person. There were three of them plus the Bright Moon Emperor. There were four of them. How could they be in such a difficult situation? After the three appeared, they did not say much. Iron Blood glanced at Lin Yan, gently nodded, and quickly said, "Let's get out of here first." Saying so, he pushed his Emperor Qi, wrapped everyone up, and flew off into the distance. After a cup of tea's worth of time, the group of 100,000 people landed on a high slope full of rubble. The view was clear, and the surrounding scenery was unobstructed. The group of people looked at the three of them eagerly, wanting to know what had happened to them, but no one dared to ask. Seemingly aware of Lan Xun's inquiring gaze, Iron Blood raised his eyes and looked at her, a look of guilt flashing across his face. After hesitating for a long time, he finally said, "Your father fell over there in order to cover the three of us as we evacuated from the demon territory." Lan Xun's tender body swayed, and she almost fell to the ground. But fortunately, Lin Yan was standing next to her and supported her. Yankai suddenly showed an incredulous expression. Although Iron Blood Great Emperor's words were brief, they revealed two crucial pieces of information. The passage between the star boundary and the demon territory had really opened, and the four great emperors had actually gone to the demon territory. It was likely that the four of them had fought with the masters of the demon territory in the demon territory, which was why they had been delayed for so many days, and Mo Huang had even suffered some minor injuries. No wonder the three of them had traces of demonic qi erosion on their bodies. Ordinary demonic qi naturally could not break through their defenses, but if it was a demon saint, the great emperors could not ignore it. Serene Soul said, "Don't worry. Your father is still one of the great emperors. Although he has fallen over there, his life is not in danger. It's just that it will be difficult for him to come back. We will find a way to save him, so don't worry for the time being." Lan Xun pursed her red lips tightly and gently nodded without saying a word. The great emperors had fallen into the demon territory in order to protect the other three, so she was naturally worried and anxious. Although she knew that Serene Soul was only comforting her, there was nothing she could do. Li Wu looked at Mo Huang and said, "Master, has the passage between the two worlds really opened?" Mo Huang nodded heavily. "We miscalculated. The demon territory had been planning this for many years, but we did not notice. I'm afraid the star boundary is in trouble this time." "Then what about Yi Ying and the great emperors?" Li Wu asked again. Mo Huang slowly shook his head, obviously unwilling to say anything more about this matter. After all, they were all great emperors, and Yi Ying's actions had made him lose face. Seeing him like this, Li Wu did not ask any more questions. However, it was undeniable that Yi Ying and the great emperors had colluded with the demon territory. Otherwise, this incident would not have happened in the Western territory. This time, the star boundary was facing both external and internal troubles, and the situation could not be worse. Iron Blood said, "The demon territory's army is on standby, sharpening their blades. The star boundary must organize as soon as possible to have a chance to resist. Otherwise, I'm afraid the Western territory will soon fall." Yankai looked at him and said, "Master, I'm afraid you don't know, but the Western Territory has probably already fallen. Iron Blood frowned and looked at him. Why do you say that? Xianxia sighed and briefly explained everything that had happened before, finally saying, several thousand people from the Point Star sect have become the demon race, and several Star Soul Palace members from the Emperor realm who went to the various sects in the Western Territory to report the situation have disappeared. All of this indicates that the Western Territory has become the demon race's paradise. It's just that we have been kept in the dark all this time. Iron Blood's expression changed slightly. The situation has become so bad. Mo Huang said, Yi Ying and the Western Territory situation is not surprising, but I don't think the Western Territory is full of demon race. If the demon race wants to invade our star boundary, they must expand the demon land. We only need to keep an eye on this point to stop their actions. Iron Blood and Serene Soul nodded slightly. Mo Huang said, there's no time to lose. Let's begin the operation. I will stay here for the time being to monitor the situation and prevent it from getting worse. Serene Soul nodded. Then I will return to the Eastern Territory and gather everyone in the Eastern Territory. She turned to Shuijingmao and said, although Mingyue is not here, the Southern Territory is still ruled by the Star Soul Palace. You should return to the Southern Territory as soon as possible to deal with this matter. Yes. Shuijingmao nodded solemnly. Iron Blood said, then I will go find the other old men. I'm afraid they won't be able to rest easy this time. The old men he mentioned were probably the other great emperors. And Mo Huang looked at Xianxia and then at Li Wui. This time I will need the help of the two of you, so I'm afraid the two of you will be very busy in the coming days. If you have any private matters to attend to, take care of them first. Don't delay the important matter. Xianxia and Li Wui looked at each other and cupped their fists. Yes. In order to gather people from the three territories, the Space Divine technique was naturally indispensable, especially the space array arranged by Xianxia. It was simply a weapon of war. After the discussion, Xianxia and Li Wui immediately got busy. The two of them worked together to arrange a huge space array nearby and refined many space spirit beads for everyone to wear so that it would be easier for them to communicate in the future. Half a day later, the space array was completed and everyone began to move as they had discussed. Li Wui took the great emperors of Serene Soul back to the Eastern Territory. The Star Soul Palace people returned to the Southern Territory, and Xianxia returned to the Northern Territory. In this way, the three territories could move quickly. To Xianxia's surprise, the Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhang Wuhen and Lin Yun actually wanted to go with him. It was not difficult for Xianxia to understand why Lin Yun wanted to go with him. She had wanted to see her old friends in the Star Territory, but she had not been able to do so. Now that she finally had the opportunity, she naturally did not want to miss it. The Iron Blood Great Emperor wanted to follow him, but Xianxia was a little puzzled. Wasn't he going to find the other great emperors? Why did he want to go with them to the Northern Territory? Could it be that he was worried about Lin Yun? But this was obviously not the time to be concerned about his disciple. Yu Rumeng naturally didn't leave either. Xianxia really had to hand it to this woman. She was obviously a fake, but she was so bold that she didn't even flinch in front of the great emperor. What made Xianxia feel even more strange was that Mo Huang and the others did not see anything wrong with Yu Rumeng at all, as if she was really Li Shiqing. Chapter 3386. Xianxia felt that he had really underestimated Yu Rumeng's various methods. Leading the three into the space array, Xianxia disappeared in a flash of light. When his vision returned, he had already appeared in the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. The disciples guarding the array immediately stepped forward and saluted when they saw this. Xianxia waved his hand to dismiss them before turning to Zhang Wuhen and saying, "Senior, this is my High Heaven Palace. What is Senior planning to do next?" Zhang Wuhen replied, "I'm going to look for Medicine Pill Valley and One Line Sky." Medicine Pill Valley was the place where the wondrous pill great emperors cultivated. Naturally, he was going to Medicine Pill Valley to inform the wondrous pill great emperors about the demon thought in the Western Territory. As for One Line Sky, Yang Kai was a little confused when he heard this and asked, "Where is one-line sky?" Zhan Wuhen glanced at him and said lightly, "The frost feather is set at cultivation ground. The frost feather great emperors." Yang Kai suddenly understood. Currently, he knew about the 10 great emperors of the star boundary: Serene Soul, Bright Moon, Heaven's Revelations, Wondrous Pill, Iron Blood, Red Dust, Beast Warrior, Flower Shadow, Frost Feather, and Night Shadow. These 10 represented the most powerful existences in the entire star boundary. However, some of them had established their own sects while others lived in seclusion. Ordinary people didn't even know where they were. This was also the first time Yang Kai learned that the Frost Feather Great Emperors were actually in the Northern Territory. However, thinking about it carefully wasn't surprising. The Great Emperors were titled Frost Feather, so they probably cultivated the ice principle. In the entire star boundary, the coldest place was only in the Northern Territory. It was only natural that they would cultivate in the Northern Territory. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Senior may not know, but the 5th disciple of the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors is the chief alchemist of my High Heaven Palace, so I can help you inform the Wondrous Pill Master." Zhan Wuhen raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at him in surprise. "The 5th disciple of Wondrous Pill is working for you." This surprised him. Wondrous Pill didn't have many disciples, but every one of them was an alchemy emperor. How could such a person work under Yang Kai? What right did he have? However, this made things a lot more convenient for him. At the very least, he didn't need to go to the Medicine Pill Valley, saving him a lot of time. He only needed to go to the One-Line Sky and find Bingyu. Nodding slightly, he said, "Since that's the case, you'll be responsible for notifying the Medicine Pill Valley. You'll also need to gather the cultivator in the Northern Territory and send them there as soon as possible." "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. Zhan Wuhen glanced at Lin Yin patted her head gently, and said with a smile, "Yin wait here for a few days. Master will be back soon." Lin Yin nodded obediently. "Understood, Master. Please come back soon." Zhan Wuhen smiled slightly and stepped forward, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and said, "Boy, this king once had a good friend, known as Blue Lotus. Do you know him? Blue Lotus Great Emperors." Yang Kai had naturally heard of an existence from tens of thousands of years ago, but he died at the hands of Wukong during the War of Emperors. His life emperor artifact, the indestructible Blue Lotus, was lost in the Shattered Star Sea, but it was said that it was later obtained by someone else. Today, there was a Blue Lotus Palace in the Eastern Territory, which seemed to have been founded by the person who obtained the indestructible Blue Lotus. However, he failed to carry forward the legacy of the Blue Lotus Great Emperors. The Blue Lotus Palace's strength and status in the Eastern Territory was almost the same as that of the Heavenly Wolf Valley. As for the indestructible Blue Lotus, Yang Kai did not know where it was now. Zhan Wuhen suddenly said such words without rhyme or reason. Yang Kai did not know what he meant, so he could only nod and say, "I've heard of him." Zhan Wuhen said, "Blue Lotus was killed by Wukong. This king thought that he had avenged his great enmity in the Shattered Star Sea. But unfortunately, only in recent years did I learn that Wukong had come back from the dead." He suddenly turned his head and stared at Yang Kai, saying word by word, "Wukong is this king's greatest enemy. One day, either he or I will die." Yang Kai looked puzzled, but he could only cup his fists and say, "Then I wish Senior good luck in martial arts and success." Zhan Wuhen nodded slightly. Then his figure shot out and swept across the sky. After he left, Yang Kai frowned and looked in the direction he left. What did he mean? Zhan Wuhen's words before he left made no sense, so Yang Kai was at a loss. After thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Zhan Wuhen's words were full of warning, as if he felt that he had something to do with Wukong. So he warned him. Yang Kai did not know whether to laugh or cry. What did he have to do with Wukong? Although they had indeed met a few times, and Yang Kai had consulted him on some matters in the ancestral territory, their relationship was one where Yang Kai wished he could kill Duan Hongchen, but now that Duan Hongchen's body was occupied, Yang Kai could do nothing about it. Wait! Yang Kai suddenly seemed to realize something, and his expression became dignified. He was afraid that he really had something to do with Wukong. At least, his Dharmakaya had practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics. This was an evil skill that was not tolerated in the entire astral world. Yang Yin had also reminded himself before that he must not expose this secret. Otherwise, the Iron Blood Great Emperor would not let it go. He regarded Wukong as his greatest enemy. So how could he tolerate the existence of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics? Could it be that Zhang Wuhen knew about Dharmakaya, and that his Dharmakaya had practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics? Thinking of this, a figure suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's mind. Xianxia. When he was in the Lower Plain Star territory, he had seen Dharmakaya. Previously, in the Eastern Territory, he had fought with Dharmakaya. At that time, Dharmakaya had indeed activated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's territory. Xianxia was a fake emperor, so even if he had not seen the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics before, he might be able to feel some clues after thinking about it. Moreover, he was a member of the Star Court, a subordinate of the Iron Blood Great Emperor. If he informed the Iron Blood Great Emperor, this son of a bitch, Yang Kai cursed in his heart. No wonder Zhang Wuhen had said such inexplicable words just now. It turned out that it was because of this. He should have known that Dharmakaya had practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics, so he deliberately reminded him. If he had known this, he would have killed Xianxia that day. However, looking back now, even if he had wanted to, he could not have done it. How could a fake emperor be so easy to kill? However, since Zhang Wuhen had pointed this out, he would not do anything to him, especially at such a critical time. Otherwise, he could have directly attacked him and asked him to hand over Dharmakaya. What are you thinking about? Yu Meng asked curiously when she saw his expression constantly changing. Yang Kai glanced at her and said with flagging interest, "Nothing." He turned to look at Lin Yin and said, "I'll take you to see Sister Huang and the others first." Okay. Lin Yin nodded quickly. "How is Aunt Huang?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "She's fine. She just misses you very much." When Lin Yin's parents died, it was Huang one who adopted her. They were like mother and daughter. Later, Lin Yin went to the Star Territory because of yang inflammation. They had not seen each other for so many years. I miss her too, and Aunt Yi and the others. Most of the people who came from the Star Territory's High Heaven sect were arranged to stay at a spirit peak. Yang Kai sent Lin Yin over, and when they saw each other, they were naturally overjoyed. Huang Wan was so excited that she could not stop crying. She kept looking at Lin Yin, almost not daring to recognize her. When the little girl left, she was only 7 or 8 years old. Now that she had suddenly grown up, there were naturally many differences. However, after learning that Lin Yin now had the cultivation of the Emperor realm and had a great emperors as her master, Huang Wan and the others were extremely gratified. Yang Kai did not stay long. After taking Lin Yin to her destination, he went straight to Spirit Medicine Peak. The matter in the Western Territory was extremely urgent. He had to spread the news as soon as possible and then gather the cultivator in the Northern Territory. This time, not only the cultivator in the Northern Territory, but even the High Heaven Palace had to mobilize people. When he arrived at Spirit Medicine Peak, he did not care whether Jiying would get angry or not. He went straight to the pill room and told him about the matter in the Western Territory. Jiying was a little dumbfounded when he heard this. He also realized the seriousness of the problem and did not dare to delay at all. He immediately set off to return to Medicine Pill Valley, preparing to report the matter to the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. After he left, Yang Kai took out his communication artifact and sent a message to Hua Qingxi, asking her to wait for him at Spirit Medicine Peak. On the side, little senior sister Xianxia and Yu Meng looked at each other. They were both stunning beauties, but they were both wearing veils. Xianxia obviously realized something and gently nodded to Yu Meng. Yu Meng, however, snorted disdainfully. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai glared at her. "Nothing." Playing dumb had always been Yu Meng's specialty. Yang Kai did not have the time to be entangled in this kind of trivial matter. He took Xianxia's small hand and patted it gently. I have something to do now. You go do what you need to do. I'll accompany you next time. Xianxia said softly, Go, be careful. Xianxia nodded and patted her head before turning around and flying out. Rumeng followed closely behind him. She started later than him, yet she was the first to catch up with him. She even unscrupulously grabbed his arm and pressed her full breasts against his elbow. What are you doing? Xianxia looked at her sideways. Is it your woman? Rumeng asked with a displeased expression. Yes, Xianxia readily admitted. Then, the sound of teeth gnashing could be heard. Xianxia rolled his eyes and looked at her with a grin. Did I make you uncomfortable? Rumeng clenched her teeth even harder. Xianxia laughed and said, I'm not afraid to tell you. I have more than one woman. How many? Rumeng's beautiful eyes were cold. Xianxia touched his chin and said, About 70, 80, or 90. Are you trying to provoke me? Rumeng looked at him coldly. I'm just telling the truth, and you asked yourself. Xianxia grinned meaningfully. If you feel uncomfortable, just remove that secret technique for me. There's no need to make yourself suffer. In your dreams, Rumeng sneered. Then you should watch your woman carefully in the future. Xianxia frowned. What do you mean? Nothing. Rumeng responded indifferently. I just want to tell you that maybe one day I'll kill all of them if I'm in a bad mood. As soon as she said this, Xianxia's figure suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at her coldly. Rumeng didn't show any weakness and stared back at him with a hint of provocation. After a long time, Xianxia said indifferently, I'll pretend I didn't hear you this time. Don't do it again. He broke free from her grasp and flew straight forward, causing Rumeng to stomp her feet in anger. Chapter 3387. In the main hall of High Heaven Peak, Xianxia, who had learned about the connection between the two worlds and the appearance of the demon race, was horrified. She immediately took out her compass and sent out messages to all parties. The entire High Heaven Palace and Orthodoxy Temple's subsect quickly began to operate. Among the 100,000 people who came from the Lower Star Territory, many had broken through to the Tao Source realm in the past few years. There were at least a few hundred of them. Although most of them were only first-order cultivators, this was only because they had been here for too short time. If they were given enough time and space to grow, there would definitely be more Tao Source realm cultivators. There are also countless Origin Kings. Roughly estimating, the High Heaven Palace alone could dispatch nearly 10,000 people this time, and all of them were Origin Kings or above. One had to know that a top sect like Azure Sun Temple only had a few thousand people. In this world, except for a colossus like the High Heaven Palace, there was probably no other sect that could dispatch 10,000 Origin Kings or above at once. If the total number of people was less than 10,000, how could they mobilize? This force would definitely become a sharp blade in the war between the two worlds. While Xianxia was busy, Xianxia didn't rest either. He summoned Ying Fei and asked him to go to the ancient wildlands to send a message to the 3 Saint Seniors there. Although Xianxia had repeatedly gone to the ancient wildlands to disturb Wanfeng and the others, and he had even pulled them in for the Orthodoxy Temple incident, this time was no trivial matter. As long as Wanfeng and the others still had some sense of the bigger picture, they wouldn't stay out of it. Even the great emperors were running around, so how could they stay out of it? Hiding in the ancient wildlands would certainly allow them to be safe for a while, but if the star boundary was really occupied by the demon race, would the demon race let them go? Xianxia believed that Wanfeng and the others would recognize the reality and make the right choice. Therefore, he didn't go personally this time. The Devil Clan of the Savage Wildland was a great help. Whether it was the 3 Holy Spirits or the Monster King, they were all top experts in the world. Moreover, they lived in the environment of the Savage Wildland all year round, so their resistance to demonic qi was extraordinary. Xianxia even suspected that the demonic qi was effective against them. With their help, this matter would be much easier to handle. As for the dragon race, Xianxia thought for a long time and decided not to disturb them for the time being. If the great emperors felt that it was necessary to invite the dragon race, they would definitely find a way to send a message. However, there was no need for him to do so. Since the great emperors didn't mention it, he didn't need to make a decision on his own. Perhaps the dragon race could be used as a trump card. After being busy for a while, Xianxia suddenly felt that something wasn't right. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly realized something. He looked up at Xianxia and asked, "Where's Lu Yin?" It wasn't until now that he realized what was wrong. He didn't see Lu Yin when he came back this time. In the past, whenever he came back, Lu Yin would be the first to come. This time, it had been so long, but there was no trace of Lu Yin. Hearing him ask this, Xianxia looked up and said, "I forgot to tell Palace Master that Miss Lu Yin is missing." "What do you mean by missing?" Xianxia was confused. Xiaxia's expression was ugly as she said, "Not only is Miss Lu Yin missing, but also Xianxia who came back with Palace Master last time. In addition," after a pause, Xianxia said with difficulty, "Yang Xiao and Yang Shui are also missing." "What?" Xianxia was shocked. Lu Yin and Xianxia were missing, but he wasn't too worried. Both of them were divine spirits, and there were only a few people in this world who could pose a threat to them. But now even Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were missing. Xianxia immediately thought of the capture of Lan Sun and the others. But he immediately rejected this idea, because this guess was completely unreasonable. Xianxia hurriedly said, "Miss Lu Yin left you a message before she left. Maybe there will be some clues." Saying so, she took out a jade slip from her space ring and handed it to Xianxia. Xianxia took it with a dignified expression and swept it with his divine sense, only to see 4 words engraved on the jade slip. "Four Seasons Realm." Xianxia raised his eyebrows, and his tense expression relaxed. The 4 Seasons Realm was the palace of the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. It was because of the last opening of the 4 Seasons Realm that Xianxia obtained the flowing time Great Emperor's secret technique and comprehended a trace of the laws of time. Xianxia had also escaped from the 4 Seasons Realm. However, there were still many years before the next opening of the 4 Seasons Realm, so why would they go to the 4 Seasons Realm at this time? Could it be that old Xiong could freely open the entrance to the 4 Seasons Realm? Otherwise, why would they go to the 4 Seasons Realm? It was also possible. After all, old Xiong could be regarded as half the master of the 4 Seasons Realm. Perhaps he had some unknown secret techniques. Yang Xiao was a troublemaker, and Xianxia wasn't sure about old Xiong's character, but since Lu Yin had followed them, there was nothing to worry about. Lu Yin was still very cautious. As for Yang Shui, the little girl should have been taken away by that stinky brat. His parents should be so worried that they would climb a tree. Thinking of this, Xianxia felt a headache coming on. Hoping for a fluke, Xianxia urged the space spirit bead on his wrist, but found no reaction. He couldn't help but sigh. After returning last time, he had left a space spirit bead for Yang Xiao and Lu Yin. If they were still in the star boundary, he would have been able to cast the space spirit bead. Now that there was no reaction, there was no doubt that they were no longer in the star boundary. Not in the star boundary meant that they had entered the 4 Seasons Realm. "Palace Master, where did Miss Lu Yin and the others go?" I asked the disciples guarding the array, and the 4 of them were teleported to the Orthodoxy Temple's subsect in the Southern Territory through the space array. Their whereabouts are unknown. Xianxia asked with a worried expression. She didn't see what was written in the jade slip Lu Yin left, but she had been tormented by Dong Suju these days. Almost every day, she would be asked a dozen times if she had found Yang Shui's whereabouts. Xianxia said in a deep voice, "They went to the 4 Seasons Realm." "The 4 Seasons Realm?" Xianxia was stunned. "Why did they go to the 4 Seasons Realm? Isn't that place not open yet? Old Xiong can open that place, and if I'm not wrong, there's an opportunity there. An opportunity that could truly be considered the flowing time Great Emperor's legacy." That day, old Xiong had used this condition in exchange for his protection, making him agree to keep him by his side and escape the fate of being captured by Li Wu Yi and 9 Phoenix and imprisoned on Spirit Beast Island. If not for this, why would Xianxia care about Xianxia that day? For him, Xianxia being captured to Spirit Beast Island was not a loss. and he didn't need to embarrass Spirit Beast Island for a divine spirit he didn't know. Originally, he planned to wait until things settled down a little before letting old Xiong take him to the Four Seasons realm. But now it seemed that Xianxia, that brat, had snatched away the opportunity that belonged to him. But that was not right. Opportunities could not be snatched away. Perhaps old Xiong felt that Xianxia was more suitable for this opportunity. After all, Yang Kai had seen Xiao use a trace of the law of time to escape from his hands that day. There was not much difference between the father's things and the son's things. Yang Kai smiled slightly, looking forward to seeing Yang Zhao's changes when he saw him again. Hua Qingxi suddenly raised her head and looked at Yang Kai miserably. "Palace Master, your mother sent a message." "What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked casually. After saying this, he reacted and rubbed his forehead. "Don't pay attention to her. I will explain to her myself later." After discussing with Hua Qingxi for a while, Yang Kai asked her to gather the cultivator in the Northern Territory and gather at the High Heaven Palace as soon as possible. Only then did Yang Kai head to the Spirit Peak where his parents were. After a cup of tea, he saw the fourth Master Yang at the foot of the stilted building. The fourth Master Yang had a gloomy expression on his face. When the father and son met, Yang Kai cupped his hands and bowed. "Father." The Yang family's fourth master weakly nodded, then waved his hand towards Kai Yang, as if he was shooing away a fly. Presumably, he had been annoyed to no end these past few days, so all he wanted was to be left alone in peace and quiet, not even willing to say a word. Taking a deep breath, Kai Yang straightened his clothes and stepped into the stilted house with an unflinching attitude, as if he was not afraid of death. After a short while, the sound of Dong Suju's crying and scolding came from the building, making the veins on the fourth Master Yang's forehead twitch. Inside the building, Yang Kai's expression twitched. He stood there awkwardly, looking at Dong Suju, who was sitting on the ground and making a scene. He only felt that the situation was difficult to imagine. I don't care. You bring Xiao Shui back. She has never left my side since she was born. How can she survive outside? You go and find her quickly. Tell the disciples in the palace to go out and find her. If something happens to her, I won't be able to live." Yang Kai comforted her. "Mother," with Lu Yin and old Xiong guarding her. "Who in this world can harm Xiao Shui? Don't worry, they will be back in a few days. Moreover, Xiao Shui is slowly growing up. She can't always be by your side. It's better to go out and see the world as soon as possible." Dong Suju looked up and glared fiercely at him. She suddenly stood up and poked Yang Kai's chest with her finger. "You are always free and unfettered outside. You have long forgotten about your father and mother. You only see them a few times a year. Now that I finally have Xiao Shui, do you want her to be like this?" Every time she spoke, she would poke until Kai Yang was pushed to the door, almost falling head first. Yang Kai smiled apologetically and said, "How could I? I definitely don't have such thoughts." Dong Suju gritted her teeth and said, "Find Xiao Shui for me, or take me to find her." Yang Kai smiled bitterly and said, "They are now in a secret place. We can't go in. That place can only be opened by the old Xiong. Just wait for a few days, and they will naturally come back." Dong Suju listened with a face full of despair. She suddenly sat down on the ground and made a scene. "It's all your fault for bringing that stinky brat Yang Xiao back. Xiao Shui is learning bad things from him. It's all your fault." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "When I see that stinky brat later, I will beat him hard." Dong Suju blinked and said, "Don't beat him too hard. Just teach him a lesson." Yang Kai put on a face of righteousness and said fiercely, "Mother, don't worry. That stinky brat's physique is not ordinary. It doesn't matter if his but is beaten into 4 pieces." Chapter 3388. After comforting his mother with great difficulty, Yang Kai flew out of the Spirit Peak with a tired face and began searching the High Heaven Palace. A moment later, a figure flashed over and looked at him curiously. "What are you looking for? Why are you looking so sneaky?" Yang Kai's face went black as he thought to himself, "I am the Palace Master of the High Heaven Palace. This is my territory. How can I be sneaky?" Turning his head, he saw a smiling face looking at him and couldn't help but laugh. Young Lady Chiu, long time no see. Chiu Meng smiled slightly and said, Palace Master shouldn't say that. I dare not call myself young lady. Now, I am just a disciple of the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai smiled and said, It's just a title. I'm used to it. Suddenly, he said, You broke through to the Tao Source Realm? Congratulations. Chiu Meng smiled and said, I still have to thank you. If you hadn't brought us here and provided us with abundant supplies, how could I have progressed so quickly? But in front of you, Tao Source Realm is nothing. Yang Kai shook his head and said, It's not the same. I came to the star boundary earlier than you, so it's natural that my realm is higher than yours. Chiu Meng pursed her lips and said, Don't try to comfort me. There is always a heaven beyond a heaven. I have already experienced this when I was in the central capital. You, on the other hand, have been looking around for something? Tell me, and I'll see if I can help. Have you seen my dog? Yang Kai asked. Dog? Chiu Meng was stunned and suddenly seemed to remember something. A little black dog? Yes, that's it. I saw it yesterday. Chiu Meng nodded. Where is it? Yang Kai asked. Come with me. Chiu Meng smiled and led the way. The two flew side by side and soon arrived at the place where Chiu Meng saw Return to Ruins yesterday. However, after a day, Return to Ruins had disappeared, so Yang Kai could only continue to search with Chiu Meng. Half a day later, they finally found Return to Ruins sunbathing in a valley. After seeing Yang Kai, Return to Ruins enthusiastically rushed over and circled around him, sticking out his tongue for a long time. Yang Kai picked it up and stored it in the sealed world bead. The demon race had already appeared, so how could Yang Kai forget about Return to Ruins? It could almost be said that it was the nemesis of the demon race. If it was by his side, it might be able to play a miraculous role. Chiu Meng watched quietly and was just about to ask what this little black dog was doing when suddenly her brow wrinkled and she shuddered. Glancing around vigilantly, she asked, Yang Kai, do you feel a chill? The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he slowly shook his head. Chiu Meng's face paled slightly. Strange, why did I feel it? You really didn't feel it? Against his will, Kai Yang asked, Is there a problem with your cultivation? It shouldn't be. Chiu Meng frowned and thought for a moment. There shouldn't be any problem. It's best to be careful about this kind of thing. Don't be careless. Chiu Meng nodded. You're right. Then I'll go back first to adjust my breathing. After watching her leave, Yang Kai turned his head and glanced in the direction of High Heaven Peak, snorted lightly, and flew away. A moment later, he returned to the main hall of High Heaven Peak. At the entrance of the main hall, Yu Meng smiled and crossed her arms, leaning against the door frame and looking at him. Her two arms squeezed her breasts, making them seem even more majestic. After seeing Yang Kai, she asked, Is that woman also one of the 70, 80, or 90? Yang Kai glared at her and said, Why did you scare her? Yu Meng looked at him innocently. I didn't scare her. Yang Kai snorted, You know what you did. Yu Meng stretched out her head and smiled. Are you angry? Go away. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pushed her aside before walking straight into the hall. Yu Meng quickly followed with her hands behind her back and walked directly in front of Yang Kai, then stepped back and said, That little black dog just now. Yang Kai said with a straight face, What little black dog? There's no little black dog. I don't know what you're talking about. Yu Meng curled her lips, her heart filled with confusion. Although she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she had always felt that the little black dog was somewhat unusual. Unfortunately, in the blink of an eye, it had disappeared. She didn't know where Yang Kai had taken it. She wanted to ask a few more questions, but how could Yang Kai give her the opportunity? He directly entered the secret room, opened the barrier, and locked her outside. This action caused Yu Meng to grit her teeth in anger. Inside the secret room, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged. It would take time for the cultivators in the Northern Territory to gather, and it would also take time for the disciples of the High Heaven Palace and Orthodoxy Temple to gather, so he still had at least 5 days to use. In 5 days, it was naturally impossible to cultivate anything, but he could use this time to study the heart seal secret technique. After being inexplicably implanted with this strange secret technique by Yu Rumeng, the two strangers were suddenly entangled together, making it impossible for Xianxia to hate her. No matter what Yu Rumeng's identity was or what she was plotting, this heart seal secret technique was the key. As long as he could unlock this secret technique, he would be able to break free from Yu Rumeng's restraint and perhaps even use it to his advantage. However, this secret technique was elusive. A few days ago, Xianxia had casually probed his knowledge sea, but found nothing, so he wasn't sure whether he could unlock it or not. But no matter what, he had to give it a try. Taking a deep breath and calming his chi, Xianxia's soul avatar appeared in his knowledge sea and carefully searched it, bit by bit, inch by inch, not letting go of any corner. As time passed, the expression on Xianxia's face became more and more dignified, because even though he wasn't disturbed in the slightest, even though he had searched every corner of his knowledge sea, he still couldn't find anything unusual. It was as if the heart seal's secret technique didn't exist. But how was this possible? The heart seal's secret technique absolutely existed, and the wonderful feeling he had towards Yu Rumeng was the best evidence. Otherwise, how could he have felt that they had gone through trials and tribulations together and would never leave each other in this life, when they had only known each other for a short time? Refusing to believe this, Xianxia continued to investigate, this time even using the power of the seven-colored soul warming lotus, but the results still disappointed him. A day later, Xianxia opened his eyes, his expression a little ugly. Was it really as Yu Rumeng said, that the heart seal secret technique couldn't be broken? Since it was a secret technique, how could it not be broken? Perhaps he couldn't find a way. Sitting in the same place, Xianxia thought hard for a while before his eyes suddenly lit up, a brilliant light flashing across them. Raising his hand, he closed the barrier around the secret room and shouted, "Rumeng, Rumeng." Yu Rumeng obviously hadn't gone far. After hearing his voice, she quickly appeared outside the door and looked at him angrily. "What are you doing?" "Come in." Xianxia beckoned to her. Yu Rumeng hesitated for a moment before walking in. Xianxia pointed in front of him and said, "Sit." Yu Rumeng immediately rolled her eyes, but she still sat down as she was told. Soon, the secret room was filled with a faint fragrance, one that smelled very good. Xianxia waved his hand again, closed the door of the secret room, and activated the barrier around it before looking at her with a smile. Yu Rumeng suddenly became a little nervous. Looking at Xianxia, she stammered, "What do you want to do?" A man and a woman alone in a room, and they were in love. It was hard for her not to think too much. She immediately said, nervously, "I'm not ready yet. I warn you, don't mess around, or I won't be polite to you." Xianxia was surprised. "When you asked me to dress you naked, didn't you think this would happen? How can you confuse them?" Yu Rumeng tightened her clothes. Interesting, interesting." Xianxia touched his chin and looked at her with interest. He thought she was a wanton girl who seduced him naked not long after they met. He didn't expect this woman to have such a side. His gaze made Yu Rumeng uncomfortable. She immediately got up and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." "Want to leave?" Xianxia coldly snorted, reached out, grabbed her, and pulled her back. He used a little too much force, causing Yu Rumeng to cry out and fall into his arms. For eyes met. Xianxia's eyes were full of ridicule, but Yu Rumeng's eyes were hazy and her gaze was evasive. A vigorous aura rushed over, causing Yu Rumeng's breathing to become a little rough. Xianxia stretched out a finger and gently brushed it across her slender white neck, causing her to shiver. Wherever his finger passed, goosebumps appeared all over her body. His finger brushed across her neck, her earlobe, her cheeks. Yu Rumeng's eyes were already watery, and her face was very red. The corners of Xianxia's mouth hooked up, revealing an evil smile, and he lowered his head to kiss her. Yu Rumeng's body stiffened, as if someone had cast a spell on her, and then she softened again, as if all the bones in her body had been broken. Her eyes widened, and then she slowly closed them, enjoying this tranquil warmth. Her hands had unconsciously wrapped around Yang Kai's waist, her fingers clutching his clothes, as if she would collapse if she didn't do so. After a long time, their lips parted. Only then did Yuru Meng breathe in big mouthfuls of air, greedily. Inside her towering chest, there was a fierce heartbeat, like the beating of a war drum. Yang Kai lowered his head and stared at her. Yuru Meng was also looking at him. Their eyes met, and the corners of the beautiful woman's eyes flashed with a touch of shyness, but there was a sweet smile on her lips. Yang Kai sighed in his heart, slightly struggling and hesitating, but in the end he leaned over and put his mouth near her ear, and in an extremely gentle voice, said word by word, "You are a cheap person." The charming atmosphere suddenly froze at this moment. Yuru Meng's body also became very stiff, and a sweet smile on the corners of her mouth slowly faded. Her pair of beautiful eyes became as cold as ice, squinting at Yang Kai, and lightly said, "What did you just say? I don't seem to have heard it clearly." Yang Kai hugged her, with a smile on his face, and repeated word by word, "You are a cheap person." Yang Kai. Yuru Meng flew into a rage, and suddenly broke free from his arms, looking down at him condescendingly. Her whole body was like a volcano about to erupt, raging with flames. Chapter 3389. Yuru Meng was a woman who changed her mind faster than flipping through a book, so she could not bear the slightest grievance. Now, Yang Kai had broken through her psychological defenses with his tender and sweet words, followed by vicious insults. She simply could not accept the huge difference between the two. She felt as if she had been betrayed and stabbed by the person she trusted the most. This kind of injury was far more serious than the last time she was injured by Yang Kai. Last time, at least there was a reason for it, so it was easy for her to recover, but this time, she really felt hurt, so it was no wonder she was so angry. Yang Kai just looked at her with a smile, as if he had not said those words just now. Seeing him act so unrepentant, Yuru Meng became even angrier and sneered, "Apologize and I can forgive you." Yang Kai's smile did not diminish as he slowly shook his head. "Are you sure you won't do this?" Yuru Meng's beautiful eyes were cold. Yang Kai said firmly, "Words spoken are like spilled water. How can I take them back? You want me to apologize? Over my dead body. Then as you wish." Yuru Meng suddenly sat cross-legged in front of him and stared at him with a pair of cold eyes. Then, her face turned pale, and she let out a muffled groan. At the same time, Yang Kai felt as if his head was about to explode. "I knew you would do this." Yang Kai was in unbearable pain, but in his heart, he was secretly delighted. If Yuru Meng did not do this, then all his efforts would have been in vain. It was as if there were tens of thousands of swords wreaking havoc in his mind. That kind of unimaginable pain was simply unbearable. After a while, Kai Yang began to tremble. His face was as white as a sheet of paper, and large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. On the other hand, Yuru Meng was not much better. Her heart seal secret technique was a bit strange, but its drawbacks were also quite big. It was the kind of technique that hurt others but also hurt herself. If she wanted to use this method to torture Yang Kai to vent the anger in her heart, she would inevitably suffer a great deal of pain. After a while, Yuru Meng's whole body was dripping with sweat, as if she had just been fished out of water, but she gritted her teeth and did not say a word, only staring at Yang Kai with a look that said she would never let him go if he did not apologize. The forced smile on Yang Kai's face had become extremely twisted, but Yuru Meng's expression became colder and colder. In the secret room, the man and woman were constantly trembling, pale, and sweating. Obviously, they were suffering from great pain, but no one took the initiative to show of weakness. This scene was strange. Under such torment was torturing him. Yang Kai truly experienced the feeling of days passing like years. But when he looked inside his knowledge sea, he still couldn't find the slightest abnormality. It was not enough. Yuru Meng suddenly said, "If you can't stand it, just tell me. Maybe I'll soften my heart and let you go." Staring in her eyes, Kai Yang grinned. "Awesome. Meng, B. Feel. Yang Kai nodded vigorously. Yu Rumeng said hysterically, "Then I'll make you feel even better." Just as her voice fell, the intense pain suddenly intensified, as if his knowledge sea was about to be torn apart. In the world of his knowledge sea, the sea water violently churned as if it was boiling. Yang Kai's vision darkened, and his consciousness became a little blurred. Looking at Yu Rumeng, her delicate body also swayed, and she almost fell to the ground. However, both of them were extraordinary. Their divine senses were incomparably powerful, so even if they were in so much pain, they still supported themselves. Both of them had an unyielding expression on their faces, waiting to see who would collapse first. For Yu Rumeng, if she did not teach Yang Kai a good lesson this time, she would not be in a position to ask for anything from him in the future. As for Yang Kai, if he could not hold on this time, he would not be able to lift the Heart Seal secret technique. Both of them had their own plans, so naturally, they would confront each other until the end. After an unknown amount of time, Yu Rumeng's aura gradually weakened. Although she was strong and her divine sense was extraordinary, under such consumption, there would always be a time when she was stretched. Yang Kai's attainments in divine sense might not be as good as hers. Otherwise, she would not have planted the Heart Seal secret technique without leaving a trace. Logically speaking, in this competition, Yang Kai should be worse than her. But Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus. The colorful soul-warming lotus in his knowledge, was constantly emitting colorful light, making up for the consumption of Yang Kai's divine sense and nourishing his painful soul. With such a powerful support, how could Yu Rumeng win? Therefore, although Yu Rumeng's divine sense was stronger, Yang Kai's condition was better at this moment. Yu Rumeng obviously also noticed this, and a look of suspicion flashed in her eyes. She knew that she could not delay any longer. If this continued, she was afraid that she would fall first. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of determination as she quickly said, "Yang Kai, this is your last chance. I don't want you to apologize. Don't scold me again in the future, and I'll forget about this matter." She had undoubtedly made a big concession, otherwise, according to her anger just now. Unless Yang Kai sincerely apologized, how could she let it go so easily? Yang Kai looked like he was about to collapse, but he slowly shook his head. "Do you really want to die with me?" Yu Rumeng's eyes were a little blank. "Are you willing?" Yang Kai asked. Yu Rumeng was startled for a moment, then slowly closed her eyes and said lightly, "I'm not willing, but no one can scold me." Her beautiful eyes suddenly opened, and her originally weak eyes suddenly became incomparably bright at this moment. Her Heart Seal secret technique was pushed to the extreme in an instant. Yu Rumeng let out a miserable cry as blood overflowed from her 7 orifices, and her aura became extremely weak. Looking at Yang Kai, she smiled miserably before her body fell limply to the ground. Yang Kai remained as motionless as a mountain, his eyes closed. The moment Yu Rumeng pushed her Heart Seal secret technique to the extreme, his soul avatar had already appeared in his knowledge sea. His knowledge sea churned endlessly, as if it was about to burst open. Above his knowledge sea, a woman's phantom suddenly appeared. This phantom was hazy, as if it had always been there, but had not been seen until this moment. Found it. Yang Kai's heart trembled as his soul avatar fell into a trance, almost collapsing under the influence of the Heart Seal secret technique. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the 7-colored soul-warming lotus bloomed and enveloped him, stabilizing his soul avatar. Not daring to hesitate, Yang Kai's thoughts flickered as he urged the 7-colored soul-warming lotus to rush towards the woman's phantom. The brilliant light overflowed and immediately enveloped the phantom, taking it into the lotus. The next moment, the phantom disappeared again, and the boiling knowledge sea gradually calmed down, and the unbearable pain completely disappeared. Yang Kai inexplicably felt like he had been reborn as a human. He flew over to the 7-colored soul-warming lotus and carefully observed it. but he did not find any clues, nor did he see the woman's phantom. Although it was only a glimpse, Yang Kai could still see that the phantom should be Yu Rumeng's true appearance, because their figures were almost the same. The only difference was their appearance. Yu Rumeng's current appearance was Li Shiqing's, not her own. She had also said that her true appearance was no worse than Li Shiqing's, and now it seemed that what she said was true. Even Kai Yang couldn't help but feel amazed by her beauty. But what was the situation now? He had not hesitated to ruthlessly insult Yu Rumeng in order to stimulate her to use the Heart Seal secret technique, in order to find a flaw in this secret technique and break free from its suppression. Judging from the scene just now, he had succeeded because he had really grasped the trace of the Heart Seal secret technique at the last moment and used the 7-colored soul warming lotus to take it away. But he had only taken it away, not broken it. Was this a success or a failure? What made Yang Kai even more confused was why the 7-colored soul warming lotus, a supreme treasure of heaven and earth, did not react to the abnormality that had invaded his knowledge sea before. Logically speaking, the soul-warming lotus would react to anything that tried to invade his knowledge sea and harm him, but did not react to the Heart Seal secret technique. Could it be that the Heart Seal secret technique was not harmful? Thinking about it this way, it was possible. Yu Rumeng had used this secret technique to forcibly connect them together and had no intention of harming him. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai flew to the top of the soul-warming lotus and looked down, but he could not see anything at all. Slightly urging the power of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai released a burst of 7-colored light, and the phantom of a woman appeared on top of the lotus. Yang Kai could feel that if he hardened his heart, he should be able to destroy this phantom, break the Heart Seal secret technique from its foundation, and cut off the connection between him and Yu Rumeng. But after thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai did not immediately do so, instead dispersing his soul avatar and opening his eyes again. Yu Rumeng had fallen not far away, her whole body soaking wet, her clothes clinging to her body, outlining her exquisite and graceful figure. Her face was as pale as paper, and her breathing was weak. That final struggle had also caused great damage to her body. Yang Kai looked at her with a complicated expression and suddenly found that he didn't feel much heartache. Although he had cursed and scolded Yu Rumeng before, in fact, he had only forced himself to do so. If he were in his previous state, seeing Yu Rumeng like this, he would definitely feel distressed. However, at this moment, he just couldn't bear it. The effect of the Heart Seal secret technique had been greatly weakened. Yang Kai was overjoyed. He had not suffered in vain. Moving a little distance away, Yang Kai came to Yu Rumeng's side, reached out, and helped her lie on his lap. Yang Kai looked down at her. The origin of this woman and her purpose for approaching him were worth investigating. Yang Kai had some guesses in his heart, but whether or not they were as he thought, he still had to confirm them. Since she was unconscious, perhaps he could take advantage of this opportunity to explore the secrets in her knowledge sea. Thinking of this, Yang Kai lowered his head, touched their foreheads, and sent his divine sense into her knowledge sea. What's wrong? Yang Kai lowered his head and asked. Yu Rumeng stretched out her hand and gently stroked Yang Kai's cheek, seemingly whispering, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel that you are very far away from me. Yang Kai's expression didn't change as he smiled faintly. I am right here. Yu Rumeng slowly shook her head. This feeling was indescribable. Although Yang Kai was right in front of her, she still felt that he was far away from her. As night fell, the 3 holy spirits of the savage wildland, more than 20 monster king, and the stone mongoose arrived one after another. The cultivator of the major sects in the Northern Territory also gradually gathered at the High Heaven Palace. In the Lingxiao Hall, hundreds of cultivators from the Emperor realm gathered together. It was noisy and chaotic. The emergence of the demonic Qi in the Western Territory and the opening of the passage between the 2 worlds was already known to them from Xianxia. They also knew that this time, even the great emperors were on the move. Although they were far away in the Northern Territory and couldn't stay out of the matter, under the call of the High Heaven Palace. Naturally, no one dared to disobey. They all gathered their forces at the fastest speed and gathered at the High Heaven Palace. But for most cultivator in this world, the existence of the demon race was too far away, so far away that many people had never even heard of it. The cultivators from the Northern Territory were better off. After all, they had gone to the Orthodoxy Temple in the Southern Territory with Xianxia and witnessed the power of the demons with their own eyes, but they still knew nothing about the real demon race. It wasn't until Luan Feng, Fan Ho, and Sango led the 36 Monster King of the Savage Wildland to the hall that the noise subsided. This was an extremely terrifying force. 3 Holy Spirits and 36 Monster King comparable to a Third-Order Emperor Realm cultivator. No matter where they went, no one could ignore them. Most of the cultivators from the Emperor Realm in the Northern Territory were only First-Order or Second-Order cultivators, with very few Third-Order cultivators. Under the monstrous demonic chi, no one dared to speak. Although the main hall was large enough to accommodate several hundred people, there weren't that many seats. When Luan Feng and the others arrived, they walked straight ahead. The people on the left and right immediately parted to make a path for them. Those who were already seated also stood up and gave up their seats. The group of monster race cultivators from the Savage Wildland also found a place to sit down, giving off an imposing aura. Luan Feng glanced around before turning to Xianxia and asking, "Where is Xianxia?" Xianxia smiled bitterly. Palace Master said he would be here soon. Luan Feng nodded lightly and didn't say anything else. After waiting for a while, a figure flashed outside the hall. When everyone came back to their senses, there was already another person in front of the hall. Looking up, it was Xianxia. Xianxia looked around and saw Li Jiao, Mi Qi, Bing Yun, Ji Yao, Su Yin, Shanxing Luo, Qi Yu, Ai O, Gui Zhu, and the others' familiar and unfamiliar faces flashed in front of him one by one. Xianxia nodded lightly and quickly said, "I'm afraid everyone already knows the purpose of summoning you here. If you have any questions, you can ask now. This palace master will tell you everything he knows. Once we reach the Western Territory, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to ask anything." Luan Feng was the first to speak. Has the passage to the Demon Territory really opened in the Western Territory? This should be the question everyone was most concerned about. Although Xianxia had informed everyone of this, no one dared to believe it. How could a passage between two worlds be so easy to open? If it was really so easy, the Demon Territory would have already invaded and not waited until today. Xianxia nodded seriously. "It's true." He reached out and poked his eyes. "I saw it with my own eyes. Not only me, the 3 great emperors, Iron Blood, Serene Soul, and Beast Warrior were also there. The martial beast is still guarding that place to prevent any accidents." As soon as this statement came out, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became solemn. When they came here, everyone still had a trace of hope, hoping that Xianxia was wrong. But now that they heard that the 3 great emperors were there, it was definitely not wrong. Even if Xianxia was wrong, how could the 3 great emperors be wrong? The demon race, how strong are they? Fan Wu asked in a deep voice. Xianxia pondered for a bit, then said, "I don't know the specifics, but I know that the demon race has existences that are not inferior to the great emperors. They call those existences the demon saint, but I don't know how many there are. Below the demon saint is the demon king, which is comparable to the emperor realm. Below the demon king is the demon commander, and below the demon commander is the demon general, which corresponds to the source of Tao and the void king respectively. As for the miscellaneous demon soldiers, I'm afraid there are countless of them." Li Jiao said, "Palace Master Yang, the demonic chi is extremely corrosive and corrosive. Even the emperor realm cannot be easily contaminated. If we really go to war with the demon race, how do we defend against it?" This question hit the nail on the head, and it immediately resonated with everyone. Last time, when everyone went to the Orthodoxy Palace in the Southern Territory, they saw many cultivators that had been contaminated by the demonic chi and turned into a demon. Even now, they still had lingering fears when they thought about it. Xianxia smiled and said, Although the demonic chi is powerful, it is not invincible. If you want to resist it, you can resist it as long as you have enough vitality. The more vitality a cultivator has, the stronger their resistance to the demonic chi will be. If you fight with the demon race in the future, you must remember this. Pausing for a moment, he continued, in addition, there are hundreds of races in the demon territory. Each race has their own unique talent and divine technique. For example, the sand demon is the most proficient in the earth escape technique. Who knows when they will hide under your feet and launch a fatal attack when you are not prepared. There is also the shadow demon race. They come and go without a trace. They are the race that is most proficient in assassination in the demon territory. When they show their weapons, it means your life is hanging by a thread. Xianxia talked endlessly and explained all the information he knew about the demon race. Everyone in the hall listened attentively and didn't dare to miss anything. After all, there was no telling when Xianxia's words here would become their life-saving straw. Wan Feng and the others were amazed. She and Fan Hua had inherited the memories of their ancestors, so they knew more about the demon race than ordinary people. However, they were far from Xianxia's level. Xianxia's understanding of the demon race was as if he had been to the demon territory and fought with the demon race. This made Wan Feng and the others puzzled. They didn't know how Xianxia knew so much. Time passed. Xianxia talked endlessly in front of the hall. The hundreds of disciples in the Emperor realm listened to his voice with a sincere expression. After 4 hours, Xianxia stopped and said with a serious expression, "There's one more thing I need to tell you. In the Western Territory, the demon race has invaded the demon territory. I'm afraid the situation in the Western Territory is not good." Chapter 3391. What do you mean? Wan Feng frowned as she looked at him. Xianxia explained, when the demonic chi was discovered, several members of the Star Soul Palace from the Emperor realm split up and went to the Western Territory's great sects to inform them. But only one of them came back alive, and the news he brought back was that the several thousand people of the Pointed Star sect had all become the demon race. The hall was filled with gasps as everyone looked at Xianxia in disbelief. Almost none of the people present had been to the Western Territory, but this did not prevent them from hearing about the Pointed Star sect. After all, it was one of the top sects in the Western Territory. But now, the several thousand people of this sect had all become the demon race. Combined with what Xianxia had said before, everyone suddenly understood what he meant. Fan Hua's expression was ugly as he said, "Could it be that the great sects in the Western Territory have all been killed by the demon race?" Xianxia replied, "Although this information has not been confirmed, according to the information we have now, it is most likely the case. Most of you participated in the Orthodoxy Temple incident in the Southern Territory. If you had not worked together at that time, the Southern Territory would have followed in the Western Territory's footsteps. The great sect foundations would have long become a paradise for the demon race. The Western Territory will not have such good luck. This is really an external threat and an internal threat." Fan Hua smiled bitterly. Xianxia said loudly, "This is the general situation. I'm telling you all this so that you can be prepared, not because I want you to be afraid of the demon race. Although the demon race is aggressive, our star realm is guarded by the great emperors. Now that the 3 territory cultivators have joined forces, as long as we work together, what is a mere demon race? Today's trip is an opportunity for you to make a name for yourselves. You must not miss this opportunity." Eagle Eyes looked around and asked in a deep voice, "Are there any other questions?" The hall was quiet and no one made a sound. Xianxia nodded and waved his hand. "Please go ahead and arrange for your disciples to wait at the space array. This king will send you to the Western Territory in a moment." The group of people dispersed with a rumble, each gathering the disciples of their respective sects and waiting in line. Outside the main hall where the space array was located, there was a dense crowd. There were at least 100,000 Origin King Realm cultivators in the Northern Territory gathered here. They were divided into large and small groups of different numbers, each with their own sect or family as a unit. The smaller groups huddled together for warmth. This number of 100,000 was naturally not the total number of Origin King Realm cultivators in the Northern Territory. It was also impossible for the various great sects and families to empty their pockets, so they had left a large number of people to guard their own sect's foundations. These 100,000 people were just the vanguard. After all, no one knew what the situation was like in the Demon Territory. If the situation was really critical, they could still send reinforcements. In any case, with the space array, it was very convenient to travel back and forth, so it would not take much time. High Heaven Palace did not send 10,000 people this time, but 5,000. Such a number was unmatched by any other sect. In front of the space array, Xianxia continued to push the space principles, sending batch after batch of cultivators to the Western Territory. The scene was orderly and orderly. Fortunately, Xianxia had the foresight to arrange this space array. It could only teleport about 100 people at a time. Even so, 100,000 people had to be teleported 1,000 times before all of them were sent away. Xianxia was almost exhausted. It took him 2 days and 2 nights to teleport everyone away. Only then did he have the time to take a spirit pill and sit cross-legged to adjust his breathing. Yiru Meng stayed by his side. After a while, Xianxia opened his eyes and looked at Hua Qingxi, saying, "Sister Hua, I'll leave this sect to you." Hua Qingxi nodded seriously. "Don't worry." Xianxia then led Yiru Meng and strode into the space array. Their vision blurred, and they reappeared in the Western Territory. There was a dense crowd all around. The 100,000 cultivators from the Northern Territory gathered nearby. Many people flew into the air and looked into the distance with dignified expressions. Xianxia scanned with his divine sense and found that for the time being, only the cultivator from the Northern Territory had gathered. The people from the Southern Territory and Eastern Territory were nowhere to be seen. This was not surprising. Although the Southern Territory and Eastern Territory had people from the Star Soul Palace and the Serene Soul Palace, Xianxia had set up fewer space arrays in these two territories, so the speed of gathering was naturally slower. However, it would not be long before the cultivator from the other two territory arrived. Xianxia looked around and saw Mo Huang at the front of the crowd. He immediately flew forward and cupped his hands. "Master, you're back." Mo Huang nodded slightly at him. Xianxia looked into the distance and frowned. "What's the situation now?" Mo Huang said in a low voice, "The demonic chi has stopped spreading, but the demon race is gathering. I went to check before and found that the demon race's army is continuously coming through the void corridor. There are now 1,000,000 of them." 1,000,000? Xianxia was shocked. He originally thought that since the Northern Territory had gathered 100,000 people in such a short time, it might be able to resolve the crisis in the Western Territory. Who would have thought that before the war even started, he would hear such bad news? The difference between 100,000 and 1,000,000 was tenfold. Mo Huang glanced at him and said, "Although the demon race has a large number of people, most of them are shrimp soldiers and crab generals. There is nothing to be afraid of. Although your Northern Territory only has 100,000 people, they are all Origin Kings and above. If a fight really breaks out, the demon race won't be your opponent." Hearing him say this, Kaiyang felt a lot more at ease. 1,000,000 people was a terrifying number. Since they had gathered in such a short time, most of them were probably from the weaker races of the demon race. The real main force was probably still at the rear. And Mo Huang said, "But we can't let our guard down. We know nothing about the demon race's situation. If they can gather so many people in such a short time, I'm afraid that more people will come." Xianxia nodded in agreement. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Then what should we do? Should we wait and see, or take the initiative to attack?" Mo Huang thought for a moment and said, "Let's wait. We can't afford to lose this place. The people from the Southern Territory and Eastern Territory will need to pass through the array here. For the time being, we should guard the array here. That is the best way to deal with them. When the people from the other two territories arrive, it won't be too late to make plans." Xianxia also thought so he naturally didn't have any objections. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Master, what happened in the demon territory? What's the situation with the Night Shadow Great Emperors? And Mo Huang was silent for a while, then said, Night Shadow is a descendant of the demon race. What? Yang Kai was shocked. He had been thinking before. The Night Shadow Great Emperors stood at the peak of this world. So why would he collude with the demon territory? What could the demon territory give him? Why would he betray the star boundary and join them? Now that he heard Mo Huang say this, he finally understood. It wasn't that the demon territory could give him anything, but that Night Shadow himself was related to the demon race. He was actually a descendant of the demon race. Shadow demon? Yang Kai's expression changed, and Mo Huang looked at him in surprise. You actually know about the Shadow Demon clan? Yang Kai nodded and said, I won't hide it from Senior. I once fought with the demon race in a secret realm. And Mo Huang was even more surprised. Even with his experience and knowledge, he couldn't think of any secret realm in this world where the demon race existed. However, he didn't ask much and only said in a deep voice, You should keep this to yourself. Don't tell anyone. Yang Kai sternly said, I know. It was no wonder that when the 3 great emperors returned from the demon territory, they didn't say anything about Night Shadow. It turned out that there was such a reason. If the people of the Star Boundary knew that one of the 10 great emperors actually had the bloodline of the demon race, it would probably cause a huge commotion. The great emperors had always been the totems of the Star Boundary's martial path. They were the objects of worship in the hearts of millions of cultivators. How could such high and mighty existences have anything to do with the demon race? If it had been any other person from the Emperor realm asking about this, and Mo Huang definitely wouldn't have explained anything. However, how could Yang Kai's background be compared to any other person from the Emperor realm? He probably felt that Yang Kai was qualified to know such a secret, which was why he revealed a thing or two. And Mo Huang sighed and said, The reason why Night Shadow is so mysterious is that even we, as great emperors, don't know much about him. It's probably because of his background. He was a descendant of the demon race. If he really came into contact with the other great emperors too much, they might be able to see some clues. Naturally, he had to be more mysterious. I don't know when he got in touch with the demon territory, but he schemed against the Western Territory and the Southern Territory. This time, he even lured an Iron Blood and Bright Moon. He used their strength to shatter that world and break through the barrier between the 2 worlds, opening up a gap between the 2 worlds. And Mo Huang smiled bitterly and said, That world just happened to be sandwiched between the demon territory and the star boundary. It wouldn't have been a problem if it wasn't shattered, but after it was, it formed an incomparably sturdy passage. Yang Kai had a strange expression and said, In that case, the 2 Master Iron Blood and Bright Moon were used by Night Shadow. And Mo Huang lowered his voice and said, Don't mention this in front of them. Otherwise, you won't have a good ending. Yang Kai couldn't help but nod. I'll pretend I didn't hear anything. And Mo Huang continued. After that, Serene Soul and I entered the territory that became the demon race through the gap between the 2 worlds. We saw Iron Blood and Bright Moon fighting with someone, so we want to help them. In the end, you know what happened. Bright Moon fell into the demon territory, and the 3 of us fled back in a sorry state. Yang Kai said in horror, You 4 great emperors working together weren't a match for him? And Mo Huang said, They were already prepared. There were 6 demon saint gathered there. Yes, a demon saint's position in the demon territory is equivalent to the great emperors of the star boundary. He thought that Yang Kai didn't know about the power distribution of the demon race, so he explained it to him. 6. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. But then again, it was 4 against 6 in the enemy's territory. The fact that 3 of them were able to return safely was enough to show the strength of the great emperors. However, it was also thanks to the great Emperor Bright Moon sacrificing herself for a righteous cause. Thinking of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. He worriedly asked, Master Bright Moon fell into the demon territory. Could it be that something unexpected happened? Chapter 3392. Not for the time being. You should have escaped. Yang Kai asked curiously, Master, Why are you so sure? After Mo Huang and the others returned, only Ming Yu and the other great emperors would be left. When the time came, how could Ming Yu be a match for the 6 of them? It was even possible that he would die. Mo Huang smiled faintly. Ming Yu is one of the great emperors. It won't be easy to catch him. Also, if he dies, I will be able to sense it. He didn't explain how he could sense it, but Yang Kai guessed that it was related to the star boundary. The 10 great emperors were all recognized by the heavens and earth. If any of them died, it would definitely cause a heavenly anomaly. While the two were talking, Mo Huang suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked into the distance. Immediately, he said in a deep voice, "There is movement from the demon race." Yang Kai's expression turned serious, and he also looked in that direction. Sure enough, he saw that in the demon land, countless demon race were slowly advancing. It seemed that they were about to launch an attack. Mo Huang's face darkened. I'm afraid they've discovered the existence of the space array and want to destroy it to delay our gathering. After all, there weren't many people here to begin with. In just a few days, 100,000 people had suddenly gathered. The demon race wasn't blind. They would definitely be able to see some clues. If they had a brain, they wouldn't let the situation develop any further. They would definitely think of a way to destroy the space array first. The demon race's million-strong army almost came out in full force, but they were orderly. The sound of their orderly footsteps gathered together, causing the earth to tremble. How could the cultivators in the Northern Territory not discover this? They immediately acted as if they were facing a great enemy and ran away urgently. The scene was a bit chaotic for a moment, forming a stark contrast to the demon race. Mo Huang glanced back and said, "They are all from your Northern Territory. Go and mobilize them. Don't panic." Yang Kai nodded solemnly. His figure flickered and he flew back. Standing high in the sky, he shouted, "Prepare for battle." Someone immediately came up and cupped his fists. "Palace Master Yang, the demon race is here." This person was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, about 50 years old. Yang Kai found him familiar, but he couldn't remember which sect he was from. He seemed to be some sect's sect master, and this time, there were more than 300 disciples. At that moment, that person had a terrified expression on his face. It was clear that he was afraid. To the cultivators of the star boundary, fighting one-on-one or even fighting in groups was a common occurrence. After cultivating for so long, who hadn't had any conflicts or disputes with others, who hadn't taken a few lives. However, this was the first time that 2 armies had ever fought. Of the 100,000 people present, besides Yang Kai, who had experienced such a large-scale war, no one else had ever experienced such a thing. Therefore, when they saw the black mass of demon heads swarming over, their first reaction was to flee. Everyone knew that 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. They were clearly outnumbered by the demons, and they only had 1/10 of the demons. How were they supposed to fight? Even someone like him from the Emperor Realm had such thoughts, not to mention the other Dao Source Realm and Origin King Realm Masters. If Mo Huang wasn't here, they would have scattered like birds and beasts. Yang Kai glanced around coldly and finally fixed his eyes on the Emperor Realm. He said indifferently, "This king is not blind." This king saw the demon race, so he told you to prepare for battle. Someone immediately said, "Palace Master Yang, did you see how many people there were in the demon race?" Yang Kai said indifferently, "Beast Warrior Master said there were 1,000,000. 1,000,000? Everyone was stunned. Although they knew that there were many people in the demon race, they didn't know the exact number. Now that they heard the number, they couldn't help but tremble. "Are you afraid?" Yang Kai swept his eyes across the crowd. No one answered, but the panicked expressions were undoubtedly the best answer. "So what if there are 1,000,000? Yang Kai shouted. "Most of them are just shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Although there are many of them, they won't be able to withstand a single blow. There are 100,000 of you here, and all of you are at least Origin King Realm. How can you be afraid of them?" Beast Warrior Master said that they should have discovered the existence of the space array, so they want to destroy it. However, this is the key to the transmission of cultivators from the Southern Territory and Eastern Territory. We can't afford to lose it, so we must protect it no matter what and defeat the demon race." Everyone was silent. Everyone was from the Northern Territory, and High Heaven Palace was the leader of the Northern Territory. Now that Xianxia was using the name of the martial beast as a banner, even if they were afraid, they didn't dare to say anything. However, everyone's expressions were filled with worry. They didn't know if today would be the anniversary of their deaths next year. Morale was low. Xianxia was furious. Fortunately, the cultivator from the Eastern Territory and Southern Territory didn't come. Otherwise, wouldn't he have lost all his face if he saw this scene? After pondering for a moment, Xianxia said, "This is the first battle between our star boundary and the demon territory. Its significance is far-reaching. If we lose this battle, how can we have the confidence to face the demon race again in the future? The demon race is ferocious. When the time comes, they will invade the star boundary, seize the foundations of your sex, take your wives and daughters, and kill your descendants. How will you have the face to face your ancestors in the underworld?" This question was like thunder from the 9 heavens, reverberating in the ears of the 100,000 people present. Although these words were harsh to the ears, they still caused many people's eyes to turn red. The scene described by Xianxia was indeed somewhat unacceptable. Even though they knew he was just being an alarmist, if the demon race really invaded the star boundary, such a thing would definitely happen. "We have to win this battle," Xianxia shouted, "and we have to win beautifully. The millions of cultivators in the star boundary will remember today's battle and remember your efforts. This is the glory of our Northern Territory cultivator. The glory of our Northern Territory cultivator." Also, Xianxia glanced in the direction of Mo Huang. "With the martial beastmaster here, what are you afraid of?" Seeing that the time was right, Li Jiao immediately stepped forward and cupped his fists. This Li and the Fire Dragon Palace are willing to send Palace Master Yang to battle and slaughter the million-strong demon race army and show the might of our Northern Territory. Michi was stunned for a moment before he also cupped his fists and said, "This me and the High Sky sect are willing to follow Palace Master Yang to battle and destroy the demon race." Bing Yun smiled faintly. "Although Ice Heart Valley's disciples are women, we can't be weaker than you men at this time. Since the leaders of the top sect in the Northern Territory had already spoken, and even Ice Heart Valley had also expressed their support, how could the other sects be willing to fall behind? Whether they were willing or not, they all voiced their support. Victory!" Li Jiao raised his arms and shouted, and the people from Fire Dragon Palace immediately responded. After a few shouts, the voices of the 100,000 cultivators converged like a tide. "Prepare for battle," Xianxia roared. The leaders of the top sects and families immediately began to gather their disciples, and the scene finally became much clearer. Xianxia's anxious heart also relaxed. No matter what, the morale of the demon race had been somewhat boosted. Now, all that was left was to see what the outcome of the battle would be. If the demon race was unstoppable, this high morale would undoubtedly be maintained. But if the Northern Territory's side collapsed, all their efforts would be in vain. However, he felt that the Northern Territory's side still had a higher chance of winning. Without mentioning anything else, with so many masters from the ancient wild ancient land on his side, there was no reason they couldn't defeat the vanguard of the demon race. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk while Xianxia mobilized the 100,000 cultivators in the Northern Territory, the demon race's army madly pushed forward, their speed growing faster and faster. Everyone could clearly see the ugly faces of the demon race's army at the forefront. This was a group of red demons and green demons that were only half the height of a person and somewhat deformed. The red, green, and green demons were quite comical to look at. If someone who didn't know the inside story saw this, they would likely order their own people to rush up to meet the enemy. At that time, it was obvious what the result would be. However, Xianxia sneered in his heart. He had participated in the war between the demon race and the red demons. He had seen the red demons and green demons used as cannon fodder countless times. How could he so easily step into such an obvious trap? The cultivators in the Northern Territory had also heard about the characteristics and divine technique of the demon race from Xianxia. At this moment, when they saw this group of red and green demons rushing over, they immediately understood that this should be the self-destructing demon race that Xianxia had mentioned before. The red demon self-destruction would cause a huge amount of damage, while the green demon self-destruction would produce highly toxic substances. The most effective way to deal with this was naturally to prevent them from approaching. The number of red demons and green demons was not small, at least 100,000. As they rushed over together, they appeared to be scattered and disorderly. For a moment, the demon race danced wildly in the wilderness. Xianxia led the 100,000 cultivators in the northern territory 10 miles forward, waiting for the enemy to arrive. High up in the sky, the wind whistled. Xianxia's expression was solemn. Behind him, the army of 100,000 was arranged in groups of sects and clans, looking somewhat decent. Hong long long. The red demons and green demons quickly closed the distance between them. Xianxia stood still, but he could hear the sound of people swallowing their saliva constantly coming from behind him. They were getting closer, even closer. Secret treasures were summoned one after another, and waves of hidden energy fluctuations rose and fell, converging into a tide of energy that caused the sky to change color. At a certain moment, Xianxia's eyes bloomed with a terrifying light, and he roared, "Attack!" As soon as he finished speaking, he had already taken the lead and swept out with his sword. Under the surge of his Emperor Qi, an overwhelming sword light swept forward like a storm, crossing the territory and space barriers, shuttling through the demon race's camp. Hong Hong Hong. The red demons and green demons exploded one after another. After the red demons exploded, a small mushroom cloud rose up, causing the surrounding space to tremble. After the green demons exploded, a green aura appeared in a radius of several dozen meters that could not be dispersed by the wind. Following closely behind him, rays of light of different colors poured down in that direction. There were hundreds of cultivators in the northern territory from the Emperor realm alone, and the rest were all Origin Kings or above. Which one of them did not have a long-range attack method? Which one of them did not have one or two secret treasures capable of long-range attacks? This round of attacks could be described as a spectacular scene. From a distance, it seemed as if countless beams of light had erupted from the cultivator gathering place in the northern territory, bombarding the demon race's camp. The sound of explosions could be heard continuously between heaven and earth. It was as dense as beans being fried, and the crackling sounds were unceasing. Chapter 3393. By the time the light dissipated, there was no one in the front row of the demon clan. Only pits of various sizes and dark green, poisonous gas were left in the place where they had been standing. Of the 100,000 red demons and green demons, at least 30,000 had been killed in this round of attacks. Can't even withstand a single blow. Xianxia coldly snorted. Although his voice was not loud, with the support of his Emperor's Qi, it was enough for all the cultivators in the Northern Territory to hear him clearly. The Northern Territory Army's morale was greatly boosted. Seeing was believing. When Xianxia had said that the 1 million strong demon race would be like this, they had not believed him, but now that they had seen the demon race fall one after another and tens of thousands of demons die in the blink of an eye, the fear in their hearts had greatly dissipated. If the demon race was like this, then this battle would not be difficult to win. With this confidence, their attacks became even more ruthless. After 3 breaths of silence on the noisy battlefield, another round of attacks erupted, causing the red demons and green demons to fall and explode. After 3 or 4 rounds of attacks, the red demons and green demons at the front were completely wiped out. As far as the eye could see, the world in front of them was wrapped in a green hue, making it impossible to see what was behind them. The only thing they could hear was a rumbling sound rapidly approaching. The main force of the demon race was clearly galloping over. All 100,000 pairs of eyes stared at the green world behind them, everyone gripping the artifacts in their hands tightly. Yongkai raised a myriad sword high and shouted in a thunderous voice, "Flank, prepare!" With his reminder, everyone turned their gazes to the left and right sides of the green world. At this moment, two waves of demon race cavalry charged out from both sides. Even the demon race did not dare to touch the poison of the green demons. So how could they rush out for the poisonous area? They would only circle around the poisonous areas and attack from the sides. Yonkai's know yourself and know your enemy played a huge role at this moment. The people from the Northern Territory were already prepared. This time, they didn't need to give any orders. As their power surged, they launched attacks at the demons riding on the demonic beasts. In the blink of an eye, the demon race was once again thrown off their feet. One by one, the demonic beasts fell to the ground. The demonic beasts howled as their pitch-black blood dyed the ground black. However, these demon race were clearly not cannon fodder. Although they had suffered many casualties, they still continued to advance. They were not something that the red demons and green demons could compare to. On the way, the demon race's side finally retaliated. The experts of the demon race blasted out terrifying attacks. One after another, pitch-black energy balls flew over, containing unimaginable killing power. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the Luan Feng and the others. The Luan Feng understood and let out a phoenix cry. The 3 Saint Sovereigns and the 36 Monster King rushed forward and blocked the demon race's attacks. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the pitch-black energy balls exploded in the air. Not a single one of the attacks managed to reach the Northern Territory's army. With the experts of the ancient lands guarding their side, they were practically impregnable. Even if there were some fish that slipped through the net, the other cultivator of the Northern Territory were not to be trifled with. They would naturally find a way to stop them. The rest of the people only needed to attack. For the 100,000 soldiers of the Northern Territory, this was undoubtedly an extremely happy matter. The demon race continued to advance. It was as if they were using the corpses of their clansmen to open the path. They truly demonstrated what it meant to be fearless. Every moment, hundreds of demon race members fell in the wilderness. However, the deaths of these demons did not stop their advance. Instead, it stimulated their demonic nature and evil aura, making them even more ruthless. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the two sides finally clashed. The Northern Territory's army waited patiently for the exhausted demon race. Without losing a single person, they killed over 200,000 demons. Although this included 100,000 of the demon race's cannon fodder, this kind of result could be said to be extremely shocking. And this kind of result also raised the morale of the Northern Territory's cultivator to the limit. Cowardice and fear were far away. The shouts and fighting on the battlefield made people's blood boil. As long as there was still a little bit of courage left, they wanted to rush down and fight the demons to the death. Even if they died here, they would have no regrets. The aura of Yang Kai suddenly changed. It was ancient and desolate, as if he had walked out of an ancient painting. Yiru Meng looked at him in astonishment. Before she could figure out what was going on, a profound incantation resounded through the world. Yiru Meng's expression changed slightly. Her beautiful eyes stared deeply at Yang Kai, as if she wanted to look into the depths of his heart and unearth the secrets hidden in his heart. A ray of light bloomed from Yang Kai's hand and enveloped the Northern Territory's army, enveloping 100,000 people in it. In the next moment, among these 100,000 people, except for those whose cultivation was higher than Yang Kai, everyone felt their blood suddenly boil at this moment. A layer of dark red light spread out from the surface of their bodies, making them involuntarily feel a burning fighting spirit. Even their breathing became much heavier. Many people spread out their palms and looked at the changes in their bodies in amazement. They didn't find anything wrong with their bodies. Instead, they seemed to have become stronger. Bloodthirst technique. Yiru Meng's pupils shrank as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze. Yang Kai glanced at her meaningfully, grinned, and changed the incantation in his mouth. He raised his hand and threw out another ray of light, enveloping over 1,000 people in his camp. He continued to raise his hand, and light bloomed continuously, wrapping over 1,000 people in it each time. The people who were wrapped in the light at this moment had a very strange feeling. It was as if they were closely connected with the others, no longer separated from each other, as if they were living and dying together. Life chain. Yu Meng's beautiful eyes widened. She couldn't believe her eyes. If she could have been mistaken about the bloodthirst technique, then this life chain was definitely not wrong. But whether it was the bloodthirst technique or the life chain, they were both ancient wizard techniques. They were secret techniques that only the ancient great wizard could perform. In this era, under the laws of heaven and earth, how could anyone be able to practice and perform them? Moreover, looking at Xianxia's relaxed appearance, it was obvious that his attainments in wizard techniques were very deep. He was actually a wizard king. Yu Meng thought that she knew enough about Xianxia, but only now did she realize that what she knew was only the surface. There were many more secrets that she didn't know. Today's battle was the first confrontation between the armies of the two realms. As Xianxia said before, it was of great significance, and there couldn't be any mistakes. Although his side had a strong lineup with countless masters, Xianxia still blessed his army with 2 wizard techniques in order to ensure that nothing went wrong. These 2 wizard techniques were the 2 weapons that the ancient barbarian race relied on the most in war against the demon race. The barbarian race focused on physique, so their vitality was abundant. Coupled with the bloodthirst technique, they could naturally move freely in the demonic chi for a short time without being eroded. Although there were very few cultivators in the star boundary who focused on physique, the world principles of today were different from those of ancient times. Among the people present, the lowest cultivation was at least at the Origin King realm. Even if they didn't focus on physique cultivation at this level, their vitality was incomparably vigorous, even surpassing that of the ancient barbarian race. What the barbarian race could do, the current star boundary cultivator could do the same. In just a dozen breaths, the army of 100,000 had been blessed by the 2 wizard techniques. The bloodthirst technique made people brave and fearless, while the life chain made hundreds of people closely linked together. As long as they didn't suffer a fatal injury, such as having their heads chopped off, all injuries would be shared equally by the hundreds of people. The demon race was already charging over. Xianxia waved his sword and shouted, "Kill!" Alone, he was the first to rush into the army of the devil race. The myriad's sword shot out rays of sword light, and wherever it passed, there was no one who could withstand it. The devil race was cut into pieces. Behind him, the army of 100,000 from the Northern Territory also came out in full force. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood as they roared and displayed everything they had learned. For a time, the light of artifacts and secret techniques danced in the air. Anyone who came into contact with a demon race would either die or be injured. If one looked down from above, they would see that the 100,000 people from the Northern Territory were like a sharp knife as they followed Xianxia into the demon race's camp. Wherever they passed, the demon race was cut down like straw. Although the demon race had the advantage in numbers, how could they compare to the Northern Territory's elite army blessed by the 2 great wizard techniques? The Northern Territory's army fought bravely as they fought. Even if the demon race surrounded them from all directions, they still fell one after another. The scales of victory were tilted towards the Northern Territory's side from the beginning. Even so, the demon race had no intention of retreating. Every demon race member did not seem to care about their own lives. The huge battlefield instantly turned into a huge meat grinder as one fresh life after another was ground into dust. Mo Huang stood in the air and watched everything indifferently. Even if a cultivator from the Northern Territory was killed, he had no intention of intervening. His gaze was deep as he stared at the center of the demon land. This was because he could feel that there was an existence in the demon land that was not inferior to him and was eyeing this place covetously. If he were to make a move, the other party would definitely make a move as well. At that time, whether it was the 1 million strong army of the demon race or the 100,000 cultivators from the Northern Territory, none of them would be able to escape. If that was not the case, why would he just stand by and watch? With his ability, he could probably cripple the demon race's army without much effort. Although there was no communication between them, it was as if they had agreed that each other would only act as deterrents. They would not easily make a move until the last moment. On the battlefield, Xianxia's killing intent soared to the sky. He did not know how many demon race members he had killed, but when he looked around, the number of demon race members around him did not seem to decrease at all. They were still densely packed. The huge advantage in numbers was vividly displayed at this moment. Be careful! At this moment, Meng's low voice suddenly rang in his ears. Xianxia did not even raise his head as he reached out to grab something. With a whoosh, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. He had already grabbed a trembling arrow in his hand. It was unknown what material this arrow was made of, but it was incomparably sturdy. When he grabbed it, it did not immediately explode. He swept his cold gaze over and saw a woman wearing revealing clothes 100 feet away. Her skin was exposed, and she had a pair of pitch-black wings on her back. She was staring at him coldly. A winged demon. Moreover, it was a Demon King level winged demon. 8. Chapter 3394. In the demon territory, the number of winged demons was extremely small, and there were even fewer winged demons that could become demon kings. Of course, this was the information that Xianxia had obtained in the Thousand Illusions dream realm. He didn't know if the demon territory was still like this. But winged demons were the most proficient in archery. The arrows shot by a Demon King level winged demon were enough to destroy stars. Clearly, Xianxia's wanton slaughter had attracted the attention of the demon race, which was why they had dispatched a Demon King level winged demon to deal with him. Their eyes met, and Xianxia grinned at the winged demon. His smile made the other party's heart skip a beat, feeling as if her life was no longer in her control. She was also very decisive, immediately retreating after sensing that something was wrong. But how could Xianxia let her do as she wished? The moment she moved, he had already reached out to grab her. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a cold laugh was suddenly heard, and a cold light blossomed. A pitch-black dagger had already reached for Xianxia's neck. No one noticed that behind Xianxia, at some point, a sneaky shadow had appeared. Shadow Demon. The demon race had always been famous for their assassinations. They didn't make a move, but once they did, they would strike like lightning. Under the premise of being at the same level, very few people could avoid their assassinations. Xianxia turned a deaf ear, simply ignoring the movements of the shadow demon behind him. Under the fluctuations of the law of space, the hand that was reaching for the winged demon fiercely clenched, and he shouted, "Get over here!" Just as his voice fell, the face of the retreating winged demon turned pale, because at this moment she felt the space around her being imprisoned, as if she was being grabbed by an invisible hand. Then she flew uncontrollably towards Xianxia, arriving in front of Xianxia in the blink of an eye. The feather demon's deterrence lay in their archery. Even though this feather demon was already at the level of a demon king, the strength it could display in close combat was limited. Therefore, when it was captured by Xianxia, its expression became chaotic. It struggled with all its might, but how could it break free from the confinement of the law of space? Xianxia threw a punch at her. With a crashing sound, like a watermelon being smashed open, the head of this extraordinarily handsome feather demon king suddenly split into pieces. The headless corpse swayed and fell to the ground. Xianxia stomped his foot down again until her body was completely crushed. Only then did he stop. The life force of the demon race was extremely tenacious. As long as the demon heart was not destroyed, the demon race would not die. No one knew where a demon king had hidden his demon heart, or how many demon hearts he had cultivated. Only by destroying the evidence could she be considered completely dead. At the same time, the shadow demon's dagger cut into Xianxia's neck. The sharp energy caused Xianxia's skin to turn cold. A slender hand reached out and gently pinched the tip of the dagger with incomparable precision. The jade-like hand that pinched the dagger clearly did not use much strength, but the dagger could not move. The shadow demon's expression changed greatly. It turned its head to look to the side and saw the owner of the hand. Yu Rumeng looked at it with an indifferent expression. Her gaze was like a high and mighty god overlooking a mortal. When their eyes met, the shadow demon quivered. Before it could react, Xianxia had already slashed down with his sword. Silently, the shadow demon was split into two. Xianxia's sword was like a dragon, directly cutting the shadow demon's body into countless pieces. Only then did he turn his head and look at Yu Rumeng with a cold gaze. At the same time, he reached out and touched his neck. There was a faint scratch on his neck. Just now, even if Yu Rumeng had not attacked, he would have been fine. How could the defense of a half-dragon body be so easy to break through? If not, he would not have ignored the assassination of a shadow demon king. However, Yu Rumeng's attitude was a bit strange. Since Xianxia killed his way in, she had not left his side. However, she only followed Xianxia closely and did not intervene in the battle at all. Only when Xianxia was in danger did she intervene. Is there a flower on my face? Yu Rumeng seemed to be a little uncomfortable under Xianxia's gaze and asked with a slight smile. Xianxia laughed. You are the most beautiful flower in the world. Turning around, Myriad's sword swung and once again killed his way into the demon race's camp. Behind him, Yu Rumeng frowned and followed as usual. At the space array, a group of people suddenly appeared like ghosts. There were not many people in this group, only about 100 or so, but all of them were cultivators from the Emperor Realm. The few leading them were third-layer Emperor Realm masters. However, each of them had a demonic chi lingering around their bodies. It was obvious that they had become the demon race. After this group of people appeared, they did not say a word and directly attacked the space array. Obviously, they wanted to destroy the space array here. Xianxia really has foresight. He knew he would come. A cold snort sounded, and 7 beautiful figures flashed out from the side. These 7 were all women, all dressed in white and exuding an icy aura. Obviously, they cultivated ice attribute secret arts and were all masters from the Emperor Realm. In the Northern Territory, only Ice Heart Valley could bring out such a lineup. The person who spoke was none other than Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder, Bing Yun. She led her disciples, and Ruo Yun, Sun Yun Xiao, Ji Yao, Chong Sun Yun, and the others out. Since Martial Beast had warned Xianxia that the demon race was here to destroy the space array, how could Xianxia not be prepared? It was true that 100,000 troops had gone out to meet the enemy, but naturally, there would be people guarding the space array. He did not forget that the Western Territory had already fallen and that the masters of the various sects had already become the demon race. Now that the war had begun, the Western Territory had become the demon race's cultivator, so he definitely would not stand by and watch. Iceheart Valley's group from the Emperor Realm was the backup plan he had secretly arranged for this place. 7 against 100. It was obvious that they were outnumbered. Even if Bing Yun was a third-stage Emperor Realm master, she could not turn the situation around. However, if the Spirit Array was included, it would be a different story. As soon as Bing Yun's group of 7 appeared, they formed a Spirit Array. If there were only 7 people from Iceheart Valley guarding this place, even with the help of the Spirit Array, he was confident that he could destroy the Space Array and kill the 7 of them. But the other side suddenly had so many reinforcements, and there was even a divine spirit guarding this place. There was no way they could fight. Run! Lian Zheng made a prompt decision, and after realizing that the situation was bad, he immediately retreated. But how could it be so easy to leave? The 9 members of the Stone Mongoose clan, along with the embodiment and 7 from Ice Heart Valley, had been ambushed by Xianxia in the Emperor Realm. Now that the enemy had appeared, how could he let them go so easily? The embodiment immediately stretched out its hand, and the giant hand seemed to cross the barrier of space and grabbed at Lian Zheng. In an instant, Lian Zheng felt as if the sky was covered. Before they even fought, he knew that he was not sure of his opponent. After all, the other party was a divine spirit. Although his third-order Emperor Realm Mirror was powerful, it was still not enough in front of Shihua. Hastily raising his hand, Lien Zheng summoned a shield in front of him. The embodiment grabbed the shield and shattered it, causing Lien Zheng to break into a cold sweat. However, thanks to this slight delay, he finally had a chance to escape. Disregarding the burning of his blood essence, his figure flickered and he frantically fled into the distance. As soon as he retreated, the other demons naturally did not stay and fled. The Stone Mongoose clan chased after them. Chapter 3395. However, they didn't dare to chase too far, lest they fall into the enemy's trap. Their main responsibility together with the Seven Eyes Heart Valley disciples was to guard the space array. But even so, the hundreds of demons had left behind more than 30 corpses along the way before they were able to escape safely. On the battlefield, people were constantly dying. In such a large-scale battle, even if the Northern Territory's cultivator lineup was powerful and had the support of Yang Kai's two great wizards, it was impossible for all of them to escape unscathed. However, the casualty rate was simply incomparable to the demon race. On the ground, rivers of blood flowed and mountains of corpses were piled up as the two races fought fiercely in this wilderness. Yang Kai had killed countless demons along the way, and even 7 or 8 Demon King-level masters had died at his hands. And this was just his record alone. Presumably, Wan Feng and the others were not much worse than him. It was obvious that this time, the demon race had mobilized many masters. Finally, the sound of a horn rang out from the demon land. All the demon race cultivators who heard this sound retreated, but even as they retreated, they did so in an orderly manner, not blindly running for their lives. Instead, they covered each other's backs and took turns retreating, showing that they were well-trained. The Northern Territory's cultivator naturally chased after them. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, all the demon race cultivators retreated into the demon land. Yang Kai stopped, waved his sword, and shouted, "Don't chase." The Northern Territory's cultivator, whose eyes were red from killing, stopped one after another and stared in the direction of the demon land. After a brief moment of silence, they broke out into a raucous cheer. Before this, none of them had thought that they could defeat the 1 million strong demon race cultivators and win so easily at that. Now that the facts were right in front of them, they realized that the demon race was not that big of a deal after all. They were also living beings, and if they were killed, they would die. They didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, nor did they have indestructible bodies. Just like them, they were all living beings with flesh and blood. This was the first battle between the Star Boundary and the Demon Territory, and it was also a great victory for the Star Boundary. This battle might affect the future trend of the war. The cheers were like waves, each wave louder than the previous, but the demon land was deathly silent, with not the slightest bit of response. Many Emperor Realm Masters flew to Yang Kai's side and requested to continue the pursuit, determined to exterminate the remnants of the defeated army. Of course, Yang Kai, not to mention that they didn't know anything about the demon land. Even the bloodthirst technique wasn't omnipotent. During the duration of the bloodthirst technique's effect, the Northern Territory's cultivator was indeed brave and fearless, and could even unleash more power. However, once the bloodthirst technique's effect wore off, there would be repercussions. Even if the repercussions of the bloodthirst technique cast by the Wizard King weren't too bad, it was still enough to greatly reduce the Northern Territory's cultivators' combat strength. At this time, the best choice was to return to recuperate, adjust their condition, and wait for the Southern Territories and Eastern Territories' cultivators' arrival. The Northern Territories' army rumbled as Yang Kai returned triumphantly. On the way back, many people were whispering to each other, excitedly talking about how brave they were and how many demon race cultivators they killed. It was as if they couldn't wait to announce this achievement to the world and let everyone know about it. After returning to the location of the space array, Yang Kai ordered the Northern Territories army to spread out and set up camp. At the same time, he counted the number of casualties. Only now did Yang Kai have the time to check on the situation of Su Yin and the others. Among his 4 wives, except for Xianing Chong, who wasn't good at fighting, Su Yin, Shanqing Luo, and Shui Yu had all come. After all, they were all Dao Source Realm cultivators now. Su Yin was at the peak of the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm, only 1 step away from breaking through to the Emperor Realm. If an Origin King could enter the battlefield, they could naturally enter as well. However, during the previous battle, Yang Kai didn't have the spare energy to pay attention to them. The 3 women were fine. The Monster King of the ancient land knew their identities and naturally took good care of them. With the protection of the Monster King, how could the demon race hurt them? In the newly set up tent, Yang Kai washed up under the care of the 3 women, changed into a new set of clothes, and walked out. High up in the sky, Missouri Huang lowered his head and nodded slightly at him, his eyes full of praise. He had watched the battle from beginning to end. Yang Kai's performance was commendable. At the critical moment, he wasn't blinded by a momentary victory and retreated in time, which was especially rare. He felt that Yang Kai seemed to have many years of experience in commanding an army. He knew when to advance and when to retreat, so he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Where did this brat get this kind of experience? Yang Kai responded, but didn't go up to talk. Li Jiao had already hurried over with a look of joy on his face. Yang Kai looked at him and asked, "How are the casualties?" Li Jiao was covered in blood. Obviously, he didn't have time to clean himself. He replied excitedly, "Less than 5,000 died and 20,000 were injured. However, they're all minor injuries. The others are fine." 5,000 dead and 20,000 injured in a single battle was a terrifying number. However, if the enemy numbered in the millions, it would be an unimaginable number. In this battle, the demon race didn't include the green demons and red demons who were used as cannon fodder. There were more than 300,000 casualties. The corpses everywhere were the best proof. The cultivator in the Northern Territory only paid the price of 5,000 dead and 20,000 injured. This could be called a miracle. Yang Kai nodded slightly. This kind of casualty number was within the acceptable range. Li Jiao continued, "However, everyone is feeling a little weak right now. I'm afraid we will need to rest for a few days." The after effect of using the bloodthirst technique was a normal reaction, and this was the after effect of using the bloodthirst technique when Yang Kai was a shaman king. If it was used by a lower level shaman, half a month or even a month of recuperation would be normal. Li Jiao couldn't help but worry. If the demon race takes advantage of this time to attack, Yang Kai patted him on the shoulder and said, "Do you think the Beast Warrior Master is staying here to watch a show?" Just like how he didn't dare to casually bring people to attack the demon land, the demon race definitely wouldn't dare to casually attack. If the Northern Territory Army really couldn't hold on, Imo Huang would definitely step in. Li Jiao's expression brightened, and he felt much more at ease. In the next few days, there was no movement from the demon race. It was unknown if they were gathering their forces. On the other hand, reinforcements from the Eastern and Southern Territory arrived one after another. Yang Kai had set up spatial formations in both the Eastern and Southern Territory. Now that Li Wui could also set them up, even though they arrived a few days later than the Northern Territory, they still arrived as quickly as possible. The 2 territory armies each had around 100,000 reinforcements. Their strength and cultivation were almost the same as the Northern Territory Army. Faces that Yang Kai was familiar with all appeared one after another. The new cultivator naturally feared the demon race like a tiger. However, when they heard that the Northern Territory Army had fought a great battle with the demon race a few days ago and defeated the demon race's million-strong army, they were extremely shocked. They all went to the cultivator in the Northern Territory to inquire about the situation. The cultivator in the Northern Territory naturally added fuel to the fire. He wanted nothing more than to make himself seem wise and powerful, unparalleled in the world. Seeing was believing. Even though the new cultivator didn't believe the boasting of the Northern Territory cultivator, the hundreds of thousands of demon race corpses left in the wilderness couldn't be faked. Before they arrived, the Northern Territory Army had really fought a great battle with the demon race, and they had really killed hundreds of thousands of demon race. With this, the fear of the demon race was greatly reduced. Many people were even secretly looking forward to the next great battle. Heroes were born in troubled times. A great battle between the living beings of two worlds like this wouldn't happen once in tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Who knew if they would be the one to go down in history? This was an excellent opportunity. The great emperors also arrived one after another. Xianxia didn't know how many great emperors had come, but he roughly estimated that there were at least 6 or 7. One of them was a woman wearing a flowery dress. Her expression was tranquil, and she gave off a pure and holy feeling. Xianxia guessed that she was the only woman among the 10 great emperors, the great emperors of the Flower Shadow, Hualinglong. The great emperors of the Flower Shadow summoned Yu Rumeng as soon as they arrived. After all, Yu Rumeng was now using Li Shiqing's name, the successor of the Flower Shadow great emperors. Yu Rumeng is doomed. Xianxia thought to himself. No matter what Yu Rumeng's origin was, or what ability she had, even if she could deceive others, she definitely couldn't deceive the great emperors of the Flower Shadow. After all, they were master and disciple. So how could Hualinglong not see through her disguise? Outside the tent, Xianxia was surrounded by a group of people from the Emperor Realm. They were all second-order and third-order Emperor Realm masters. Some of these people from the Emperor Realm were Xianxia's acquaintances, while others he had just met recently. They were all masters from the Southern Territory and Eastern Territory. Perhaps they had heard that Xianxia had a special understanding of the demon race. So they had come to ask for advice so that they wouldn't be clueless when the time came to face the demon race. Xianxia naturally had nothing to hide, so he repeated what he had said to the cultivator from the Northern Territory before they set off, explaining in detail the characteristics and divine technique of each of the 100 races in the demon territory. The group of people from the Emperor Realm listened very carefully, silently memorizing everything. From time to time, someone would interrupt to ask a few questions, and Xianxia would answer them one by one. It was admirable. No one knew why Xianxia knew so much about the demon race, but this was undoubtedly precious information. Without Xianxia, this information might have cost hundreds of thousands of lives. After half a day, the group of people cupped their fists and left. They naturally couldn't wait to share such precious information with their disciples. Brother Yang, this is what we agreed on. This temple's temple master asked me to give it to you. After everyone left, Qi Gui of Ahan Temple came forward and handed over a space ring. Xianxia took it suspiciously and scanned it with his divine sense. He raised his brow and nodded lightly. Temple Master Chun is thoughtful. There was nothing special in this space ring, just a huge amount of resources. Source crystals, pills, alchemy manuals, and even artifacts. It was all-encompassing, just like the treasury of a sect. In fact, this was indeed a treasury. However, it was not one sect, but 2 sects. It was the treasury of Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land in the Eastern Territory. Chapter 33-96. When Xianxia destroyed the high-level members of Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land outside Heavenly Wolf Valley, he told Qi Gui that he wanted half of the treasures of these 2 sections. He also knew that with the destruction of the high-level members of Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land, the foundation of their sects was doomed. Ahan Temple would definitely take action. At that time, Ahan Temple would be the only one left of the 3 top sects in the Eastern Territory, so it wouldn't be too much for him to ask for half. However, after going to Dragon Island and Spirit Beast Island, he directly returned to the Northern Territory, so he didn't have time to visit Ahan Temple. This time, Qi Gui personally delivered the treasures. In fact, among the people from the Emperor Realm who asked Xianxia about the demon race, there was the temple master of Ahan Temple. Xianxia didn't know his name, but Xianxia heard people call him Temple Master Chun. This Temple Master Chun didn't hand over the treasures himself, probably because he didn't want to lose face. After all, these were the spoils of war of Ahan Temple. Xianxia wanted half of it, as if he was afraid of Xianxia. But now that the 2 realms were at war, There were many places where they needed to rely on Yang Kai, so they couldn't easily offend him. This was why Qi Gui, who had dealt with Yang Kai several times before, delivered the treasures as a sign of goodwill. Qi Gui grinned, looked around, and lowered his voice. Temple Master said that if there is a war in the future, he asks Brother Yang to take care of my Ahan Temple. Yang Kai squinted at him and said, Ahan Temple sent out all its elites this time, and Temple Master Chun is personally overseeing it. They are under the command of Serene Soul Palace. Why would they need me to take care of them? Qi Gui grinned and said, I heard that in the war a few days ago, Brother Yang used a secret technique to stimulate people's blood essence to resist the corrosion of demonic qi, and to combine the vitality of 1,000 people into one to withstand the damage together. So this was what he wanted. Yang Kai didn't comment. I will try my best. It was not that he did not want to take care of the cultivator in his territory, but he did not have the ability. It was true that he was the wizard king, but casting bloodthirst and life chains on 100,000 people at once was his limit. He couldn't do anything more than that. Now that the allied army of the 3 territories had 300,000 people, he wouldn't be able to handle all of them by himself. Then I'll thank you in advance. Qi Gui cupped his hands and left. Yang Kai stood in place, deep in thought. A good idea popped into his mind. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was possible. He hadn't considered this before because the demon race hadn't invaded on a large scale. Now that the situation had forced him, perhaps he could make some plans. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, a fragrant wind flashed by his side. A beautiful figure wearing a veil and smiling with beautiful eyes appeared in front of him. What are you thinking about? Yang Kai was stunned. Was this woman all right? How could this woman be fine? When she was summoned by Hua Linglong, Yang Kai thought that her disguise was going to be exposed. He didn't expect that she would appear in front of him in one piece. Are you all right? Yang Kai thought about it and showed a worried expression at the right time. He quietly sent a message to her. Yu Meng's eyes curved up. Are you worried about me? Yang Kai rolled his eyes and said seriously, Nonsense, of course I'm worried about you. She didn't do anything to you, right? Yu Meng smiled. If she did anything to me, would I still be able to appear in front of you? That's good, that's good. Yang Kai put on an expression of relief, but in fact, he was very confused. She looked at Yang Kai from head to toe and asked softly, You are Yang Kai? Her voice was very soft, like water that embraced people, making them feel very comfortable. Yang Kai replied solemnly, Yes. Hua Linglong smiled slightly and said, What kind of bewitching potion did you feed Xianxia? Why did I hear that she has been following you around these days? She wasn't deaf or blind, so she naturally knew about these things. However, even if she was asked about these things, she wasn't angry at all. If it were the other great emperors, they would have already shown Yang Kai their strength. How dare you seduce my disciple? Do you want to die? It could be seen that she was a very gentle and good-tempered person. Yang Kai couldn't understand why Li Wuyi would be hunted down by her in the past. What kind of atrocity had Li Wuyi done to anger such a person? Yang Kai immediately straightened his back and said firmly, Xianxia and I are in love with each other. It was love at first sight. Mo Huang's face darkened immediately. One had to know that Mo Shaoqi seemed to have some special feelings for Yang Kai. Yang Kai already had several wives, and now he had even hooked up with Hua Linglong's disciple. Mo Huang didn't know how Mo Shaoqi would react after hearing this news. Sometimes, Mo Huang wished he could kill Yang Kai with a single slap. Hua Linglong chuckled. You're quite bold. Yang Kai said seriously, It's natural for men and women to love each other. Senior, are you asking this to stop us? Hua Linglong shook her head and said, That's not what I meant. Don't misunderstand, Xianxia is not a child. She has her own path to walk, but as her master, I have to ask. That's not Li Shiqing, that's Yu Meng. Yang Kai really wanted to gouge out her eyes to see if she was blind. Hua Linglong said seriously, Since she chose you, you can't let her down. Do you remember? Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. I remember. All right, enough of the gossip. And Mo Huang opened his mouth and looked at Yang Kai. Boy, I called you here this time to ask about the secret technique you used a few days ago. Yang Kai said, I was just about to tell you about it. Oh, and Mo Huang raised his brow. What do you want to say? Yang Kai said seriously, that beast warrior master also saw it with his own eyes. He must have seen the great use of those two secret techniques, so he came to ask Junior about it. And Mo Huang nodded slightly and said, that's right. The secret technique that can stimulate the blood essence is fine. Most of us cultivators practice similar secret techniques. However, the secret technique that can connect the vitality of thousands of people is incredible. I've been thinking about it these days, but I still can't figure out what this secret technique is. Later, I discussed it with them and found that the secret technique is similar to the ancient wizard's secret technique. Yang Kai nodded and said, Seniors, your eyes are sharp. That is indeed the ancient wizard's secret technique, life chain. Even if the people present were all great emperors, they couldn't help but be stunned. Iron Blood frowned and said, you can use the ancient wizard's secret technique. Yang Kai smiled slightly. The aura on his body suddenly changed, becoming ancient and desolate. He looked at everyone and said, in this state, I can be considered as the Wizard King. The great emperors of heaven's revelations stroked the beard on his chin and said, the Wizard King was also a great wizard in the ancient era, which is equivalent to the Emperor realm now. However, the laws of the world today are very different from those of the ancient era. How can you practice the wizard's secret technique? The laws of the world are different, so the power that a cultivator can practice is also different. Yang Kai replied, Senior, you are right. The reason why I was able to practice the wizard's secret technique was by chance. I once entered a secret realm. The secret realm's ability was incredible. It had the effect of compressing time. I stayed in that secret realm for decades, but only a month had passed in reality. It was also there that I understood the secret of the wizard's secret technique. The great emperors of heaven's revelations were shocked. So, that secret realm preserved the environment of the ancient era. Yes, the great emperors were suddenly excited. Iron Blood hurriedly said, where is the secret realm? Can it be opened again? Yang Kai smiled when he heard this. It seemed that his thoughts were somewhat similar to those of the great emperors. He immediately nodded and said, that secret realm is now in my high heaven palace. It can be opened at any time. Good. Iron Blood clapped and laughed. He looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes and said, if that's the case, we need you to bring a group of people into the secret realm to practice the wizard's secret technique. Is that okay? That's what I was thinking. Yang Kai nodded. According to the result of his discussion with the great emperors, the astral plane would select 3,000 people from the 300,000 army to follow Yang Kai back to the high heaven palace. He would arrange for them to enter the 1,000 illusionary dream world to cultivate wizard techniques. These 3,000 people were just to test the effects. If the results were good, it would not be too late to add more people to cultivate wizard techniques in the future. After that, Yang Kai would set off for the frozen earth and go to the reincarnation world. In less than 10 days, 3,000 people had been arranged. Among them, there were more than 100 people from the Emperor realm. The remaining Dao Source realm and Origin King realm cultivators were also distributed according to proportion. Obviously, the great emperors also knew that it was impossible for everyone to cultivate to the level of Wizard King like Yang Kai. But even if they could cultivate to the lowest level of wizard, it would still be helpful in the future war. Among these 3,000 people, as long as 300 of them could become wizard techniques, they would be able to meet the expectations of the great emperors. Yang Kai did not have anything to do with the Western Territory battlefield. With the 7 great emperors here, it was likely that the demon race would not act rashly. Once these 3,000 people finished their studies and returned, together with the great wizard from the reincarnation world that Yang Kai invited, they would be able to fight the demon race to the death. The 3,000 people came from the 3 territories of the astral plane. Each territory had 1,000 people. For the time being, they did not know what they were going to do. They only knew that they were going to follow Yang Kai back to the Northern Territory. Since the great emperors personally gave the order, no one dared to disobey. Everyone obediently waited for the order. Yu Ruming naturally did not leave. Yang Kai glanced at her and did not say anything. At the space array, Yang Kai arranged for everyone to return to the High Heaven Palace. He was the last to return. An hour later, in front of the entrance of the 1,000 illusionary dream world, Yang Kai was silent. The 3,000 people stood behind and waited silently. Rather than calling the 1,000 illusionary dream world a secret realm, it would be better to call it a secret treasure. A secret treasure that gave birth to a spirit. It was formed by the 1,000 illusionary butterfly and contained all kinds of worlds. It was not unchanging. Anyone who entered it would be able to obtain their own opportunities. Yang Kai communicated with Butterfly for a long time before he convinced her to open the ancient world for everyone and throw the 3,000 people in. Whether or not these 3,000 people could become magi and what level they could reach would be revealed in a month at most. After dealing with this matter, Yang Kai let out a long breath. He turned to look at Yu Ruming and said, "Let's go." Yu Ruming nodded and followed behind obediently. When they came back to the space array, Yang Kai stood on it with Yu Ruming. The power of the law of space fluctuated. With a flash of light, Yu Ruming disappeared. Yang Kai's figure shook for a moment before he stabilized himself again. Then he grinned. Several disciples guarding the space array were stunned. They did not know what their master was doing. But before they could ask, Yang Kai had already rushed out of the hall and soared into the sky. In the Western Territory, where the army was surrounding the space array, a light flashed, and Yu Ruming suddenly appeared. She looked around blankly at first, but when the familiar scenery and figures entered her eyes, her pretty face changed. With her intelligence, how could she not know that she was dumped by Yang Kai? Damn it! Yu Ruming's pretty face suddenly became gloomy. She clenched her teeth and secretly swore that when she saw Yang Kai again, she would teach him a lesson. But what she couldn't understand was why Kai Yang wanted to throw her off. Was he worried about her safety? The cold wind was biting cold, and the frozen earth was merciless. The frozen earth in the Northern Territory was famous in the world. This was a dangerous place. The core location was so dangerous that even the great emperors could not easily trespass. In the past, the dragon race was buried here, which showed the harsh environment here. The last time Yang Kai came to find Zhu Qing with Zhu Lai and Li Jiao, he also went through a lot of hardships. This time, it was much easier to retrace the old path. Moreover, the entrance to the reincarnation world from the astral world was not in the deepest position, so there was not much danger. However, the last time they accidentally entered the reincarnation world, they did not enter through an entrance. Instead, they were swallowed by the cold wave and directly swallowed into the reincarnation world. The cold wave was the unique heavenly might of the frozen earth. Even an 8th-order fire dragon like Zhu Lai could not resist the cold. This time, they might not be lucky enough to encounter the cold wave, but since the 3 of them were able to enter that world, it meant that there was an entrance to the reincarnation world in the frozen earth. As long as they could find this entrance, with Yang Kai's attainments and space principles, he could naturally open the entrance. This search took another month. Many times, Yang Kai almost gave up because blindly searching for an entrance that might not exist in this cold and white world was a kind of torture, whether it was physical or mental. Alone, surrounded by silence, only the rustling of his footsteps could be heard. Constantly circulating his emperor chi to resist the bitter cold, Yang Kai even forgot the passage of time, just repeating his actions mechanically. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly stopped, closed his eyes, and silently sensed. He seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes and rushed in a certain direction. After an incense stick worth of time, he stopped in an open snowfield. Snowflakes fluttered around him, but in the void 3 meters in front of him, there was a place that was not affected by the falling snow. All the snowflakes that fell to this place disappeared without a trace. A void corridor. Xianxia also felt the obvious fluctuations of space principles in front of him. Immediately, his expression brightened, and he slightly urged his space principles. Whether this entrance was the entrance to the reincarnation world or not, Xianxia was not sure, but since it appeared here, it was most likely the case. After a short while, a crack appeared in the void, dark and bottomless. Xianxia plunged into it without hesitation, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 3398. The reincarnation world wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. Xianxia, Zhu Qing, and Li Jiao had stayed in this world for several months, so even if they weren't familiar with this place, they weren't unfamiliar with it either. Standing in the air, Xianxia quickly identified the direction and flew towards the human sovereign city. Half a day later, a jade-like green light curtain in the shape of an upside-down bowl appeared in front of Xianxia's eyes. A familiar aura came from that direction. That was the human sovereign city. The entire human sovereign city was protected by a jade-green light curtain. Xianxia knew that it was the power of the holy tree. Now, the reincarnation world was governed by the laws of the demon territory. It was the time when the demon race was wreaking havoc outside. The residents of the human sovereign city couldn't leave the protection of the holy tree at all, or they would be eroded by the demonic chi and become demons. Every time this happened, the humans outside would return to the human sovereign city to avoid the demonic chi. Xianxia recalled all kinds of information about the human sovereign city and the holy tree in his mind. It didn't take long for him to arrive outside the human sovereign city. Looking down, the city was bustling with noise and excitement, with people jostling shoulder to shoulder. But in the next moment, a rapid bell chime came from a tower on the city wall. Someone even shouted, "The demon race is attacking. The demon race is attacking." Although the cultivation of the person shouting wasn't too high, he was still a Dao Source Realm cultivator. Under the urging of his strength, his voice could spread throughout the entire human sovereign city. The endless flow of people fell into a strange state of silence. After 3 breaths, the crowd went into an uproar and rushed to report. Xianxia was stunned. The demon race is attacking? What demon race is there? Looking around, Xianxia suddenly realized that the demon race wasn't referring to him. Was it? Looking down at the tower that sounded the alarm, Xianxia found that the Dao Source Realm cultivator who shouted was looking at him with a face full of hatred. Xianxia's face twitched. He really wanted to gouge out the cultivator's eyes and let him take a closer look. Which part of him looked like a demon race? But after thinking about it, he couldn't be blamed for being so nervous. After all, the outside world was governed by the laws of the demon territory. Only the demon race was still active outside. It was inevitable for him to be misunderstood. Xianxia shouted. He shouted, "This king is not a demon race. Don't panic. The Dao Source Realm cultivators is the realm cultivators is." But he didn't stop. Asterisk whoosh 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 asterisk people kept flying toward the city wall where Xianxia was, all of them looking like they were facing a great enemy. There were even a few from the Emperor realm among them. This made Xianxia's eyes light up. Although the population of the human sovereign city wasn't too high, because of its special environment, there seemed to be a lot of people in the Emperor realm. Xianxia had met several third-layer Emperor realm masters when he came here last time. If he could bring such a force out, it would be of great help to the situation in the star boundary. While he was deep in thought, he suddenly heard an angry shout. "Who goes there?" Xianxia looked in the direction of the voice and fixed his eyes on a middle-aged second-order Emperor realm cultivator. He nodded slightly and said, "This king is Xianxia, not a demon race cultivator. Please open the barrier. This king has something to discuss with the human sovereign city." The middle-aged man immediately shouted angrily, "How dare you? The human sovereign city is not a place for demons like you to call as they please. If you know what's good for you, you'd back off quickly, or I'll take your dog life." Xianxia's eyes twitched. "Old man, look carefully. How does this king look like a demon race cultivator?" The middle-aged man snorted, "Don't waste your breath. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't back off after 3 breaths, you'll have to bear the consequences." Yang Kai sighed and said helplessly, "Is there really no way to open the barrier? Get lost." The middle-aged man shouted. Yang Kai grinned and slowly stretched out his hand, pressing it towards the green light curtain as he said, "In that case, I'll come in myself." The middle-aged man sneered, but made no move to stop him. After all, the holy tree's protection had a strong restraining effect on the demon race. Once infected, they would either die or be seriously injured. Otherwise, after so many years, the human sovereign city would not have remained unscathed and would have been attacked by the demon race tens of thousands of times. This demon race actually dared to recklessly break through the holy tree's protection. In his opinion, this was nothing short of suicidal and stupid. But in the next moment, the sneer on his face suddenly stiffened and his eyes widened in disbelief. Because when Yang Kai's hand touched the green light curtain, it did not show the slightest sign of injury. Not only that, but the green light curtain also began to ripple as if it was about to break. How is this possible? This was the holy tree's protection. For hundreds of thousands of years, it had protected the human sovereign city, yet now it had accepted a demon race. To be honest, the holy tree's defense was indeed very strong. Even if the demon race really attacked, they would not be able to break through. However, Yang Kai was not trying to break through the barrier. He just wanted to enter the human sovereign city, so there were many things he could use to his advantage. He was the wizard king and was the target of the holy tree's protection. So how could the holy tree stop him if he wanted to enter the city? He did not want to make the people of the human sovereign city too nervous before, but now he had no choice but to do it himself. The ripples continued to spread, and Yang Kai's entire arm reached in, followed by half of his body, and then his entire body. In just 10 short breaths, Yang Kai was already inside the human sovereign city. Below, countless residents of the human sovereign city who saw this scene had ashen faces, feeling as if the sky was about to collapse. This demon race could easily break through the holy tree's protection and enter the human sovereign city, which meant that other demon race could do it as well. In other words, the human sovereign city was no longer safe. However, in this world, where could they go other than the human sovereign city? If they left the human sovereign city and the holy tree's protection, they would really be dead. The group of people who had arrived at the tower before finally came to their senses. The elderly man roared angrily, "The demon race is attacking Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to charge at Yang Kai. Even now, he still believed that Yang Kai was a demon race. In midair, he had already punched out, and the faint sound of a tiger's roar could be heard. An almost solid white tiger phantom pounced at Yang Kai with extraordinary momentum. The others hurriedly followed and used their killer moves. The veins on Yang Kai's forehead throbbed as he raised his hand and slapped out. The dragon's roar reverberated through the clouds, causing the entire mortal emperor's city to tremble. A phantom of a huge dragon appeared and bit down on the white tiger. The white tiger let out a sorrowful cry and collapsed in the air. However, the dragon's momentum was not reduced at all. It rushed into the crowd and swayed left and right, knocking a group of people to the ground. The elderly man was shocked. When Yang Kai attacked, he noticed that his opponent's cultivation was the same as his own, a second-order Emperor Realm Master. However, the other party was a second-order Emperor Realm Master. It seemed that he was not his opponent at all. In a daze, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Looking closely, it was the demon race that had invaded the city. The elderly man was shocked and hurriedly retreated. But how could he retreat? Yang Kai had already grabbed the elderly man by the collar and dragged him in front of him, staring at him fiercely. "My life is over," the elderly man lamented in his heart. But Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "I said I'm not from the demon race. Open your eyes wide and look carefully." The elderly man was in a daze. He only had the lingering fear of escaping death. How could he be in the mood to observe Yang Kai? Stop! At that moment, an angry shout rang out as several figures flew over from the center of the human sovereign city. The one in the lead had a handsome face and was accompanied by several masters from the Emperor Realm. One of them was even a third-order Emperor Realm master. They had probably noticed the commotion here and rushed over to investigate the situation. Hearing the voice, Xianxia turned his head and grinned at the young man in the lead. Third Prince, long time no see. This young man was the third prince of the human sovereign city. Xianxia had met him the last time he came here, but they didn't have much interaction. Now that they met again, it was impossible not to recognize him. The third prince glanced at Xianxia in surprise, then said in surprise, the voice sounded a little familiar. So it really is Lord Yang. That's me. Xianxia nodded at him, then let go of the elderly man's clothes and reached out to smooth out the wrinkles on his clothes. He said with a look of displeasure, Old man, I said I'm not from the demon race. Do you believe me now? The elderly man nodded subconsciously, then suddenly remembered that he seemed to have heard the name Xianxia more than 10 years ago. Yes, there was indeed an outsider who came to the human sovereign city and had a conflict with the royal family. But the royal family was tight-lipped about what happened. Later, the outsider suddenly disappeared without a trace, and the storm gradually subsided. So this guy was that person from back then. But the third prince had to call him master. What kind of situation was this? Could it be that this person was on equal footing with the human sovereign city? Since it's Sir Yang, then it must be a misunderstanding. You may all disperse. The third prince waved his hand, and the people who were facing a great enemy finally dispersed. It's been many years, third prince, but you're still as good as ever. Xianxia smiled at him. The third prince felt a lot of pressure. Although he was the third prince of the human sovereign city, and also the most outstanding son of the human sovereign city, and was qualified to inherit the human sovereign city in the future, he did not dare to put on airs in front of Xianxia. After all, the holy tree seemed to treat this person differently. Back then, even the human sovereign city did not dare to throw a tantrum in front of him, let alone a prince like himself. Forcing a smile, the third prince said, Lord Yang has returned. Is he going to stay in the human sovereign city for a long time? He thought that Xianxia had been staying in the reincarnation world all these years and had not left. After all, Xianxia and Zhu Qing left and went directly to the demon rage city to find the exit, so it was normal that he did not know what happened afterwards. Xianxia looked at him and said, The third prince doesn't seem to welcome me. The third prince hurriedly said, How can that be? Lord Yang is an important guest of my father, and he is very powerful. If he can stay in the human sovereign city for a long time, it will be a good thing for the human sovereign city. How can I not welcome him? Xianxia was too lazy to argue with him, and said calmly, Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint the third prince. I just came in from the outside, and I don't plan to stay in the human sovereign city for a long time. I'm afraid I'll be leaving in a few days. Chapter 3399. Hearing this, the third prince let out a long sigh of relief, but soon looked at him in shock and said, Lord Yang, do you mean that you can freely enter and leave this world? Not only him, but the several people from the Emperor Realm who followed him were also stunned. The reincarnation world had a special environment and had existed for more than 100,000 years. Over the years, there had been many outsiders who had accidentally wandered into this world, but no one had ever been able to leave. There was a rumor that there was an exit in the Demon's Fury City, but that exit was extremely dangerous and close to the Demon's Fury City, so it was impossible for humans to pass through. Now that they heard Xianxia say this, how could the third prince and the others not be shocked? Xianxia said, This king has his own method. This was admitting that he could freely enter and leave this world. The third prince's expression suddenly became uncertain, but he suddenly thought of something and smiled faintly. Then I wonder why Lord Yang has come to the human sovereign city. Xianxia smiled mysteriously. To give you a great opportunity. The corner of the third prince's eye twitched. Obviously, he didn't believe his nonsense, but he still patiently asked, Can you elaborate? Xianxia said, I will explain this to the human sovereign city, so please lead the way, third prince. The third prince couldn't help but feel a little depressed when he heard this, knowing that Xianxia meant that he was not qualified to discuss matters with him. He was displeased, but he didn't show it on his face. He turned sideways and stretched out his hand. In that case, Lord Yang, please follow me. With the third prince leading the way, it was naturally very smooth, and no one dared to act rashly. Along the way, the third prince, intentionally or unintentionally, inquired about whether Xianxia could really enter and leave this world freely. Xianxia didn't want to say much, but suddenly he rolled his eyes and began to talk. Naturally, he wasn't stingy with his praise for the beauty of the outside world. The third prince smiled and responded absent-mindedly. Not long after, everyone arrived at the imperial palace and saw the human sovereign in the main hall. The human sovereign hadn't changed much, just like the last time they saw him. The fat old man was only a second-order emperor realm master, and his vitality had begun to show signs of decline. However, this old man knew how to enjoy life. He was surrounded by beautiful maids, each one of them with a unique charm. Xianxia didn't know if the old man would one day die in their bellies. The human sovereign wasn't the only one in the hall. Most of the members of the imperial family were present, presumably having received the message from the third prince. All the princes and princesses were looking at Xianxia with complicated gazes. Xianxia even caught a glimpse of deep hatred in the human sovereign's turbid eyes. Xianxia certainly knew that the old man wouldn't welcome his arrival, but he didn't care. Taking a few steps forward, Xianxia cupped his fists and said, Greetings, human sovereign. Although he wasn't afraid of him, he still had something to ask of him this time. Moreover, if this matter really came to fruition, Xianxia naturally couldn't be too abrupt in the future war of the two worlds. This attitude obviously surprised the human sovereign and the many princes and princesses. After all, when Xianxia came last time, he was extremely arrogant and didn't put the imperial family in his eyes. Even the first prince, Wuxia, was beaten up by him, and the seventh princess, Yu, was taught a lesson by him. However, it was precisely because of this that the human sovereign's expression relaxed slightly. He raised his hand and said, Lord Yang is too polite. Please sit down. Immediately, a beautiful maid brought a chair over and placed it behind Xianxia. He said with a pained expression, I just don't want to see you live in such an environment. I don't want to see hundreds of thousands of people in the human sovereign city suffer the torment of this world and the demon race. I don't mean to do anything. The human sovereign said in surprise, Lord Yang, I admire you for your noble character. Xianxia raised his hand and said, If the human sovereign is interested, then there is no time to lose. Please order the people in the city to prepare. We will set off now. As soon as he said this, the human sovereign almost spat out a mouthful of blood. I don't think I promised you anything. Why are you setting off now? At the same time, he asked curiously, Lord Yang, do you mean that you can take everyone in the human sovereign city with you? Xianxia smiled faintly. It's just a small matter. Don't worry about it. Regardless of whether this was true or not, the human sovereign couldn't help but be moved. Lord Yang is really something. He pondered for a moment and said, Lord Yang, you must be tired from the journey. Go and rest for a few days. I will seriously consider what you said. Xianxia glared and said, What's there to consider? If you miss this opportunity, you won't get it again. The human sovereign said patiently, This concerns the future of the entire human sovereign city. I can't make arbitrary decisions. I have to ask for the opinions of the people in the city, right? If some people don't want to leave, I can't force them. This was a good reason. Xianxia couldn't say anything else. He could only say, Human sovereign is really righteous. In that case, I will wait for your good news. Well said. The human sovereign nodded slightly and then winked at the third prince. Third prince, take Lord Yang to rest and make arrangements. Yes, father. The third prince cupped his hands and then reached out to Xianxia. Lord Yang, please. Kai Yang smiled faintly. Thank you for your trouble. He bid farewell to the human sovereign and then went into the depths of the palace under the guidance of the third prince. After Xianxia left, the human sovereign's face suddenly became gloomy. All the princes and princesses turned to look at him. The eldest prince, Wuxia, cupped his hands and said, "Father, you can't agree to what Xianxia said." Fu also said, "Yes, father. The foundation of our royal family is in the human sovereign city. How can we leave with him? If we really go to the outside world, we won't have any advantages. That bastard from the kingdom of Wolfheart should be killed. Father, let's have him killed." The princes and princesses shouted at the same time. They wanted nothing more than to cut Xianxia into pieces right now, as if they had some irreconcilable feud with him. "Shut up." The human emperor was irritated and shouted. His turbid eyes shone with a terrifying light at this moment. He glanced at his children and said coldly, "Do you really think that this emperor is old and muddle-headed?" The group of people trembled in fear and said, "We wouldn't dare." The human sovereign snorted, "How could I not know that the foundation of our royal family is here? If he leaves here, our royal family will no longer have any advantages. How could I not want to take his life to prevent future troubles? But that person is protected by the sacred tree. Who in a human sovereign city can kill him? If it wasn't for that, how could Xianxia be so arrogant last time? There were many people in the human sovereign city with higher cultivation than him. There were several third-layer Emperor Realm cultivators. How could they not kill him if they worked together? But with the sacred tree's protection, no third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator could break through his defense. The Fushu rolled his eyes and said, "The human sovereign city can't do that. Why don't we lure him out of the city? Once he leaves the city, he won't have the sacred tree's protection." The human sovereign nodded. "That's a good idea. The key is, how do we lure him out of the city?" The Fushu was just saying it casually. Now that the human sovereign asked, he couldn't explain clearly. He scratched his ears and cheeks in embarrassment. The fourth prince said, "How about we let him become the demon race?" Fuyu's eyes lit up and nodded. "That's a good idea. If he becomes the demon race, the sacred tree won't protect him. At that time, we'll be able to do whatever we want to him." The others obviously thought that it was a good idea. They all looked at the human sovereign eagerly. The human sovereign pondered for a long time before he looked up and said, "Fourth prince, I'll leave this matter to you. There can't be any mistakes." The fourth prince cupped his hands excitedly. "Don't worry, father. If this doesn't work, I'll bring my head to you." The human sovereign nodded gently and closed his eyes. He waved his hand slightly, and the group of princes and princesses respectfully left. Chapter 3400. Xianxia stayed in the imperial palace for 3 days. During these 3 days, he stayed in his room peacefully, showing no intention of going out, nor did he urge the human sovereign to leave. This made the human sovereign, who had been paying attention to his movements, a little confused. If Xianxia had acted impatiently, he could have understood, but seeing him act so calm and collected, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. He didn't know what Xianxia was planning, but no matter what Xianxia was planning, the human sovereign would never agree to leave the human sovereign city with Xianxia and go to the outside world. In the human sovereign city, the imperial family was protected by the holy tree and was superior to others. Just by looking at his second-order Emperor Realm cultivation, he was already a human sovereign, and several third-order Emperor Realm masters had to obey him. The human sovereign didn't know what the situation was like in the outside world, but he knew that strength was respected everywhere. The imperial family had been living here peacefully for more than 100,000 years, so how could they leave with Xianxia so easily and go to a completely clueless world? It was late at night, and all was quiet. In his room, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes and waved his hand. The two beautiful maids who had been waiting on him in the room bowed and left. It had to be said that although the human sovereign city wasn't big, with a population of only a few million, it was a place full of beautiful women. These two beautiful maids were probably carefully selected by the third prince. Whether it was in terms of appearance or figure, they were top-notch. What was even rarer was that they still had the aura of a young girl. untouched by others. Letting them serve Yang Kai was probably to numb Yang Kai. But unfortunately, although Yang Kai had been talking and laughing with him for the past 3 days, he never had any inappropriate thoughts. After the two beautiful maids left, Yang Kai flicked his finger and opened a window. Then, he said indifferently, "Since you're here, then show yourself." A dozen breaths later, a middle-aged old man wrapped in a black robe shot through the window. This old man was about 50 years old, with a ruddy complexion and a hale and hearty spirit. His figure was straight and his aura was restrained, but Yang Kai could still tell at a glance that this man was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. As soon as he appeared, he cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Lord Yang." Yang Kai smiled and gestured with his hand. At the same time, he picked up the teapot and filled the 2 cups in front of him. The man glanced at Yang Kai and hesitated for a moment before sitting down opposite him. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then, as if he was savoring the taste, he asked, "Did Lord Yang bring this tea from the outside world?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Yes, it seems that Your Excellency is a tea lover." The man smiled proudly. In life, everyone will have 1 or 2 hobbies. Some people like power, some people like beauties, but this old man only likes tea. It's a pity that there aren't many good teas in this world, and they can't compare to Lord Yang's. Yang Kai sneered, "What kind of tea is this? There are many better teas in the outside world." The man's eyes lit up when he heard this, and a look of longing appeared on his face. Yang Kai held the teacup and said indifferently, "If I remember correctly, you were with the 3rd prince that day, right?" 3 days ago, when Yang Kai had just arrived at the human sovereign city, the 3rd prince had brought a few people from the Emperor realm with him. One of them was this middle-aged man, who was also the only 3rd-order Emperor Realm Master. How could Yang Kai not remember him? The middle-aged man cupped his hands and said, "This old man is Zhou Yuchuan. I'm highly valued by the imperial family, and I'm the imperial guard captain of the human sovereign city. So it's old man Zhou. Part of my disrespect." Yang Kai put down the teacup and cupped his hands slightly. He smiled and said, "May I know why old man Zhou has come to see this king?" Zhou Yuchuan was silent for a while, then suddenly raised his eyes and looked at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. He said, "As the saying goes, it's taboo to talk too much with strangers. However, this old man only wants to ask Lord Yang a question, and I hope that Lord Yang will not hesitate to answer." Yang Kai took a sip of tea and said, "I can take you out of here, and I had just come in from the outside." Zhou Yuchuan's eyes lit up, so Master knows why this old man is here. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "When I first came here a few days ago, I told the 3rd prince about it. You were there at the time, so of course you paid attention. The imperial family is not interested in this matter, because they are the imperial family. Here, they are protected by the holy tree and have a unique advantage. They are superior beings, but it's different outside. However, those who are not part of the imperial family, such as you, old man Zhou, it's different. Their standpoints are different, so their considerations are naturally different." Zhou Yuchuan nodded at his words and said, "Lord Yang is right. The imperial family is indeed not interested in this matter. Not only are they not interested, Master's words a few days ago have probably made them very uncomfortable." Yang Kai said, "Since I came here and said those words, I naturally know how they will react. However, is this important?" Zhou Yuchuan frowned and said, "Master, are you planning to use force? If they make a wise choice, then so be it. If they disappoint me, then what's wrong with that?" Zhou Yuchuan's brows immediately furrowed, and he said in a low voice, "Forgive this old man for speaking bluntly. Although Master is also protected by the holy tree, if the imperial family is unwilling to cooperate, then I'm afraid even the Master can't do anything about it. Ideas are thought of by people." Yang Kai chuckled and changed the topic. "Actually, I'd like to know how many people have the same idea as you." Zhou Yuchuan said, "A few of my old brothers have the same idea. I believe that most of the people in the Emperor Realm would be happy to see this. Not just the people in the Emperor Realm, there are probably 80 to 90% of those in the human sovereign city who would be willing to follow the Master out of this realm. The Master doesn't live in this realm, so you don't know how dangerous it is. Yang Kai grinned. How can the imperial family stop the hearts of the people? It's fine if they follow the will of the heavens, but if they go against the flow, then I don't mind teaching them a lesson. Zhou Yuchuan immediately said seriously, if the master wants to make a move against the imperial family, then this old man can't interfere. Outside the room, the fourth prince brought a few people from the emperor realm to pay close attention to the movements in Yang Kai's room. They listened carefully, but there was no sound of fighting at all. There was only the sound of a dog barking. They couldn't help but look at each other, not knowing what was going on inside. And where did the dog barking come from? How could there be a dog in the palace? Just as they were puzzled, a gentle breeze blew by, and a figure appeared in front of them. Everyone turned pale with fright and looked over. When they saw the person's face clearly, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The fourth prince was so shocked that he took a few steps back and almost fell on his butt. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently and said, since the human sovereign can't make a choice, then I will make the decision for him. The fourth prince was shocked. What do you want to do? I will take you out of this world. You don't have to thank me. I always like to help people. After saying this, Yang Kai strode in a certain direction. The fourth prince was shocked. After a while, he slowly came back to his senses. He stared in the direction Yang Kai was going. His expression changed, and he whispered, not good. Quick, quick, go and inform father. Tell him Yang Kai is going to the holy tree. He had been wondering what Yang Kai was plotting all this time, but now it seemed that he was after the divine tree. Yes, if there was anything in the human sovereign city that could attract someone like him, it would be the holy tree. But then again, if he really took the holy tree away, the human sovereign city would lose its protection. If they didn't leave with him, what else could they do? Stay here and wait for the demonic chi to corrupt them and turn them into demons? The human sovereign flew into a rage. Wishful thinking. Even if I have to fight you to the death today, you won't be able to lay a finger on the holy tree. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. I'm afraid the human sovereign has misunderstood me. I'm not forcing the holy tree to leave with me. I'm letting it choose for itself. If it doesn't want to, I won't force it. Choose for itself. The human sovereign was stunned. How could the holy tree choose for itself? For so many years, although the holy tree had protected the human sovereign city and protected the royal family from harm, the holy tree had never communicated with anyone. Although it was a living thing, it didn't have intelligence. How could it choose for itself? Yang Kai's words stunned him. Yang Kai ignored him. Instead, he turned to the holy tree and said solemnly, Senior Qing, the star boundary is in danger. The demon race is invading. Please lend me a hand. As soon as he said this, a series of rumbling sounds came from the ground below, as if there was an earthquake. Noticing this, everyone's expressions became uncertain. They looked left and right, trying to see where this abnormal sound came from. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk the ground cracked open, and roots suddenly shot out from the ground. Then, they quickly gathered around the holy tree. Ah, the holy tree. Fuyu cried out. Her hand covered her mouth as shock filled her beautiful eyes. Everyone else was also dumbfounded. The holy tree was actually moving. The holy tree that had stood tall in the human sovereign city for hundreds of thousands of years was actually moving because of an outsider's words. The roots gathered together, and the holy tree's surface shone brightly. Even the entire human sovereign city was bathed in a green glow. The tree crown swayed left and right for a while. Leaves rustled, and in less than half a cup of tea's time, the holy tree was uprooted. Below the roots converged to form a pair of legs. Step by step, the holy tree walked over to Yang Kai and stood still. Many thanks for Senior's help. Yang Kai bowed respectfully. In this world, he was probably the only one who knew the origin of the human sovereign city's holy tree. Even a human sovereign city's royal family probably didn't know much about it. The last time he was here, he had suspected that the human sovereign city's holy tree was related to the evergreen divine tree of ancient times. Azure was the guardian of that era. During the final battle, he sacrificed himself to seal the passage between the two worlds. Xianxia had seen that tragic scene with his own eyes and was convinced by Azure's righteousness. The current frozen earth looked very much like the site of the final battle of the barbarian demon race. However, after hundreds of thousands of years, Xianxia couldn't be sure whether this was the case. Perhaps Azure didn't perish back then. Instead, he left behind a trace of his existence that allowed him to grow again in the reincarnation world and protect the hundreds of thousands of human sovereign cities' residents. The current holy tree was the continuation of Azure's will and life. Azure was willing to sacrifice himself to seal the passage between the two worlds. Now that the holy tree had inherited his will, how could it ignore the destruction of the demon race? Xianxia had come first to communicate with the holy tree about this matter. Reality proved that the holy tree had indeed made the choice he wanted. The holy tree has a spirit, the human sovereign muttered absent-mindedly. The group of royalty and members of the Emperor realm were even more flabbergasted. What do you think? Xianxia turned his head and looked at the human sovereign. The human sovereign seemed to have aged 100 years in an instant. There was deep resentment and helplessness between his brows. He was resentful because Xianxia wanted to take them away from this world. The royalty didn't want to leave this place. Just as Xianxia had said before, they were high and mighty here. It didn't matter if their cultivation was inferior to others. The royalty was the most noble existence in a human sovereign city. However, if they left this place, what was the royalty? They were helpless because the holy tree had made its choice. What could they do? Without the protection of the holy tree, the royalty was no longer the royalty. You will destroy the human sovereign city. The human sovereign gnashed his teeth and glared at Xianxia. Xianxia said indifferently, "Human sovereign is wrong. I won't destroy the human sovereign city. There can be no construction without destruction. I'm just giving you a chance to be reborn." Chapter 34:02. Does Lord Yang insist on doing this? The human sovereign looked at him with grief and indignation. Xianxia said solemnly, "The arrow is already knocked. It has to be fired." After a pause, he continued, "But human sovereign, please rest assured, even if you go to the outside world, your royal family will still be looked upon favorably. You don't have to worry about being ostracized." Xianxia's main purpose in coming to the reincarnation world was to deal with the royal family. They were ready-made great wizard, especially the several princes and princesses with outstanding aptitude. They were all wizard king level existences. Naturally, the human sovereign was also a wizard king, and a high-rank wizard king at that. If he could get their help, many fewer people in the star boundary would die in the war against the demon race in the future. So, he had to take the royal family away no matter what. The human sovereign sighed deeply and said, "This emperor knows that Lord Yang has great means and can freely enter and leave this world, but do you know how many people there are in my human sovereign city?" Xianxia said, "If the human sovereign is worried that I can't take everyone away, then there is no need to worry. Not to mention a single human sovereign city. Even if there were 10 or 100 of them, I could still take them away." The small sealed world had swallowed 3 cultivation stars in the territory of the star boundary, expanding its territory to infinity. There were hundreds of millions of living beings on each cultivation star, and now they were all living and working in peace in the small sealed world. So what was a mere human sovereign city's population? The human sovereign was shocked. Lord Yang has such great means? One had to know that there were hundreds of thousands of people in the human sovereign city. He couldn't figure out how Xianxia could take so many people away and instinctively felt that he was talking nonsense. Xianxia said seriously, "Then, human sovereign, please wait and see. Let me put it this way. When we leave, if there's a single person left in the city, the human sovereign can take me down with you." At this point, what else could the city of human sovereigns say? It was only because he was unwilling to give up, but now that even the holy tree had made its choice, he had no other choice. Without the holy tree, the city of human sovereign would no longer be the city of human sovereign. He asked weakly, "When does Lord Yang wish to depart?" Seeing that he had finally compromised, Yang Kai also let out a sigh of relief. If it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to fall out with the royal family. After all, he still had to rely on them when he went out, and it wouldn't be good for either of them to have a bad relationship. However, he also knew that if he did that, the royal family would not have a good impression of him. He didn't mind. In any case, when they were outside, the great emperors would be there to intimidate them. What was there to be afraid of? Of course, the sooner the better. It would be best if the human sovereign could give the order now and let the people in the city prepare. The human sovereign nodded and said, "All right, I will give the order now. In 3 days, we will leave this realm with Lord Yang." "Thank you, human sovereign." Yang Kai cupped his hands. The human sovereign left with a group of royal family members and royal guards. Yang Kai stayed behind to talk to the holy tree for a while before leaving. He didn't take the holy tree away. After all, the people in the city of human sovereign hadn't left yet, and they still needed its protection for the time being. The original guest room had been destroyed, so Zhou Yuchuan personally came over to arrange a new room for Yang Kai before leaving. Although he was injured by the embodiment before, it wasn't a big deal. A huge palm print came down from the sky and smashed the group of demon soldiers into dust. Such a group of existences was naturally nothing in the eyes of the current Yang Kai. He could destroy them with a wave of his hand, but the current situation made Yang Kai feel that something was wrong. He didn't use the space beacon, but instead flew into the air and sped all the way. He wanted to see the changes in the Western Territory with his own eyes. It hadn't been long since he left, at most 1 to 2 months, and this was because he had wasted a lot of time searching for the entrance to the reincarnation world in the frozen earth. Otherwise, it would have been even shorter. In a mere 1 to 2 months, the situation in the astral boundary shouldn't have changed too much. After all, the 7 great emperors had already appeared, and it was enough to stabilize the situation. However, there was still a trace of unease in his heart, and he needed to verify it with his own eyes. The more he flew forward, the uglier Yang Kai's expression became. Along the way, all he passed was the demon land. It was as if he didn't return to the astral boundary, but to the demon territory. The demon land's area was so big. Although the demon land's area was not small, it was at most a few 100,000 miles in radius. However, it seemed that it was definitely more than that. Could it be that even the great emperors couldn't stop the development of the situation? The more he investigated, the more shocked Yang Kai became. The demon land's territory was now vast, and the cities and villages he passed by had become a paradise for the demon race. There were also some places where demonic qi soared into the sky. It was visible to the naked eye, and he didn't know what kind of demon existed there. Half a day later, a city appeared in front of him. Yang Kai looked at it with full strength and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The city had no traces of being eroded by demonic qi, and it was safe and sound. Otherwise, he would have really thought that he had run into the demon territory. However, Yang Kai soon discovered another situation. 100 miles outside the city, demonic qi converged, and an army of the demon race was setting up camp there. There were countless people, and a rough estimate was that there were hundreds of thousands of them. They were confronting the city from a distance, and there was a faint intention to attack at any time. Even if Yang Kai hadn't entered the city, he could feel the panic of the residents in the city. He frowned slightly and flew straight to the city. Not long after, he arrived outside the city. He glanced around and saw two big words engraved above the city gate: Tiger's Roar. This was probably the name of the city. However, at this moment, Tiger's Roar City was in a state of panic. The Great Defender Array had been activated, and there were not many people on the streets in the city. The doors of every house were closed. Only on the city walls, there were cultivators patrolling. When they saw Yang Kai, the patrollers looked at him as if they were facing a great enemy. After seeing that there were no traces of demonic qi on Yang Kai, they couldn't help but feel relieved. They shouted, "Who are you? Tell me your name." "Northern Territory, High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai." Yang Kai replied loudly. Yang Kai was somewhat famous in the three territories of the astral boundary, especially in the Southern Territory and the Northern Territory. It could be said that he was very famous, and everyone knew him. However, in the Western Territory, not many people had heard of him. The cultivator who shouted was obviously from the Western Territory. Naturally, he didn't know who Yang Kai was, but nowadays, there were indeed many cultivators from other territories in the Western Territory. They fought together with the natives of the Western Territory against the invasion of the demon race. It seems that they agreed that neither side will make a move, and only the great emperors and the demon saint will fight, so the great emperors won't be able to help us in the war between the two realms. Kai Yang's brow wrinkled. Gao Shueting said, the great emperors had no choice. If they really were to fight with the demon saint, the situation would only be worse. Now that the strongest forces on both sides are restricted, it is for the best. Although her cultivation was not as high as Li Jiao's, she understood more than Li Jiao. The great emperors and the demon saint were existences on the same level. If they really fought, it would definitely cause unimaginable damage to the astral plane. Perhaps the aftermath of the attack would cause countless deaths and injuries to the low-level members of both sides. Moreover, if the demon saint really ran to the depths of the astral plane to commit crimes, even the great emperors would not be able to easily stop it. Now that everyone had agreed not to make a move, it was indeed the best situation because this would be beneficial to the astral plane. After understanding this point, Yang Kai's expression became slightly better, and he said in a deep voice, "It is not difficult to understand why the great emperors are willing to do this, but why would the demon saint agree to this? This is tantamount to binding one's hands and feet." Gao Shueting said, "The demon saint is not confident that he can win against the great emperors. Moreover, they already regard the astral plane as their own territory, so they are naturally unwilling to cause more damage." Wild ambitions. Yang Kai snorted coldly, paused, and said, "In that case, we can only rely on ourselves now." "That's right." Gao Shueting nodded. Moreover, because too much of the Western Territory has been occupied, the front line has been stretched infinitely. The reinforcements from the three territories have been scattered, so the few of us are in charge of this place. Yang Kai understood. He was wondering why the three of them were here before, but now it seemed that they had no choice. The front line had been stretched, so the reinforcements from the three territories naturally had to be dealt with separately. Gathering in one place was indeed powerful, but it could not stop the movements of the demon race. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, "When we came here, I saw the demon race's army stationed 100 kilometers away, and there are at least 300,000 to 400,000 people. Can Roaring Tiger City resist them?" Li Jiao smiled bitterly. "If we rely on the power of the array and gather the strength of the entire city and the reinforcements brought by the three of us, we will probably have a 50 to 50 chance." It was not that he was overestimating the enemy's morale and belittling his own, but the demon race's army was too large. Roaring Tiger City only had a few 100,000 people, but not all of them could fight the demon race. Most of them did not have any combat ability at all and were not even qualified to be cannon fodder. It would be best if they could get reinforcements, but if they couldn't, then there was nothing he could do. Moreover, he had to make arrangements for the great wizard he brought back. Since he had brought them back, he naturally had to do his best. However, there were still 20 to 30 members of the royal family, and 4 or 5 of them were great wizards. He couldn't arrange for all of them to be stationed in Roaring Tiger City. Xianxia made a new space spirit bead and handed it to Gao Shueting. He then reminded her, "If there's any movement on the demon race's side, inform me immediately." Understood. Gao Shueting nodded seriously and put the space spirit bead on her wrist. Xianxia's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Lin Tong and the others were dumbfounded by this miraculous method. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, outside another city, Xianxia suddenly appeared. Before he could react, a violent force had already engulfed him, making him feel as if his body was floating and he couldn't control it. Xianxia was shocked. Although this force wasn't as strong as the great emperor's, it was at least at the level of a false emperor. He hurriedly circulated his emperor's qi and slapped out with his palm. With a boom, a surging force overflowed and sent him flying 1,000 feet away. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize his body, but his palm hurt. Looking up, a tall and sturdy figure had already charged over. It was a demon that was as tall as an iron tower. The aura emitted from his body was several times stronger than that of a demon king. His eyes were glaring with anger, and he looked ferocious. A false emperor-level demon race. Xianxia was dumbfounded. On the other hand, if the great emperors wait and see, they will not act rashly. Xianxia frowned when he heard this. So, this proposal was first proposed by the demon territory. Li Wui said, "Yes, the great emperors were forced to do so. The Bright Moon Master was trapped in the demon territory in order to free the other 3 masters. His noble character and unquestionable integrity are amazing. At this time, the Bright Moon Master is in trouble, so the other masters naturally cannot sit idly by. If they really force the demon saint to deal with the Bright Moon Master, I'm afraid that no matter how strong the Bright Moon Master is, it will end in tragedy. After all, that is the demon territory." Xianxia looked puzzled. But what good does the demon saint's proposal have for them? They came to invade the star boundary, so why would they bind their hands and feet? They could have gathered their strength and dealt with the great emperors first, or even captured them. Wouldn't they have a greater advantage then? Li Wui slowly shook his head, indicating that he didn't know the whole story. Although he could obtain some information that others didn't know, his knowledge was limited. Xianxia thought for a while and said, "What were the great emperor's original intentions? Were they happy to see it happen, or were they forced to stop?" "Let's go with the flow," Li Wui replied. "What if the Bright Moon Master can escape?" Li Wui slowly shook his head. "It's difficult. What if—" Xianxia looked at him with burning eyes. Li Wui said, "There is always a demon behind this. Although the demon saint's proposal is beneficial to the star boundary, it is definitely more beneficial to the demon territory. If the Bright Moon Master can really escape, I believe the great emperors will take action again. It's just that no one knows what the demon territory is planning, not even the great emperors." Xianxia's eyes darted around as he fell into deep thought. Li Wui said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. The great emperors will worry about the Bright Moon Master. They will definitely find a way to deal with it. As for you, didn't you say you went to the Frozen Earth? Why are you back so soon? How'd it go?" Xianxia grinned. "Fortunately, I did not disappoint you." Li Wui's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Where?" Xianxia waved his hand, and figures immediately appeared in the hall. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of people in the hall. After the human sovereign and the others appeared, they were naturally at a loss, not understanding their situation. Li Wui looked at them with shining eyes and asked excitedly, "Are they all?" He knew what Xianxia was doing in the Frozen Earth, so when he saw hundreds of people, he thought they were all great wizards. Xianxia laughed. "Only the royal family is. There are probably less than 20 of them. The others are not." After the two slaps, Shanqing Luo immediately sneered. Kill her! Kill this vixen! Shuiyu also looked excited. Shameless, you deserve to be beaten to death. Are you still going to make a scene? Yang Kai raised his hand and pretended to slap Yu Meng as he asked. Yu Meng gritted her teeth and struggled, but Yang Kai's space principles were fluctuating, so how could she break free? Tightly bound to Yang Kai's thighs, maintaining an extremely shameful posture, Yu Meng angrily shouted, "Either you kill me today, or I won't let you off. You still dare to be stubborn." Yang Kai slapped her again, causing Yu Meng's face to pale. It was obvious how strong he was. As he slapped her, he scolded, "You shrew, who told you to make a scene in front of me? Who told you to break my cup?" Every time she said a word, he would slap her. Every time she said a word, he would slap her. At first, Yu Meng was still clamoring, saying that she wanted to perish together with Yang Kai. But after a while, she stopped. Her proud head lowered, and she lay motionless on Yang Kai's thighs. Asterisk drip, drip, drip. Asterisk the sound of water falling to the ground could be heard. Only then did Yang Kai stop and look down. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yu Meng, this shrew, was crying because of him. He was too embarrassed to slap her again. If this woman continued to clamor, he really wouldn't stop, but now that she was crying, it was a bit of a headache. Did he have to be like this, reaching out and scratching his head? Yang Kai's original anger had already disappeared. He gently poked Yu Meng's face with his finger and said, "If you have something to say it properly. Why are you crying?" Yu Meng turned her head to the other side and ignored him. She just sobbed, her tears dripping to the ground as if they were free. "Don't cry." Yang Kai comforted. "I naturally have my reasons for dumping you. The place I'm going to is very dangerous. If I take you there, what if an accident happens?" As he spoke, he covered her round buttocks with his big hands and urged his Emperor Qi to rub them. Just now, he had slapped her more than a dozen times and didn't hold back. Her buttocks were probably swollen. While healing her wounds, Yang Kai said, "You're too much. You're always throwing tantrums at me and saying that you want to die with me. How can there be a woman like you in this world? If all men were like you, how could they live? If you have something to say in the future, we can talk it out. I'm an impulsive person. What happened just now was my fault. I'll apologize to you. Don't take it to heart. If you can talk it out, just say something. If you feel angry, I'll give you a beating. You can do whatever you want." After chattering for a while, Yu Meng just cried and didn't respond at all. Yang Kai also lost his patience. He stopped his movements and said lightly, "What do you want? Tell me, don't be so silent." Yu Meng was silent for a while and suddenly muttered, "What?" Yang Kai turned his ear. "Don't stop." This time, he finally heard it clearly. A group of people were dressed in bright clothes and riding on horses, obviously of high status. A group of people were disciples of Azure Sun Temple. Chapter 3407. The demon race has dispatched their troops, Gao Shueting replied. Yang Kai frowned. If the demon race has dispatched their troops, then we should prepare for battle. What are they doing here? Gao Shueting pointed to the front. They want to escape from a city. Yang Kai's brow twitched at this time. He knew a little about the situation in Roaring Tiger City. Although there were many cultivators from the Emperor realm in the city, there were definitely not many of them, and Li Jiao was the only third-order Emperor realm master. The number of people that could be mobilized in the city was no more than 50,000, but the demon race outside had 340,000 cultivators. Since they were outnumbered, they had to rely on the Roaring Tiger City city barrier array to have a glimmer of hope. In other words, the city barrier array could not be damaged. At this critical juncture, when the demon race was dispatching their troops, there were still people who wanted to escape from the city. Wasn't this tantamount to tearing a hole in Roaring Tiger City's greatest defense? Although the barrier could still be closed, who knew what would happen when it was opened? What's more, this was the time when the cultivators of Roaring Tiger City were working together to defend against the enemy. Yet such a group of people wanted to escape from the city. Wasn't this a case of chaos? No wonder Gao Shueting would lead a group of Azure Sun Temple disciples to confront this group of people here. Gao Shueting obviously knew that the city barrier array must not be open at this time. Who are these people? Xianxia glanced at the group of people with disgust. There were a lot of them, at least a few hundred of them, and many of them were Dao Source Realm cultivators. However, he did not see anyone from the Emperor Realm. There are 5 great families in Roaring Tiger City. These are all from the 5 great families. Families? Xianxia snorted coldly. There were countless families like this in the entire star boundary. Generally speaking, these families had good positions in their respective cities and were used to doing whatever they wanted. They probably had the intention to leave long ago, but they had not made up their minds until the demon race invaded. Presumably, they felt that Roaring Tiger City could not be defended, so they wanted to escape in advance. Open the array. Quickly open the formation and let us leave. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. What's the point of wasting time with them? If they don't open the array, we'll just snatch the array disk. A group of people were standing below the city walls, shouting at a certain Dao Source Realm cultivator on top of the city walls. That Dao Source Realm cultivator should be one of the people in charge of the spirit array, as he controlled the array plate that controlled the city defending array. At this moment, he was standing on top of the city walls, looking down with an awkward expression on his face. He kept cupping his fists and bowing. Patriarchs, please don't make things difficult for this old master. If you want to leave the city, please go to the city lord's master. As long as you bring me the city lord's personal order, this old master will immediately open the spirit array. Otherwise, this old master cannot do this. The demon race has invaded, and the city lord master is currently dealing with this matter. How would he have the time to care about us? Don't be long-winded. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to activate the array. Otherwise, don't blame us for not remembering our old friendship. As the words fell, the hundreds of people showed a covetous look, as if they would really attack if they didn't open the spirit array. The face of the old man in charge of the city defending array changed drastically. Although he was also a Dao Source Realm cultivator, how could he fight against so many people from the 5 great families? If they really attacked, he would be chopped into meat paste in the blink of an eye. A trace of hesitation flashed across his face, but he had already made up his mind. Although the city lore master would definitely blame him if he opened the spirit array and let them leave, it was better than being killed here by the 5 great families. Taking out the array disk from his space ring, he was about to open the spirit array when a figure suddenly appeared beside him like a ghost. The figure raised his hand and patted him on the shoulder. The old man was startled and turned his head to look, only to see a handsome young man standing to the side. Before he could react, the array disk in his hand had already been taken away. The old man was horrified. He knew that this young man's cultivation was definitely far above his own. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so slow to react. He hurriedly asked, "You are High Heaven Palace's palace master, Xianxia." Xianxia glanced at him and said lightly, "Old sir, please rest." The old man's eyes lit up when he heard this. His heart settled, and he immediately retreated to the side. Xianxia's voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for the hundreds of people below to hear clearly. Seeing that the array disk had fallen into Xianxia's hands, the hundreds of people frowned. The leaders glanced at each other, and a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion walked out and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Lord Yang." Xianxia nodded lightly and didn't ask his name. In any case, he must be the patriarch of one of the 5 great families. Xianxia's casual attitude displeased the hundreds of people below, but they also knew that he had the capital to do so. After all, he was the palace master of the Emperor Realm, so they naturally didn't dare to show their displeasure. On the surface, they still said politely, "We from the 5 great families would like to leave Roaring Tiger City and seek a chance of survival in this troubled world. Lord Yang, please grant us our wish." Xianxia played with the array disk in his hand and said lightly, "Leaving Roaring Tiger City will give you a chance of survival? Do you know what the situation outside is now?" The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "I don't know, but I know that Roaring Tiger City is in danger. If we don't leave now, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave anymore." Xianxia said, "Since you don't know, then I'll tell you. The demon race has invaded on a large scale. More than half of the Western territory has been occupied, and the battle line has been stretched infinitely. Countless cities are surrounded by the demon race's army. While you and I are talking, a war may break out. Even if you can leave Roaring Tiger City, I'm afraid you won't be able to go far before you fall into the hands of the demon race. When that time comes, your life will be worse than death, so it's better to stay and fight the demon race together." Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. They really didn't know what the situation outside was. The demon race's invasion hadn't been for a long time. Only 2 months had passed at most. In this chaotic world, how could news spread so quickly? Only Xianxia, who could freely travel to various places, knew more than others when he went to the city where Li Wui and the High Heaven Palace were. Now that they heard Xianxia say that half of the Western territory had fallen, they were naturally shocked. The middle-aged man was absent-minded for a while. Then he forced a smile and said, "Lord Yang, you don't have to be an alarmist." Xianxia sneered and said, "I'm an alarmist? Is it necessary? What this palace master said is true. It's up to you to believe it or not." The middle-aged man suddenly fell silent. After a while, he said, "Even so, we still hope to leave Roaring Tiger City." "You insist on leaving?" Xianxia looked at him coldly. The middle-aged man's palms were sweating under his stare, but he still forced himself to nod. "I'm afraid we can't do as you wish." Xianxia snorted coldly. "The demon race is invading, and the city defense array is the key. Before the war is over, no one is allowed to leave the city. If you want to leave, you can. It's not too late to talk about it after the war is over." As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the crowd immediately shouted, "By the time the war is over, Roaring Tiger City will have fallen. How can we survive?" Xianxia immediately looked up and found that the person who shouted was a well-dressed young man riding a tall horse in the crowd. He was a young master from an unknown family. He said coldly, "The demon race invaded the Western territory and poisoned the creatures of the Western territory. The cultivators of the Eastern, Southern, and Northern territories came to your aid under the call of the great emperors to attack the demon race. They asked for nothing and gained nothing, but they're always worried about their lives. It's fine that you local cultivators of the Western territory don't work hard, but you actually want to run away. If that's all, I can still tolerate you. After all, everyone has their own ambitions, and it's normal to be afraid of death. But it's your fault to disturb the morale of the army. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll take your life." The young man shrank his neck, but he soon said stubbornly, "When did I disturb the morale of the army? I'm just telling the truth. How can Roaring Tiger City resist the army of the demon race with so few people? How dare you still be so arrogant? Do you really think I can't kill you?" Xianxia's eyes narrowed, and he raised his hand to grab the young man. "How dare you?" The middle-aged man who spoke before immediately flew out, trying to stop him. It seemed that he was related to the young man by blood. They might even be father and son. However, he was only from the Third Order Dao Source Realm. He was not qualified to stand out in front of Xianxia. He was sent flying by an inexplicable force. When he staggered and landed on the ground, he heard a commotion. Turning his head to look, his eyes immediately turned red. The young man, riding on the tall horse, had already become a headless corpse. Blood spurted out from his neck like a fountain, reaching a height of 30 feet. His body swayed, and he fell off the back of the horse. A group of pampered young masters and young ladies screamed in horror, and the scene was chaotic. "How dare you kill my son?" The middle-aged man looked at Xianxia with a ferocious expression. In Kai Yang's hand, there was a head with a pair of round eyes. No one knew how the head had ended up in his hand when he had clearly been standing in the same place. Hearing this, he coldly said, "So what?" The middle-aged man's face kept changing. he suddenly shouted, "Kill him and charge out!" After saying that, he was the first to pounce on Xianxia. Hatred seemed to have made him lose his mind. Lin Tong smiled and said, "Some people are still panicking, but at least the morale of the army is good." Ma Yin was excited after hearing that. "Great." She turned around and looked at Yang Kai gratefully. "If Roaring Tiger City can be defended, Palace Master Yang will be the greatest contributor." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "You flatter me, but don't let your guard down. Right now, the cultivator in the city is just being deterred by those heads. If they really want to defend the city, it will depend on the following battle. If our side collapses, nobody will be able to reverse the situation." Lin Tong laughed loudly and said, "Although there aren't many martial artists in my Roaring Tiger City, if we can really work together, we won't be eaten so easily. A bunch of demon bastards. Today, I'll show them the power of my Roaring Tiger City." Yang Kai nodded and said, "It's good that Master Castellan is so confident." While they were talking, Ma Yin suddenly took out her communication compass and checked it. She said with a serious expression, "The demon race seems to have underestimated us. They have gathered all their forces and are preparing to break through from the east." "Let's go and see." Lin Tong snorted. They hurried to the east and arrived at their destination after a while. The city wall was already full of people. Most of them were the local cultivator of Roaring Tiger City. When they saw Lin Tong and Ma Yin arrive, they immediately cupped their hands and bowed to them, making way for them. Yang Kai stood on the city wall with the two of them and looked up. He saw a black army coming at them unhurriedly from 10 miles away. The leaders of the demon race were riding on huge, ferocious demon beasts. They looked like they were taking a leisurely stroll in the park, as if they were not there to attack the city, but to have fun. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers behind them were also disorderly, but they were silent. Black clouds covered the top of the demon race's army. As the army moved forward, they were also approaching Roaring Tiger City. The black clouds were pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. Gulp, 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 gulp. Everyone looked at Lin Tong, as if they could find some sense of security. Lin Tong looked solemn and stood still on the city wall. His white hair fluttered in the wind, but his old body looked extremely tall at this moment. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. 10 miles, 8 miles, 5 miles, the atmosphere of nervousness began to spread. Some people had already taken out their secret treasures, clenching and releasing them tightly. Their palms were full of sweat. Some people were even saying goodbye to each other, thinking that there was no hope for survival in this battle. The appearance of the demon race was clearly imprinted in everyone's eyes. Those ferocious and terrifying demon beasts also gave people a huge psychological pressure. 3 miles away, the leader of the demon race suddenly grinned at the people on the city wall, revealing a mouthful of white fangs, raised his hand high, and slowly waved it forward. Behind him, the originally disorderly army seemed to have been injected with chicken blood at this moment. They charged forward like thunder, and the roars of battle resounded through the sky. The killing intent and roars of hundreds of thousands of demon race, together with a monstrous demonic chi, almost converged into a solid form and rushed towards Roaring Tiger City. Many people's faces turned pale, and some people couldn't help but retreat, pushing others to the side. The battle had not yet begun, but the city wall was already in chaos. Seeing this, the leader of the demon race burst into laughter. His laughter rolled like thunder, reaching hundreds of miles away. Asterisk schwa, schwa, schwa. Asterisk as a cold light flashed past, Heads flew into the air and blood splashed out. Among the bustling crowd, several dozen headless corpses twitched and fell to the ground, their dark red blood splashing onto the faces of the nearby cultivators, the wet and hot sensation causing goosebumps to rise all over their bodies. Chi Gui's cold and cruel voice sounded. "Those who cower before the battle will be executed." He coldly put away his sword and looked around. The surrounding cultivators all avoided his gaze. There were dozens of people who did the same thing as him. There were the people who had just killed the cultivator, and each of them was emitting a ghostly aura. In an instant, there was no one within 3 feet of these people. Everyone stayed far away. If the battlefield law they heard before and the hundreds of heads they saw were still far away, then what was happening now was really happening right next to them. There were really people holding butcher's knives behind their backs, and they could fall at any time. Is this still human? Xianxia quickly shouted. To tell you the truth, there are 5,000 military supervisors in the city supervising the battle, but they will not show any mercy to those who violate the battlefield laws. I ask you to behave yourselves. 5,000 supervisors. This number gave everyone a huge fright. Another demon king next to him immediately laughed. Lao Su, you piece of trash. Did those succubus demon suck you dry last night? You were actually stopped by this human. The demon king named Lao Suo flew into a rage out of humiliation. Bullshit. This king almost fucked them to death. How can they suck me dry? The demon king asked. Then what's the situation now? Lao Suo looked at Xianxia with a solemn face and said in a deep voice, This kid is not simple. He seems to have some strength. The demon king snorted coldly. Hurry up and kill him. They are repairing the spirit array. Don't let it go to waste. Lao Suo said angrily, I don't need you to tell me that. Xianxia smiled at him and said, You guys are chatting happily. Do you want to continue chatting? Speaking of which, I'm also quite interested in the succubus demon. If there's a chance, we can discuss it together. Lao Suo laughed out loud. You want to hit on the succubus demon with your small body? Be careful not to be sucked dry. Xianxia shrugged and said, Thank you for your concern, but I think I'll be fine. Lao Suo sneered. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. After saying that, he exerted force in his hand and tried to take back the hammer. But in the next moment, his expression changed greatly because his hammer was tightly gripped by the human in front of him. He couldn't move it at all. Lao Suo immediately showed an expression as if he had seen a ghost. One must know that he was a stone demon. Although he was slightly weaker than the innate demon race like the power demon, he wasn't weak by much. Now that his demon treasure was being held in someone's hand, he couldn't take it back. What the hell was going on? How could this human have so much strength? Your hammer is not bad. Xianxia winked at him. Inexplicably, Lao Suo suddenly felt a chill from head to toe. Before he could react, his demon treasure had been snatched away by the human. Xianxia weighed the hammer in his hand and nodded. It's quite heavy. It's good to use. With a whoosh, he swung the hammer and smashed it toward the demon king in front of him. Lao Suo's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly retreated. But the surrounding space became incomparably sticky at this moment, making him feel as if he had fallen into a swamp. Then he felt his head sink and his vision turn black. He didn't know what happened. The noisy sounds of fighting suddenly quieted down at this moment. The whole world seemed to be still at this moment. Pairs of eyes focused on Xianxia. Everyone felt an extremely unreal feeling, especially those from the demon race. Almost all of them were dumbfounded. The demon king, who had mocked Lao Suo before, felt his eyelids twitch and he cursed unconsciously. It wasn't until this moment that Xianxia saw pieces of flesh fall to the ground in front of him. Stone demon Lu Suo had been reduced to a bloody mist under his hammer, not even his bones remaining. Although the vitality of the demon race was tenacious, such an outcome was undoubtedly more than enough to kill him. Next, Yang Kai held Lao Sua's sledgehammer and stood quietly in midair. His cold eyes swept around. The defensive array behind him had a crack, but it gave off an imposing aura of one man holding back 10,000 enemies. On the city wall, a burst of cheers came. Lin Tong's anxious heart also relaxed. Ma Yin's beautiful eyes were filled with a strange brilliance. Yu Rumeng curled her lips, and her figure flashed, blocking her line of sight without leaving a trace. Kill him! With a roar, the demon race rushed toward Yang Kai. Although Lao Sua's death had a great impact on the demon race, they were not afraid of death. Now that the Demon King had given the order, who would dare to not charge? In an instant, Kai Yang was completely surrounded by people. Asterisk, boom, boom, boom. Asterisk with a series of muffled sounds, the demon race exploded into a cloud of blood. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai reappeared. The demon race that had rushed forward before had been completely wiped out. Not a single demon race could get within 3 feet of him. The blood of the demon race dyed Yang Kai's body red. The demonic chi contained in the blood soared into the sky, making Yang Kai look more like a demon race than a demon race. Demon race constantly rushed forward, one after another, without any hesitation. The place where Yang Kai stood seemed to have turned into a meat grinder. No matter how many demon race rushed in, they would all die without a burial ground. It was truly a case of one man holding back 10,000. Chapter 34:11. As long as there was life, there would be no end to the slaughter. Yang Kai stood alone outside the great city barrier array, but he was like an invincible god of death that blocked the torrent of steel from the demon race. He was clearly alone, but the power he exerted was comparable to that of thousands of soldiers and horses. On the city wall, the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City was busy repairing the gap in the great city barrier array. After some hurrying, he finally repaired the great city barrier array. Seeing this, Lin Tong shouted, "Palace Master Yang, we can retreat now." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I'm afraid we can't go back." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered, and he appeared in another location. The demon race had created another crack in the great city barrier array at that location. Fortunately, Yang Kai had the foresight to go and fill the gap in advance. Otherwise, the swarming demon race would have really rushed into the city. The same situation as before repeated itself. The demon race army madly rushed toward the crack, but they were stopped by Yang Kai and his hammer. They could not move forward at all. Instead, they left behind countless corpses and suffered heavy casualties. Behind Yang Kai, the few cultivator who was repairing the great city barrier array hurried over and continued their previous work. The battlefield was noisy, and the demon race was brutal. It had only been 15 minutes since the beginning of the battle, but the great city barrier array of Roaring Tiger City had been in danger twice. If Yang Kai had not descended like a divine soldier, the great city barrier array would have been broken long ago. However, how many Yang Kai were there in this world? Although there were more than 10 people from the Emperor Realm in the city, none of the Emperor Realm dared to rush out of the city like Yang Kai and resist the attack of the demon race army with their flesh and blood. Lin Tong used his killer moves to bombard the demon race while observing the situation. Deep worry could be seen on his face. As the city lord of Roaring Tiger City, he could see the biggest drawback of his side. If the demon race army changed their strategy, it would be a problem for them to defend Roaring Tiger City today. What one feared would happen. A moment later, seeing that they couldn't break through the Yang Kai's location and that the crack was mended, the demon race army suddenly split up and rushed in several directions. Lin Tong's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. If the demon race's army gathered all their forces and attacked one place, there was still hope for Roaring Tiger City to be defended. Yang Kai's performance could be said to be extremely stunning. With his protection, it was impossible to break through the formation. But if he were to divide his forces, once several gaps were created in the spirit array, Xianxia would not be able to defend all of them at once. Facts proved that the demon race army was not fools. What Lin Tong could see, they could naturally see as well. At this moment, they really did so. After a short while, another gap appeared in the formation. Xianxia rushed in, and just as he finished off the nearby demon race army, he heard a cry of surprise not far away. He looked up and saw that there was also a gap there. The demon race army there was also excited and swarmed toward the gap. Xianxia sighed in his heart and raised his hand to summon his Dharma body. He asked it to stay in place and guard the gap while he rushed in that direction. As soon as the Dharma body appeared, it started a massacre. Its body, which was dozens of feet tall, gave people a strong visual impact. Its body was angular from top to bottom, and the surface of its body was covered with evil fire. Its back was full of barbs, and it held a demonic war hammer in its hand. It was simply unstoppable. Every time it swung the war hammer, a large amount of blood would rain down. As the heaven-devouring great emperor expanded the territory of the demon race army, thick black gas was emitted from the surface of their bodies, and they were all devoured by the Dharma body. The demon race army was stunned. This guy was even more powerful than a human just now. No one knew how it appeared and where it came from, but it guarded in front of the defense formation like a door god. Its defense was impregnable. 2 gaps, 2 figures. The demon race army left thousands of corpses behind, but they couldn't move an inch forward. However, the 3rd gap was soon opened and became the demon race army's breakthrough point. Lin Tong rushed in without hesitation. He didn't dare to rush out like Xianxia, as he knew his own strength. Although they were both from the Emperor Realm, he was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. If he really rushed out, he was afraid that he would immediately be drowned by the demon race army. Lin Tong sensibly stayed inside the array, but he didn't hesitate to use his body to block the 3rd gap. With a roar, Lin Tong's thin body swelled up like a balloon. The clothes on his upper body burst open, and his muscles bulged. His whole person grew taller, and an inexplicable aura overflowed from his body. He raised his hand and summoned a giant machete that was taller than a person. It was overflowing with light, and it was obviously of extraordinary quality. Layers of light rippled from the giant machete, turning into boundless blade shadows. Every demon race that rushed and was cut into pieces. Ma'in and several other cultivators from the Emperor Realm from Roaring Tiger City stood aside with solemn expressions. They were not stingy with their Emperor Qi, cooperating with Lin Tong to block the demon race's advance. Fortunately, the array wasn't completely destroyed and the gap wasn't too big. The number of demon race that rushed in at once wasn't too high, and the combined forces of several cultivators from the Emperor Realm from Roaring Tiger City was barely enough to hold the line. Seeing this, the morale of many cultivators was greatly boosted. They released their secret techniques even more fiercely, trying to reduce the number of demon race as much as possible. The 4th gap was also opened. Li Jiao and Gao Shueting followed suit and moved to block it. Although there were only 2 of them, it was easier for them to defend than Lin Tong and the others. After all, Li Jiao was a 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Master with a half-dragon bloodline. Although his true strength wasn't at the level of a false emperor, he was still slightly stronger than an ordinary 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Master. He blocked the gap, and Gao Shueting cooperated with him from the side. No matter how many demon race came, they were all killed. The cultivators on the city wall who were repairing the array were so busy that their feet didn't even touch the ground. The Blood Demon King was shocked and struggled with all his might, his hands turning into sharp claws as he dug holes in Lin Tong's chest. Lin Tong's expression remained unchanged, and a dazzling light burst out from his body. A loud bang rang out, with Lin Tong as the center, The area within a radius of 500 meters was emptied. Not only was the Blood Demon King's corpse nowhere to be seen, but even the thousands of demon race had disappeared. City Lord, Ma'in cried out in grief, and the eyes of the other Roaring Tiger City's people from the Emperor Realm also turned red. They felt the blood in their bodies boiling, crying out in grief, and clamoring to avenge Lin Tong. This was the first person to die in today's battle, but no one expected that the first person to die would be the City Lord of Roaring Tiger City. Just as they were in a daze, a pair of hands quietly reached out from under Ma Yin's feet and grabbed her. Just now, Lin Tong was also caught by these hands and was stuck in the ground, unable to move. Ma Yin was in grief and did not notice. Yang Kai's figure suddenly flashed over, and while pushing Ma Yin away, he slapped the ground with his palm, causing the power of space principles to surge. The ground trembled, and a muffled groan came from underground, as if something had been crushed. Only then did Ma Yin look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai glanced at her and quickly said, "Sand demons are best at escaping through the earth. Be careful." Without the command of the Demon Kings, the originally orderly army of the demon race gradually became disorganized. However, the demon race was not afraid of death and took the initiative to charge into the encirclement of the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City, giving the cultivators of Roaring Tiger City a chance to gather and annihilate them. Half a day later, the army of the demon race was still attacking, but the situation on the battlefield had taken a turn for the worse. On the city wall of Roaring Tiger City, densely packed heads stood, all of which belonged to the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City. There was not a single demon race figure to be seen. All the demon race that had rushed and had been killed. The number of the demon race army had also been reduced by more than half. It was not until this moment that the demon race seemed to realize that something was wrong, because the demon kings were nowhere to be seen on the battlefield. Even the demon king who had been giving orders in the rear had been assassinated by Yang Kai. What a mess! Although the demon race was not afraid of death, they would not make meaningless sacrifices. When they saw no hope of victory, they would naturally choose to retreat. Groups of demon race retreated, and gradually, the army of the demon race retreated. The shaky defender array was suddenly deactivated at this moment, and Yang Kai led tens of thousands of cultivators to rush out, chasing after the enemy for thousands of miles. Along the way, the demon race left countless corpses behind. It was not until they were thousands of miles away that they retreated. Looking in the direction of the demon race's escape, every cultivator was gasping for breath. Every one of them was covered in blood, as if they had just walked out of a sea of blood, but no matter who it was, they all looked excited. We won. Despite being outnumbered by several times, Roaring Tiger City had won the battle at a very small price, which was something that no one had dared to imagine before the war began. They all thought that they would definitely die this time, and that Roaring Tiger City would definitely be reduced to Demon Land. But the reality gave them a big surprise. And there was only one person who created this surprise. Pairs of eyes looked at Yang Kai, who was covered in blood, with reverence on their faces. If Yang Kai had not guarded the gap in the formation at the beginning, the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City would not have had the chance to reduce the number of the demon race's army. If Yang Kai had not killed the demon king on his own, the demon race's army would not have been scattered. If Yang Kai had not performed that magical secret skill, the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City would not have been able to compete with the demon race. In the end, if he had not led everyone to chase after the enemy, the result of the battle would not have been so brilliant. At this moment, whether it was the native cultivator of Roaring Tiger City or the reinforcements from the three territories, they only had a strong sense of identity with this young man. The army was united. Mayan stepped out and cupped her fists. "Governor, please give the order." Lin Tong sacrificed himself for a noble cause and entrusted Roaring Tiger City to Yang Kai before he died. Coupled with Yang Kai's various performances in this battle, no one would be convinced to be the governor of Roaring Tiger City. Only Xianxia was qualified to be the governor. He was the High Heaven Palace's palace master in the first place, so he did not care too much about the governor of Roaring Tiger City. At this moment, he would not decline anything. He nodded and said, "Let's go back. The demon race will come back again. Go back and fix it properly." "Yes," everyone responded. Half a day later, the army returned to the city. Someone would count the number of casualties, and the injured would be treated and settled down properly. The city walls and the damaged formation of Roaring Tiger City were also being repaired in full swing. However, the momentum of the entire Roaring Tiger City was completely different from a few days ago. With the prestige of the great victory, the many cultivators in Roaring Tiger City were in high spirits. Even if the aftereffects of the bloodlust skill broke out, it did not reduce their vigor. In the governor's residence, Xianxia soaked his body in the pool with a contemplative look on his face. Yu Rumeng sat by the pool, fiddling with the clear water with her bare feet while glancing at him from time to time. This woman was so thick-skinned that she did not seem to know what the word shame was. Xianxia even wanted to accompany her when he was taking a bath. She did not know how to avoid him at all. "Are you going to stay here to guard the city?" Yu Rumeng suddenly scooped some water and threw at Xianxia as she asked. Xianxia said calmly, "I'm entrusted by someone, so I have to do my duty." Yu Rumeng smiled and said, "That old guy was wishful thinking before he died. Did you take it seriously?" Xianxia squinted at her and said, "Even without Governor Lin, I have to guard Roaring Tiger City." As he said to Lin Tong before, the three territories came to support the Western Territory. It was not only to save people, but also to save himself. He could not retreat. Yu Rumeng curled her lips and said, "The demon race will not give up easily. Next time, there will only be stronger forces coming. How long can you guard it?" Xianxia said calmly, "You speak as if you know the demon race very well." Yu Rumeng said, "You know the obvious. You can beat them back once, but what about the second time and the third time? As time goes by, it will only attract more and stronger demon race." Xianxia grinned and said, "Then I'll beat them until they don't dare to come." Yu Rumeng could not help but roll her eyes and said, "You talk big." Xianxia looked at her with great interest. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and said, "Little witch, get over here." Yu Rumeng frowned and said, "What did you call me? Why did you call me little witch?" "I just called you casually. What's wrong with that?" Xianxia looked at her in surprise. Yu Rumeng slowly shook her head and said, "Nothing, it just felt strange." "Really?" Xianxia laughed and stretched out his hand and grabbed her. Yu Rumeng cried out and fell into his arms. Her whole body became wet. She put her hands on his chest and said with a vigilant look, "What are you doing?" Xianxia did not speak and just leaned over to kiss her red lips. At the same time, Xianxia threw her into the middle of the pool. Yu Rumeng stood up angrily, her beautiful body faintly discernible. There was a bite mark on her red lips. She gritted her teeth and glared at Xianxia's back. "You bit me." Xianxia got up and put on his clothes. Using his Emperor Qi, he evaporated the water and walked out without looking back. "Why did you bite me?" Yu Rumeng shouted from behind, but she did not get any response. Xianxia had already disappeared. "Smelly man, I'll teach you a lesson sooner or later." Yu Rumeng swore fiercely for a while before walking out of the pool, taking off her wet clothes and changing into a new set of clothes. The city was busy. As the new city lord of Roaring Tiger City, Xianxia walked around the city accompanied by Ma Yin and checked the current situation of Roaring Tiger City. The number of casualties was also calculated. In the previous battle, although Roaring Tiger City had won a great victory, they had also suffered a great loss. More than 10,000 people had died, but compared to the results of the battle, such casualties were within an acceptable range. There were more injured people, and many of them were eroded by demonic qi. They were in danger of losing their minds and becoming demons at any time. Ma Yin ordered these people to be gathered in one place and watched over strictly. Once they found something wrong, they were to be killed immediately. Xianxia asked her to take him to the place where these people were imprisoned. He personally performed an exorcism technique to remove the demonic qi from their bodies. This magical method amazed Ma Yin. Fortunately, Yang Yin had also said that the three territories were still transferring reinforcements and that more people would arrive in a month's time. At that time, there would naturally be people they could use. Yang Inflammation was now in charge of Star Boundaries logistics and had the authority to allocate troops. She was also a false emperor-level master, so naturally no one dared to offend her. After staying for a while, everyone said goodbye and left. Yang Kai didn't leave, and after everyone left, he looked at Yang Inflammation with a smile. Since the great emperors didn't inform Dragon Island about this, I reckon they also have the same idea. Zhu Yan nodded his head and said, "You are right. In that case, what do you want from Dragon Island?" "The people of Half-Dragon City." Yang Kai's eyes shone brightly. "I am currently stationed in a city called Roaring Tiger City. A few days ago, I had a great battle with the demon race and suffered a lot of casualties. I need to replenish my manpower, but there aren't many reinforcements left in Astral Realm. If the Great Elder can let me take the people of Half-Dragon City away, it will definitely ease the situation on my side." Zhu Yan said, "You could discuss this matter with the Second Elder. She can make the decision." The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "The people of Half-Dragon City aren't considered part of the dragon race. Do I still need to tell the Second Elder?" Zhu Yan smiled and said, "Although they aren't considered part of the dragon race, many of them are still descendants of the dragon race. How can I let you take them away just like that?" Yang Kai helplessly said, "All right, then let's ask the Second Elder to come over." Originally, he wanted to quickly take the people of Half-Dragon City away and not meet with Fu Qianni, but now it seemed that would not be possible. Zhu Yan immediately sent a message to Fu Qianni. While waiting, Zhu Yan naturally asked about Yang Zhao's situation. Yang Kai was at a loss. After hesitating for a long time, he decided to tell her the truth. When Zhu Yan heard this, he glared at him and said, "Xiao, or went to the Four Seasons realm with Xianxia?" Yang Kai braced himself and said, "And Lu Yan, you've seen her before. She's the little girl with the Phoenix bloodline who came with the Beast Warrior Master more than 10 years ago." Zhu Yan angrily said, "What are you doing? Can't you watch over a child? You actually let her run away with Xianxia. Do you know what kind of existence Xianxia was in ancient times? She was an evil spirit that ate people without spitting out their bones. You're making this old master angry." Yang Kai was spat on by him, but he still had to smile and said, "Great Elder, please calm down. Sit down and talk. Don't get too worked up." "Calm down my ass. Xiao isn't your son, so you're not paying attention." Yang Kai was suddenly unhappy. "How is Xiao not my son? Since he calls me father, he's my son. I wasn't being careless. It's just that this boy disappeared by accident, and when I found out, they were already in the Four Seasons realm. If you were really paying attention, how could you not watch over a child?" Zhu Yan was furious and wanted to beat Yang Kai up to vent his anger. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. "Great Elder, although Xiao is still a child, you shouldn't underestimate him. This time, for Xiao, I'm afraid that not only is this not a bad thing, it might even be a good thing." Zhu Yan sneered. "Then I'd like to hear how this is a good thing." Yang Kai said, "Xiao may have comprehended the time principles." Zhu Yan was startled and squinted at him. "Do you think this old master is a fool?" Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Great Elder, don't think I'm just comforting you. What I said is the truth." Zhu Yan coldly snorted. "How could Xiao comprehend the time principles? Second Elder, and I have never." As he spoke, he suddenly frowned and looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully. This old master remembers that you seem to understand a little bit of the time principles. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. In my early years, I went to the Four Seasons realm and obtained some opportunities there, comprehending the flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal. I suspect that when Xiao was hatched, Xiao inherited something from me. Zhu Yan's expression brightened when he heard this. Are you sure that Xiao comprehended the time principles? Yang Kai smiled and said, I grabbed Xiao in my hand, but in that instant he actually ran off into the distance. At that moment, I felt as if time had stopped, and it wasn't just me. Xianxia also felt it. Zhu Yan became even more excited when he heard this. Xianxia has followed the flowing time great emperor for tens of thousands of years and is extremely sensitive to the time principles. If he also felt it, then it's not wrong. He clapped his hands and said, So Xiao really comprehended the time principles? The displeasure and anger from before had long disappeared and was replaced by excitement. Because of Yang Zhao's congenital deficiency, both he and Fu Tianyi felt guilty. If he really inherited the time principles from Yang Kai, then even if his bloodline was not pure, his future achievements would not be too low. What he didn't know was that Yang Xiao didn't have any problem with his bloodline being impure. This brat could transform into a true dragon. The dragon race was already strong, so how strong would a dragon race master of the time principles be? It was scary just thinking about it. Zhu Yan understood and quickly changed the subject. It's like this. Yang Kai came here this time to take away all the origin kings in Half-Dragon City. Something happened in the star boundary. Then take them away. Fu Si responded casually, a little absent-minded. Zhu Yan was stunned. Aren't you going to ask what happened? Yang Kai was also very surprised. He didn't expect Fu Si to be so easy to talk to. Was this still Fu Si? Was this still the dragon race's second elder, who was known for his impartiality? Could it be some guy pretending to be him? Fu Si was too lazy to pay attention to him, and just looked at Yang Kai. How has Xiao been over there these past few years? Has he grown taller? Does he miss me? Yang Kai was sweating from the question and really didn't know how to answer. Zhu Yan sensed that something was wrong and quickly said, Just now, I was talking to Yang Kai about Xiao. Yang Kai said that he is doing well in the High Heaven Palace, so you don't have to worry. He also misses us very much. Is that so? Fu Si smiled and suddenly gritted his teeth. If he misses me, I don't know how to follow him back to take a look. Anyway, there's a space array and it's not too far away. Zhu Yan wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, Recently, Xiao has been in seclusion. Fu Si frowned. Xiao is so young. Why is he in seclusion? Yang Kai immediately said, Second elder, although Xiao is young, he is very talented. The next time you see him, you'll be surprised. Fu Si wasn't really angry. He just felt sorry for his son. Now that he heard Yang Kai say this, he immediately showed an expectant look. Yang Kai said again, I won't hide it from you too. I have a younger sister. Although she's a few years older than Xiao, the two of them are about the same size and can play together. In the High Heaven Palace, the two of them are inseparable. Fu Si pursed his lips and said with a smile, It's good to have a playmate. Luckily, you brought Xiao away. If he was left on the Dragon Island, he would probably be very lonely. Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai in astonishment and said softly, You have a younger sister. Her voice was actually a little nervous. If Yang Kai has a younger sister, doesn't that mean she is my sister-in-law? This sudden relationship made her very nervous. Yang Kai said with a smile, She is only a few years old. She is still young. Zhu Qing looked at the tip of her foot and muttered to herself in silence. After that, Fu Si asked a lot more about Yang Xiao. Yang Kai braced himself and answered. With the help of the Great Elder, he didn't reveal any flaws. However, he couldn't help but worry that Fu Si would follow them to the High Heaven Palace on a whim. Fortunately, Fu Si didn't have that intention. Furthermore, with the Great Elder in front of him, Even if Fu Si knew the truth in the future, the Great Elder would be the one to take the blame. Yang Kai could completely wash his hands clean. After talking for more than 2 hours, Fu Si was still in high spirits. Zhu Yan interrupted her and said, all right. Yang Kai still has something to do this time. There isn't much time left. Let him go. Fu Si glared at Zhu Yan, and only then did she remind Yang Kai, the next time you come to the Dragon Island, remember to bring Shower back. You must remember. I will remember. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. He made up his mind in his heart that he would never come to the Dragon Island before Yang Xiao came out of the Four Seasons realm. Zhu Yan looked at him and said, there is no time to lose. You should go to the Half-Dragon City now. Fu Ling is waiting for you there. She will help you take care of the following matters. Many thanks, Great Elder. Yang Kai cupped his hands and bowed to the second elder. This one will take his leave first. He turned around, hugged Zhu Qing, patted her back gently, and flew away. Outside the Half-Dragon City, Yang Kai descended from the sky. Fu Ling had been waiting for him for a long time. Obviously, she had received the Great Elder's message and immediately rushed over. As soon as she saw Yang Kai, she happily rushed over and greeted him politely. Brother-in-law, the Great Elder said that you're going to bring the people of the Half-Dragon City out of the Dragon Island? Is that true? Yang Kai glanced at her, and his eyes fell on her chest. Put on your clothes before you talk to me. Fu Ling pouted and stretched out her hand to tighten her clothes, covering the spring scenery on her chest. Then she smiled again and said, I heard from Great Elder that there is a demon invasion outside. Is it true? Yang Kai nodded solemnly. It's true. The situation in the Western Territory is not good. We are short on manpower, so I came here to find reinforcements. He frowned and said, why are you asking so many questions? Hurry up and do what you need to do. Fu Ling responded. His eyes rolled again and rushed into the city in a flash. After a short while, a loud dragon roar came out, and Fu Ling had already revealed his true body of a rank 6 giant dragon. When the dragon might spread out, it enveloped the entire city, causing all the half-dragons to tremble. Fu Ling's voice sounded at the right time. All cultivators above the Origin King realm in the city gather outside the city. The city was in chaos, but soon many figures flew out of the city. The people of Half-Dragon City were basically all descendants of the dragon race, but some of them did not inherit the dragon race's bloodline, while others had a thin and impure bloodline. However, no matter what kind of people they were, they would never dare to offend the dignity of the dragon race. Because on Dragon Island, the dragon race was the only master, and they were used to obeying the dragon race. Who would dare to disobey Fu Ling's orders? Asterisk schwa, 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 asterisk the sound of something breaking through the air rang out as one figure after another rushed out of the city. After a short while, a dense crowd had gathered outside the city. Yang Kai stood high up in the air, looking down with an excited expression. He had long known that the forces hidden in Half-Dragon City were extraordinary, but when he really gathered all of them together, he found that the actual situation was better than he had expected. He had sensed that there were more than 100 cultivators from the Emperor realm, and this was not all of them. It was difficult to imagine what kind of scale it would be if all the cultivators from the Emperor realm were gathered together. The people of Half-Dragon City gathered very quickly, and from the time Fu Ling shouted to the time all the qualified cultivators gathered, only a stick of incense worth of time had passed. The crowd below was divided into 3 distinct groups. The group to the left of Yang Kai had the smallest number of people, less than 200, but they were all from the Emperor realm, and many of them had half-dragon bloodlines, which allowed them to display greater strength than those in the same realm. The middle group was naturally made up of Dao Source realm cultivators, numbering between 10,000 and 20,000. This was an extremely terrifying number. In Roaring Tiger City, the combined forces of the 3 territories and the native cultivator of Roaring Tiger City only numbered between 40,000 and 50,000, of which 90% were Origin Kings, and only 2,000 were Dao Source Realm cultivators. But Half-Dragon City alone had between 10,000 and 20,000 Dao Source Realm cultivators, which showed how powerful Half-Dragon City's heritage was. This was not difficult to understand. The cultivation environment of Dragon Island was quite good, the world energy was rich, and there were many genius Emperor artifacts. What's more, there was no slaughter on Dragon Island, so it was natural for the Half-Dragon cultivator to steadily improve their cultivation. Over the years, such a scale was understandable. Complex patterns could be seen on her snow-white, flawless skin, giving her a wild feeling. Yongkai knew at a glance that this Demon King was a succubus demon. A few kilometers away, the succubus demon smiled at Yongkai. She pointed her slender hand forward, and thousands of demon race swarmed over her. The laws of space fluctuated. Yongkai's expression was solemn as he suddenly punched forward. There was no terrifying explosion of power, nor was there any burst of strength chi. However, following his punch, a small black dot suddenly appeared in the center of the thousands of demon race. When this black dot first appeared, it was only the size of a sesame seed. However, in the blink of an eye, it quickly expanded and exploded into a black hole with a diameter of more than 10 meters. An incomparably terrifying, devouring power came out from the black hole. The nearby demon race were caught off guard and were directly sucked into the black hole, disappearing without a trace. The remaining demon race were also pulled by the huge suction force and were swallowed back in. As far as the eye could see, it was as if the entire world was collapsing into the black hole, giving off a very frightening feeling. In the blink of an eye, the thousands of demon race were completely devoured by the black hole. The black hole appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly. After all the demon race had been banished, the black hole disappeared without a trace. Before the succubus demon could react, the people she had brought out had all been wiped out. Her vision blurred, and Yang Kai, who was originally several kilometers away, suddenly appeared in front of her. He was practically face to face with her, and an aggressive aura rushed towards her. The succubus demon's beautiful face paled as she opened her mouth and let out a sharp whistle. The whistle was sharp and ear-piercing, and the invisible spiritual energy turned into a sharp arrow and rushed towards Yang Kai's knowledge sea. The succubus demon was a special race among the 100 races in the demon territory. The fighting strength of this race was not too strong, but the strength of their spiritual energy was far beyond that of their peers. Therefore, they absolutely could not be underestimated just because their realm was not high. Perhaps at any time, a seemingly powerless succubus demon could launch a fatal blow. The spiritual energy arrow surged, causing ripples in the air, and directly blasted into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. The succubus demon pursed her lips and smiled tenderly. Her slender, jade-like hand were placed on Yang Kai's chest, and her sharp fingers poked out. Looking at her posture, it seemed that she wanted to dig out Yang Kai's heart. After poking, the succubus demon's brows wrinkled because she found that the flesh of this human in front of her was incomparably tough. She was unable to break through his flesh defense. "Does it feel good to touch?" A voice suddenly sounded in her ear, and the succubus demon's expression changed greatly. Previously, he had been shuttling back and forth between the demon race's army with the Dharmakaya. First, it was to kill the enemy and distract the army. Second, it was to secretly plant the soul-devouring insects. Now that the soul-devouring insects were out, it was really effective. In an instant, the demon race's army was in chaos. Those low-level demon soldiers, and even the demon general and demon commander, couldn't stop the soul-devouring insects from attacking. One by one, they were devoured by the insects and died. Only the strong ones at the level of the Demon King were not afraid of the soul-devouring insects. The situation was extremely chaotic. The demon race's army, which was originally in order, was no longer in order after the appearance of the soul-devouring insects. At least 1/5 of the demon race's army was distracted. Xianxia took a deep breath and raised his hand again. Suddenly, one figure after another appeared in front of him. The cultivator from Half-Dragon City made a dazzling appearance. The first to appear were those from the Emperor Realm, followed by the Dao Source Realm, and finally, the Origin Kings. It would take a lot of time to put them into the sealed world bead, but it would only take a few breaths of time to release them. After all, Xianxia was the master of everything in the sealed world bead. At the center of the demon race's army, over 100,000 people suddenly appeared. The few demon kings who had been paying attention to Xianxia's movements were dumbfounded. A feeling of uneasiness spread in their hearts. Profound and complex incantations resounded throughout the world as rays of light enveloped these 100,000 people. Bloodthirst technique, life chains, crimson light emerged from the bodies of these 100,000 people. Everyone's breathing became heavy as their blood boiled. Raising the myriad sword high, Xianxia shouted, "Kill!" The 100,000 people immediately scattered and rushed in all directions. Led by those from the Emperor Realm, they turned into sharp arrows and rushed into the demon race's army. How could the demon race's army, which was already in a frenzy because of the soul-devouring insects, stop such a fierce army? As soon as the two sides came into contact, the demon race's army was routed. One after another, the 1,000-man teams led by the Emperor Realm rampaged through the demon race's army, slaughtering to their heart's content. It was as if they were venting all the grievances they had suffered on Dragon Island over the years. Xianxia and the embodiment each had a team of several thousand people behind them. The demon race's army was in a complete mess, unable to fight back. In terms of numbers alone, the demon race had an absolute advantage. However, the direction of a war was never decided by numbers. The number of people from the Emperor Realm and Half-Dragon City was several times more than the number of Demon King in this demon race's army. It was easy to feel that he was doing this on purpose to lure everyone out of the city. A half-saint was already very difficult to deal with. If they lost the protection of the array, even the Emperor Realm wouldn't be enough to kill him. Gao Shueting wasn't the only one who had this concern. Xianxia stared at Gao Shueting and said in a deep voice, "Trust me." Gao Shueting hesitated for a moment before turning her head and shouting, "Activate the array." With a rumble, the Great City Barrier Array was activated. Profound and complex incantations sounded, and the light of the bloodthirst technique and life change shone, enveloping the army in the city. Chapter 3420. Although it took some time to use bloodlust and life chains on the roaring Tiger City cultivator, Xianxia soon caught up with the half-saint of demon race. Under the shocked gazes of Li Jiao and the others, Xianxia raised the myriad sword and slashed downwards. The half-saint of demon race didn't even raise his head, but it was as if he had eyes on the top of his head. With a flick of his finger, he accurately hit the back of the myriad's sword. With a ding sound, a powerful force was transmitted, and the myriad's sword almost flew out of his hand. Xianxia was secretly shocked by the strength of this demon race. The law of space fluctuated, turning the space around the enemy into an invisible cage. The demonic flame colt's movements suddenly stopped, and flames erupted from its body. It struggled with all its might, but it was as slow as a turtle crawling under the solid space. Even if this demonic beast was strong, it was difficult for it to regain its freedom. The pitch-black moon blade slashed down, but the half-saint of demon race grabbed the moon blade with a backhand grab, and with a slight force, the moon blade shattered. The next moment, he leapt up, completely unrestrained by the law of space, and soared into the sky. Xianxia whispered, "Flowing time, great emperor's withering glory, shuttle like a dream." Time seemed to stop at this moment, and the flowing time great emperor's shuttle, like seal, slammed down on the half-saint. The half-saint of demon race showed a rare look of surprise, and flames suddenly erupted from his body. The surrounding temperature rose sharply, and the space was distorted by the heat. He raised his hand, and a ball of flames met the flowing time great emperor's shuttle like seal head-on. The two collided in midair, producing a violent sound, and then disappeared. With a mournful cry, the demonic flame colt was shaken by the aftermath of the attack, and fell to the ground, dead. The half-saint of demon race looked down at his mount and bared his teeth, a pained expression on his face. Clang! The clear sound of the bell rang out as the quaint mountains and rivers bell spun and flew out. It expanded in the wind and covered the half-saint demon with the power to suppress heaven and earth. "Good treasure!" the half-saint of demon race shouted. His eyesight was quite good, and he immediately saw through the mountains and rivers' bells' extraordinary power. His figure turned into a mass of flames as he dodged left and right in the air, avoiding the suppression force of the mountains and rivers' bell. Xianxia's figure flickered, and with a flicker assault, he appeared above Huang Xiaolong's head. Then he stretched out his hand, which transformed into a dragon claw shadow, and clawed at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's palm grasped at thin air. A half-saint was comparable to a fake emperor, so how could it be so easy to deal with him? However, after being attacked by Xianxia again and again, the half-saint of demon race seemed to be a little angry. He stepped on a mountains and rivers bell, and an irresistible force erupted. The mountains and rivers bell fell to the ground with a loud bang, causing cracks to appear one after another. The half-saint of demon race stood proudly in the air, looked at Xianxia, and said, "Boy, that's enough. If you attack again, this king won't be polite to you anymore." Xianxia grinned at him and waved his hand, releasing the embodiment, and looked at him meaningfully. "What are you worried about?" The half-saint laughed. "What does this king need to worry about? It's just that this king has something important to do, so he can't be bothered to deal with you. Since you have no scruples, then let's fight." Xianxia roared, "Dragon transformation!" A high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the sky, and Xianxia's figure suddenly swelled. Short horns grew on his head, and the exposed skin on his body was covered in dragon scales. Mo Huang replied, "You don't have to worry about that. Although I can't guarantee that there won't be any casualties, I can guarantee that they won't suffer any serious injuries. That's good, Chu Tianji said. Don't you have any other requests? As long as you have any, we can satisfy you. Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, I would also like to ask the two of you to help me pass something to the Iron Blood Master. Mo Huang raised his eyebrows. He did not know what Yang Kai wanted to pass to Zhang Wuhen. Just as he was wondering, he saw Yang Kai take out a jade slip. His divine sense surged and poured information into it. After a short while, he handed the jade slip to Mo Huang. Just this? Mo Huang looked puzzled. Yes, Yang Kai nodded. I want to safely enter the territory of the demon race and become the demon race, but I still need the help of the Iron Blood Master. Mo Huang was even more puzzled. What can he help with? Yang Kai grinned at him, but did not answer. Mo Huang said angrily, You guys are so mysterious. I don't know what you guys are up to. Yang Kai picked up the tea in front of him and drank it in one gulp. He stood up and said, I'll take my leave first. The next time we meet, I hope that I can fight side by side with the master. Their lips pressed together, and Ji Yao slowly closed her eyes. The long sword in her hand fell to the ground with a tinkling sound as she wrapped her arms around Yang Kai's neck and hugged him tightly. After fiercely kissing her for a while, Kai Yang picked her up by the waist and gently placed her on the bed. Leaning over, he wantonly tasted her. Since that time in Icehar Valley's secret art pavilion, the relationship between the two of them had made great progress, but they had never broken through the bottom line. Ji Yao seemed to enjoy this kind of surreptitious atmosphere and had never asked Yang Kai to do anything, nor did she want him to reveal their relationship to the world. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't force her. After a long bout of passion and passion, the two of them blended together. Their bodies intertwined and rolled around on the bed, causing the atmosphere in the boudoir to become enchanting. After a long time, Yang Kai let her go. Ji Yao's body was as soft as mud, and she was panting heavily as she lay on Yang Kai's body. Suddenly, Yang Kai said, Yao, no matter what happens to me, you don't have to worry and don't hold grudges against anyone. These words were inexplicable, causing Ji Yao to suddenly raise her head. As if she had a premonition, her bright big eyes staring at Yang Kai as she asked, What will happen? Yang Kai pinched her nose and said, Don't ask too much. You'll know when the time comes. Just remember my words. Ji Yao didn't say anything and just looked at him. Yang Kai asked, Do you remember? Ji Yao nodded gently. I remember. Kai Yang looked at her with gratification, flipped over, and once again began to ravage her mercilessly. After spending the night with Ji Yao in her room, Yang Kai gave her a few words of advice and then quietly left. High Heaven Palace, Spirit Medicine Peak. Yang Kai walked in with a jar of wine. The several apprentices at the door immediately saluted him respectfully when they saw him. But the oldest apprentice blocked his way and said with a troubled expression, Palace Master, Grandmaster Chu and Madame Xia are refining pills and ordered that no one is to disturb them. Go away, go away, go away. Yang Kai reached out and pushed the apprentice to the side, directly breaking into the room, shouting as he walked, Little senior sister, little senior sister. He walked all the way to the underground alchemy room and suddenly saw the door open with a bang. Ji Ying rushed out with a disheveled face and a dark face. He reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's collar and said fiercely, How many times have I told you not to disturb me when I'm refining pills? Don't think that I won't beat you just because you're the High Heaven Palace's palace master. Yang Kai grinned and reached out to pry his fingers away. Brother Ji, calm down. It's just a furnace of pills. It'll just refine more. When Yang Kai saw him like this, he knew that his spirit pill furnace must have exploded. Otherwise, his face would not be so dark. It's just that who knows if you've been fooling around with some vixen outside. How could that be? Yang Kai hurriedly denied. Shanqing Luo snorted and said, "Is that so? Then please explain what's going on with that Li Shiqing." Shuiyu also nodded and said, "That's right. That woman isn't a good thing." Yang Kai's head was covered in cold sweat. He turned his gaze to Su Yin and revealed a pleading look. Senior sister was really considerate and changed the topic. "Why did you call us back?" The three of them had always been in the same city as the people from High Heaven Palace and Ice Heart Valley. This time, they had received a message from Ji Yao and rushed back together. Yang Kai smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just wanted to ask you to accompany me on a scenic tour." Then, he threw her out. When the secret room was closed, Yang Kai could hear Yu Meng cursing outside the door. She was like a shrew, but this time, Yu Meng learned her lesson. She stayed at the door of the secret room and didn't leave. Obviously, she didn't want to give Yang Kai any chance to sneak away again. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai really started his closed-door cultivation in the secret room and didn't go out for more than 10 days. Yang Kai had just got the green gourd, so he naturally seized the time to refine it. He knew that Yu Meng was waiting outside the door, but he didn't want to pay attention to her. Anyway, he had told her what he should do and done what he should do. He didn't plan to go out again. More than 10 days passed peacefully. One day, when Yang Kai was refining the green gourd, he suddenly felt the world tremble. A great pressure fell from the sky. At the same time, a man's angry shout resounded through the world. "Yang Kai, come out and see me." In the secret room, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, which were shining with divine light. Finally, it came. He took a deep breath and put away the green gourd. He got up and tidied his clothes. Then, he opened the door of the secret room and strode out. Outside the door, Yu Meng looked at him with confusion. "How did you provoke Iron Blood? What is he doing here?" She obviously recognized that the voice just now was the voice of the Iron Blood Great Emperor, and judging from his words and tone, the Iron Blood Great Emperor seemed to have some bad intentions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a posture. Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. "You ask me? Who should I ask?" Yu Meng said, "Don't you have a good relationship with the Iron Blood's disciple? Why is he hostile to you?" Yang Kai asked curiously, "Hostile? Is there?" Yu Meng said angrily, "Can't you feel whether there is hostility or not?" She frowned and grabbed Yang Kai's arm. "Don't go out first. Let me ask about the situation first." Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He patted her hand and said, "It doesn't matter. The Iron Blood Master is one of the 10 great emperors. Even if I accidentally offend him, he won't care about it. I'll go and ask about it. If there is any misunderstanding, I'll explain it." Yu Meng thought about it carefully and agreed. The Iron Blood was such a person. Even if there was a misunderstanding between him and Yang Kai, he wouldn't attack him. What's more, the war between the two worlds was in full swing now. Yang Kai was the flag of Roaring Tiger City and had the support of 200,000 troops. It was impossible for him to attack Yang Kai at this sensitive time. Above Roaring Tiger City, a burly figure stood proudly in the void. Everyone looked up, but the figure was surrounded by a haze. Few people could see the person's face clearly. However, the name of the Iron Blood Master soon spread throughout the city. Many people knew that the person was one of the 10 great emperors. Kai immediately nodded and said, "Yes, I do." Zhan Wuhen said in a low voice, "Let me ask you again, what kind of martial arts and secret skills does the Holy Spirit Stone Fire practice?" Kai replied, "The Holy Spirit has its own bloodline inheritance. Naturally, it practices the martial arts and secret skills of the Stonefire clan." "Nonsense!" Zhan Wuhen roared. His majestic aura fluctuated, as if it could shatter the heaven and earth. Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "Master, why are you so arbitrary? What I said is true." Zhan Wuhen shook his head and said, Kai, I don't want to make things difficult for you because you have done a good job in defending the city. But if you are so stubborn, don't blame me for not giving you face. I will ask you again. Answer me honestly. What kind of martial arts does the Holy Spirit Stone Fire practice? Zhan Wuhen did not use his full strength because the battlefield was in Roaring Tiger City. Otherwise, Kai and the embodiment would have been even more vulnerable. As he retreated, Kai's eyes suddenly shrank. Zhan Wuhen was chasing after him without any hesitation. It was the first time that Kai faced a great emperor's head-on. He did not hold back, but the gap in strength and realm was like a natural chasm. He could not see any hope of victory. Zhan Wuhen's attack was also very simple. There were no fancy secret techniques, but his fists, palms, and elbows were all the most powerful weapons in the world. Every casual blow contained great power. Hundreds of thousands of people in the city watched without blinking. They were amazed by the terror of the great emperors, but they were also worried about Kai. The rumbling sound was endless. Countless houses in the city collapsed, and broken walls could be seen everywhere. The battle was one-sided from the beginning. Kai and the embodiment were not Zhan Wuhen's opponents at all. The two huge figures were beaten back and forth like sandbags. They did not even have the strength to fight back. Several times, the embodiment was almost destroyed by Zhan Wuhen. Fortunately, Kai came at the critical moment and saved him. However, in such a situation, it was only a matter of time before Kai and the embodiment were defeated. The mountains and rivers bell, the secret technique of the dragon race, the flowing time, great emperor's shuttle-like seal, and the divine technique of space. Kai had almost used all his skills. However, these divine techniques that had always been successful in the past were all useless in front of Zhan Wuhen. He could break them with a raise of his hand. Kai was in a frenzy. He wantonly used his power and did not care whether it would destroy the Roaring Tiger City. With another loud bang, Kai and the embodiment were sent flying again. However, this time, Zhan Wuhen did not give Kai a chance to save him. He reached out, and a big hand of primordial qi appeared and grabbed the embodiment's huge body. Under the restraint of primordial qi, the evil fire on the embodiment's body became dim. The more than 200 feet tall body struggled hard, but it was useless. Lines visible to the naked, I suddenly spread out from the big hand of primordial qi and gradually wrapped the entire body of the embodiment. It looked like a seal or a kind of secret technique. Zhan Wuhen's voice resounded through heaven and earth. Kai, I hope you will learn from this and not go down the wrong path. Kai's eyes were red. He clenched his fists and got up from the ruins. He roared in grief and indignation. I don't accept this. Zhan Wuhen slowly shook his head. Under the stimulation of his emperor's qi, the lines on the embodiment's body became denser and denser, gradually wrapping its entire body. Although no one knew what these lines were, they knew that Zhan Wuhen must have destroyed its cultivation. It was a pity that such a powerful existence was destroyed by a heaven-devouring Great Emperor just because it cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics. However, this matter was related to the Great Emperor's and the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics. No one could say for sure whether Zhang Wuhen's actions were right or wrong. At this moment, Zhang Wuhen suddenly frowned and turned to look at Yang Kai. He immediately showed a shocked expression and shouted, "Yang Kai, you've been corroded by demonic qi?" As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed greatly, and they all looked at Yang Kai. They saw that Yang Kai's half-dragon body was emitting traces of black qi, full of evil and ruthlessness. Naturally, no one was unfamiliar with this black qi. After fighting with the demon race for so long, everyone had a thorough understanding of demonic qi.